Han Sen sat in an airship on his way back to Sky Palace. When the ship dropped out of hyperspeed, Han Sen was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of extreme worry and nervousness. Without hesitation, Han Sen summoned his demon bug by Sima to protect himself. Then, there was a light. Everything was consumed by that sudden scary power that was faster than the speed of sound. The demon bug by Sima made a squeaky noise within the light. It sounded like glass that was about to crack, which told him his shield might have finally met its match. Gah! Who wants to kill me this time? Han Sen thought as he sweated bullets. He cast his Blood Pulse Sutra and opened a space portal which he could use to return to the sanctuaries. He'd be safe there. This power, whatever it was not something he could fight against. Even if the demon bug by Sima could withstand it, Han Sen couldn't even discern where the attack was coming from. If a deified elite was coming for him, the demon bug by Sima wouldn't be able to help him. With the adrenaline pumping through him, the light seemed to last forever. In reality, though, the entire attack took less than a single second. News quickly circulated that a big, scary light had incinerated Han Sen's airship within the space of a single second. There was not even dust left to hover around in the vacuum, and Han Sen himself was gone. Needless to say, the entirety of Sky Palace was pretty angry about what had taken place. They eagerly wanted to find out where the attack had come from. The relationship between Sky Palace and the Feathers became tense and sour due to the Feathers being the likeliest perpetrator. There was still the chance another faction had tried to frame the already suspicious Feathers, of course, but that wasn't always everyone's first thought. And unfortunately, due to the entire ship being obliterated, along with the complete disappearance of Han Sen, most people believed he had been killed. They did not think he could have survived such a strike. Sky Palace and Narrow Moon conducted a joint investigation to find who behind the attack, but there wasn't a single lead to follow up on. They couldn't even find out who cast those powers. They only knew that the power that had attacked the spaceship must have been unleashed by either a half-deified or a fully-fledged deified elite. It couldn't have been done by a high-tech weapon, because weapons like that needed to be set up and prepared. Its presence would have left evidence, too. Items like that would have been found as soon as the investigative teams entered the system. There were no clues or leads for the investigators to pick up, but at least that told them one thing. It told them that it was a person or a creature that was behind the attack. It would take a thinking mind to avoid leaving evidence. Han Sen had run back to the sanctuaries, of course. He did not know if there was an enemy guarding the point he jumped, so he wasn't in a rush to return. He stayed home for a while before going back to the Geno universe. When he teleported through, Han Sen wore the four-faced eight-armed golden Buddha soul armor. He also hid his presence, so no one could discern that he was actually Han. Senator Han Sen, after appearing in space, quickly scanned the area. There were no enemies in the nearby vicinity. It made him feel greatly relieved, and after identifying the nearest planets, he flew in the direction of one. The hyperspeed checkpoint in space had been destroyed with the ship, so there wouldn't be any more ships coming through for quite some time. Fortunately, there was a planet close by where he could book passage. Due to the small size of the planet, it wasn't very civilized. In the Geno universe, this planet was more like a station. There used to be a hyperspace checkpoint there, but it was hardly used anymore. There wasn't a ship that could take Han Sen to Sky Palace. Han Sen booked passage to the Fire Lotus system, hoping he could find a ship there that would take him to Sky Palace. Fire Lotus system was a territory that belonged to the Thousand Treasures, but unfortunately, it wasn't the same group that ran Stay Up Late's Wuxia treasury. Fire Lotus system was just a border system that the Thousand Treasures happened to own. When Han Sen arrived at the Fire Lotus system, he looked for another ship that might take him to Sky Palace. But then, something strange appeared in the midst of space. The emptiness of space opened like a pair of curtains, revealing a weird scroll that hung in the black. In a mind-boggling way that seemed to defy physics itself, the scroll was visible from every planet in the Geno universe as it unfurled. And as it opened, names appeared across its surface. Those names were shining. Even from a billion light-years away, they could be clearly seen. Elites from races all across the universe were represented. Some of these names had been on the scroll for centuries, but they were still known and feared throughout the universe. The scroll continued to unroll, with more and more names becoming visible. From kings to barons, there was at least 10,000 names written for each tier. Every name was the best of their class 100 years ago. It was the greatest moment in those elites' lives. First king, Zhang Xiandao, Sky. Second king, Dragon 1, Dragon. Everyone could feel the glory exuded by those names. When the scroll was completely unfurled, all the names shone as if they'd do so forever. And they brightened up the stars. Boom! Space itself was shaking, and the light of the scroll shattered like dust. The scroll in the sky became empty, and then a few words appeared again. First king, Zhang Xiandao, Sky. A shadow appeared on the surface of the bronze scroll. The shadow took the shape of an angelic-looking man. The image grew in size, becoming clearer and more detailed. This was the man who had defeated everyone to reach the top. Blurg! Han Sen almost choked in surprise. That first person on the Geno being scroll, Zhang Xiandao, was the Sky Palace leader. The shadows that appeared behind him displayed the history of his battles across the centuries. Everyone was now able to admire his heroic fights. But then it started showing the following names on the list, and when it reached the 10th king, it showed no more. And then, it moved on to show the number 1 duke. The top 10 of every level appeared on the bronze scroll. The way they fought made people very excited, even those who weren't interested in combat. The shadowed images left the inhabitants of the Geno universe in a state of awe as they cycled through elite after elite. Then, they became dust across the scroll. And when all was said and done, nothing remained of them. The names disappeared from the lists, leaving only empty brackets. All the names from a century ago were gone, including the names of the number 1 king, number 1 duke, and number 1 marquise. All that remained were the empty ranks now. Boom! All the lists cracked, breaking apart to reveal an image that seemed to tear its way through space itself. A picture was forming, one that showcased a mountain, water, stars, suns, and moons. There were seas and clouds, deserts and green fields. This sweeping canvas had expanded across the whole sky. It cycled through the images, focusing on each one in turn. The images flashed by quickly enough to make an observer dizzy. Countless stars began to fall from the painting. To Han Sen's surprise, one of the stars fell directly before his feet. When the glow diminished, he saw that a plain white sheet of paper had landed by his feet. Han Sen glanced around at the others that were nearby. Every person around him had received a similar piece of paper, and many were already writing down their name and race. Some of the more primal creatures that lacked the ability to write would simply press their paws and claws down on the parchment to register. But whether you wrote down your name or pressed your hand against the papers soon regained their glow and flew back into the sky, returning to the bronze scroll. Across countless systems, many of those same star-like lights were racing off into space like an inverse meteor shower. They were all headed for the same bronze scroll. Han Sen glanced at the paper in front of him and started to turn away. But suddenly, he felt himself compelled to write down his name as $, and list his race as human. As soon as Han finished writing and lifted his fingers off the paper, the registration sheet flew up into the sky and into the scroll. Well, if that God wants to look for a human, I will let him look. If he makes a move, then we will all be able to see what he tries. Han Sen's mind drifted back to the conversation he had with God's retribution. While Han Sen was still mulling all of this over, his paper landed on the scroll with a strange light. Han Sen felt his body twist and distort in a familiar fashion. It reminded him of how it felt to use a teleporter. When the process was over, and his footing was stable again, he found himself standing in the middle of a grassy field. It looks like I'm inside the Geno being scroll. Han Sen looked around. He landed in the precise spot his sheet of paper did. Han Sen continued looking around until he saw a giant monster rushing towards him. It was a Marquis Xenogeniac. The dinosaur-like monster came rumbling forward, but Han Sen did not move. When the monster was in front of him, he just put his hand out and touched the horn protruding from the beast's nose. Boom! The monster stopped like it had hit a wall. Han Sen then punched the monster, sending it flying. The monster's body tore a trench into the ground as it skidded backwards, and it heaved up blood while it squirmed around. It quickly submitted to death. Xenogeniac Marquis hunted. Black steel beast, Xenogeniac gene found. It died that easily. Han Sen was shocked. When his jade skin leveled up to Marquis, Han Sen's body and power became far stronger. It helped a whole lot more than the elevation of his blood pulse sutra did. Many marquises saw this take place, and when they did, their faces changed. They quickly summoned their white papers and tore them up. Their bodies all twisted and vanished as they departed the Geno being scroll. Han Sen summoned his own paper, looking down at his signature. Now he knew that if he destroyed the paper, he'd lose and be sent out of the scroll. Han Sen would never concede, of course. He commanded the paper to fly, and it hovered next to him like a fairy. People could see the name dollar and the race human. And Han Sen could also see the other marquises displaying their own papers in a similar fashion. No matter how hard or dirty a fight became, a paper couldn't be affected by anyone other than its owner. Only the owner could decide whether or not they wanted to abandon the scroll. Han Sen was walking on a grassy plain. He had heard that when contestants first entered the Geno being scroll, a bloodbath would ensue. The 10,000 left alive would appear on the list, and then a harder fight would follow to determine final ranking. In the first fight, staying alive and in the scroll were the only things that mattered. If he lasted until there were only 10,000 people left, he'd succeed. Because different races had different powers, some of them were choosing to hide themselves. Han Sen did not plan on hiding, though. He wanted every creature and god to know there was a human named Dollar in the Geno universe. A dragon with wings and dragon horns walked toward Han Senator. He looked at Han Sen's paper and smiled. Human. Never heard of it. Dragon? Han Sen asked the dragon. Dragon 39. You are unlucky to encounter me, Dragon 39 said, raising his head. His masculine body was pumped full of hormones. Not everyone joined the Geno being scroll fight, of course. Not many dragons had decided to participate this time around. Dragon 19 and Dragon 9 were the only other dragons who had decided to join. Many dragon elders were watching this fight, though. Dragon 19 and Dragon 9 had come with Dragon 39, because Dragon 39 was the weakest dragon to participate in the Geno being scroll. Although he was the weakest of the Marquis dragons, to an outsider, any pure dragon was obscenely strong. He was only weak compared to the other pure dragons. What is a human? I have never heard of it. Kill him quick and do not waste time. Dragon 9 smiled. Dragon 39 seemed to hear what he said, and so he roared. Then, he threw a punch at Han Senator. A presence surged before his fist like a raging dragon. Han Sen did not dodge, though. He just threw a punch to meet Dragon 39's. He only used pure, plain strength, though. He didn't even bother summoning a godlight. Ha! You're trying to fight a dragon with pure power. This human might be cute, but he is also naive. Before Dragon 9 finished speaking, his face went blank. Han Sen's fist punched the dragon that was made of a draconic presence, and it made him into something that was like paste. Han Sen punched into the being, pulverizing all the fist came into contact with. Pang! When Han Sen's fist collided with Dragon 39's fist, Dragon 39's face turned crooked. His fist and arm was twisted, too. Dragon 39's fist came against Han Sen's fist like a ball hitting a sheet of steel. The finger bones cracked, making his facial expressions distort. The whole arm was made to twist, shattering the armor as it all occurred. Han Sen's fist was still advancing, as well. It was strong like a piston-driven pillar, driving itself straight into Dragon 39's chest. Dragon 39's muscles were no match, and they immediately buckled to the force and started to cave in. His body was quick to look like a cooked shrimp. Dragon blood gushed as Han Sen's foe went flying backwards. Pang! Dragon 39's body came back down, digging a long trench through the earth. He eventually hit rocks. The velocity of skid was so strong, he broke through the rocks, and it was only then that he came to a stop. Dragon 19 and Dragon 9 were both in shock. Their mouths were open wide in what best amounted to a fine helping of disbelief. All they could do was stare at the dragon dust. They could not believe their eyes. With dragons' bodies being what they were, it was hard to comprehend one could be defeated so easily by someone of the same tier. That punch almost killed Dragon 39 with ease. It wasn't just the dragon that were in shock either. All the other marquises that witnessed the fight were flabbergasted, too. That was because it was a dragon. The world's bravest sorts were of the dragon. One of them had been punched, soaring through the air like a ragdoll. It was quite scary. Human, dollar. What is that race? Have you heard of them before? No. Human sounds so strange. Scary. Even a dragon's body was punched that way. The bodies of humans are scary. Many creatures began to ravenously discuss the event. Dragon 39 was soaked in his own blood, hopelessly trying to scramble out from the rubble of the rocks. His chest was still sunken and he could barely rise to his feet. Dragon blood kept pouring out of his facial orifices. Roar! Dragon 39 roared. His body expanded, and his dragon wings possessed a frightening draconic aura. His body was suddenly overtaken by what looked like real dragon scales. His dragon horns were shining more than ever. Overall, he was now looking like a bona fide dragon, albeit in a humanoid form. Furthermore, the arm that had been broken by Han Sen was healed. Dragon 39 had become a xenogeniac. That was the form he had activated. And with him now firing on all cylinders, he approached his opponent. His body broke through space to teleport directly before Han Senator. His scaled fists came forward in a punch towards Han Sen's chest. The fist tore through the air and then exploded. To witness the pressure, force, and power of that soaring punch, you'd be swift to think that it could obliterate any mountain. Another hand appeared then, though. It was one that was clad in a golden armor. It appeared directly before that newly scaled fist. Those long, gold fingers grabbed Dragon 39's incoming fist. That scary punch was brought to a complete standstill. All of its power and desired impact vanished in less than a second. It felt as if his punch had all just been pretend, and it was all an illusion where no strength was actually used. In everyone's shocked eyes, the gold-armored hand moved. Dragon 39 was then picked up by it. Boom! 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 The strong xenogeniac body of Dragon 39 was reduced into a mere punching bag. Han Sen grabbed it and kept swinging it up and down to create two giant craters in the ground. Dragon 39's mutant dragon body is totally broken. After a few hits, the rigidity was lost and it became soft. Law! The noise of a paper being ripped sounded. Dragon 39's almost obliterated body disappeared into thin air. Too crazy. He can even kill a dragon that brutally. How strong is that guy's body? He is not of the same level, surely. Dragon 39 was quick to rip his paper, but I don't blame him. A few more hits like that and he was bound to blow up. They were both marquees, and that guy beat the dragon. Why are the bodies of humans so scary? I wonder why I haven't heard of this race before. Many creatures began to ravenously discuss the event. Dragon 39 was soaked in his own blood, hopelessly trying to scramble out from the rubble of the rocks. His chest was still sunken and he could barely rise to his feet. Dragon blood kept pouring out of his facial orifices. Roar! Dragon 39 roared. His body expanded, and his dragon wings possessed a frightening draconic aura. His body was suddenly overtaken by what looked like real dragon scales. His dragon horns were shining more than ever. Overall, he was now looking like a bona fide dragon, albeit in a humanoid form. Furthermore, the arm that had been broken by Hansen was healed. Dragon 39 had become a xenogeniac. That was the form he had activated. And with him now firing on all cylinders, he approached his opponent. His body broke through space to teleport directly before Hansen. His scaled fists came forward in a punch towards Hansen's chest. The fist tore through the air and then exploded. To witness the pressure, force, and power of that soaring punch, you'd be swift to think that it could obliterate any mountain. Another hand appeared then, though. It was one that was clad in a golden armor. It appeared directly before that newly scaled fist. Those long, gold fingers grabbed Dragon 39's incoming fist. That scary punch was brought to a complete standstill. All of its power and desired impact vanished in less than a second. It felt as if his punch had all just been pretend, and it was all an illusion where no strength was actually used. In everyone's shocked eyes, the gold-armored hand moved. Dragon 39 was then picked up by it. Boom! 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 The strong xenogeniac body of Dragon 39 was reduced into a mere punching bag. Hansen grabbed it and kept swinging it up and down to create two giant craters in the ground. Dragon 39's mutant dragon body as totally broken. After a few hits, the rigidity was lost and it became soft. Law. The noise of a paper being ripped sounded. Dragon 39's almost obliterated body disappeared into thin air. Too crazy. He can even kill a dragon that brutally. How strong is that guy's body? He is not of the same level, surely. Dragon 39 was quick to rip his paper, but I don't blame him. A few more hits like that and he was bound to blow up. They were both marquees, and that guy beat the dragon. Why are the bodies of humans so scary? I wonder why I haven't heard of this race before. Published at 23rd of March 2026 25 and 7 seconds AM Chapter 2112, 2112 Chapter 2112 There are still creatures like that? Sponsored content Crazy Cow Viscount kept attacking Little Flower, but despite all its efforts, it could not hit him. All its scary punches ended up flying harmless past or hitting the ground, kicking up a flurry of sand. Don't run. Fight Grandpa Cow, Crazy Cow Viscount shouted as he chased after Little Flower. He had thrown countless punches, but he couldn't even brush Little Flower's clothing. At the same time, Little Flower was completely confused. Crazy Cow was so ferocious and confident, but Little Flower could not wrap his head around why the creature's attacks were so flawed. This must be a trick. Little Flower usually practiced with the elites in Sacred, and even a simple attack from one of those monsters had subtlety and depth. Little Flower had learned that skills that appeared simple were often the most frightening. So, Little Flower thought that Crazy Cow's confidence meant it was a strong enemy. He kept thinking that the cow's awful techniques and misses were some sort of trick. He never once contemplated there might be noobs in the world. But as time went by, Little Flower eventually realized the mistakes were indeed genuine. There was no ulterior motive, and he was not going to be tricked. Fight me! Fight me! Fight me! Crazy Cow was getting mad. He was looking murderous, and there was no fear in his rage-filled eyes. Sponsored content. He had punched for so long, but he had yet to even damage Little Flower's clothes. He felt so powerless, and that overwhelming sense of failure drove him even crazier. He wanted to fight, not run around trying to catch a mouse. Suddenly, Crazy Cow Viscount saw Little Flower come to a stop. He was so happy. He gathered up all his power and turned it into speed. He raced forward faster than he ever had in his life, preparing to punch Little Flower. He shouted, "Kid, there is nowhere to run." Little Flower was not planning on running, though. He too lifted a fist, aiming it at Crazy Cow. "Good! Come and feel Grandpa Cow's power." Excitement pulsed through Crazy Cow's veins. His big body twisted as he threw all his power into his punch. Pang! Crazy Cow Viscount's giant fist came against Little Flower's own little fist. But Crazy Cow's creepily ecstatic face went blank. He looked shocked at first, and then that shock became horror as his body reversed direction and began to soar backward. With the twinkle of a star, he disappeared somewhere in the distance. Could it really have been that weak? Little Flower froze. He stared up at the sky, not believing what had just happened. Sponsored content. Inside another section of the Geno Being Scroll, many fights were raging. People were getting kicked out of the match every second, whittling down the roster to only the 10,000 that were allowed to remain. Han Sen slowly walked across a field, but there were no creatures around. Even if he had been really eager to get into a fight, he wouldn't have been able to. He'd been walking for a while, and he still hadn't seen anyone. Time passed, and many more creatures were kicked out. After 10 days, the initial fights came to an end. Han Sen spent most of that time waiting. After defeating Dragon 39, he hadn't encountered any other creatures. Han Sen was resting on a field when he felt the dimension distort. He eventually found himself back in the Fire Lotus system. The other tier battles ended over the next few days, and when the roster for every tier had been whittled down to 10,000, the painting on the scroll became dust. It started to show the rankings again. Han Sen looked over it, and he found himself in the 9,000 bracket of the Marquise tier. He was practically near the end, but there was the figure 2 listed by his name. Han Sen started reading the other entries, and he saw that every other being had a number beside their name, as well. The higher their rank, the greater their number. Han Sen quickly realized what he was looking at. That was the number of enemies they had defeated. After Han Sen entered the Geno Being Scroll, he killed Black Steel Beast and Dragon 39. He didn't kill any more Marquises, and no one else sought to provoke him. So, his score remained a measly 2. The names up high on the rankings had thousands of wins. But those rankings were just temporary. When the ranked fights began, that was when you fought for first place. Sponsored content. Han Sen looked at the first few ranks, and he saw Dragon 8 of the Dragon occupying the number 1 slot. The one that was number 2 was just a paw print. What race that was, Han Sen hadn't a clue. The next few were beings of races Han Sen was unfamiliar with. There was a demon at number 5, however, and its name was Khan. That guy survived and joined the Geno Being Scroll, huh? Han Sen moved on, unconcerned. Han Sen looked further down and saw a few more creatures he did not know. There were too many different races in the Geno universe. Han Sen hadn't expected to recognize many names, but he did see a few sky in lofty places on the leaderboards. When Han Sen looked into the 8,000 ranks, he saw Lone Bamboo's name. It looks like the rankings don't mean much now. Many of the truly scary sorts are probably at the back, like Lone Bamboo, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen looked at the other ranks, but it was like looking at nothing. He didn't know any of them. Han Sen turned to the king class tier rankings and saw Knife Queen there. She was 6,000 places away from the top. Since the Sky Palace leader was deified, he couldn't participate in the Geno being scroll. But even if he had been able to, he wouldn't have joined. The first place in the king class rankings was held by Dragon 1. Han Sen did not know if it was the Dragon 1 he encountered in Return Ruined Sea or the Dragon 1 from a century ago. They were two different people. The dragons were ranked like that every generation, so there was always more than one Dragon 1. Han Sen was not interested in the low-level ranks. He only glanced at the first few lackadaisically. When he looked at the Viscount scoring, though, he was given a shock. Little Flower. Han Sen saw the first rank on the Viscount leaderboard read, Sacred, Han Little Flower. That cannot be my little flower, can it? Excitement bubbled within Han Sen. If that was really his son, then Han Sen now knew that he was in a place called Sacred. It'd be much easier to find him with that name. For the longest time, he had been unable to find out where Little Flower was being held. It was all because he had no clue where to even begin looking. The universe was far too big. Han Sen wanted the rank fights to start soon, so he could confirm that the Viscount leaderboard was true. He wanted to find out if that Little Flower was indeed his son. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Note: please download the sponsors game to support us. Published at 23rd of March 2026, 25 and 7 seconds AM. Chapter 2113, 2113. Chapter 2113. Evil Eye sponsored content. Han Sen was not the only one taking notice of Little Flower, though. Not by a long shot. The whole Geno universe had started to pay attention to the previously unknown Viscount named Little Flower. Most people didn't give Han Sen a second thought due to the score he had ended up on, and the title of Sacred was a far more enticing subject to talk about. Sacred was actually a faction, not a race. In fact, it had once conquered all the other races, and its roots reached far back into the history of the universe. Sacred was actually the very first race to light a lantern. Despite their former glory, something awful must have taken place that had sunk the faction into darkness and obscurity. It was commonly believed that all the old sacred elites had vanished from the universe. But now, someone had used the name Sacred to participate in the Geno Being Scrolls leaderboard. And in addition to that, that contestant had come out on top of the Viscounts. It was drawing quite a bit of attention. Truthfully, only the oldest people really knew about Sacred and the implications of Little Flower's rise. Most people only admired Little Flower's score because of his tender age. In the Geno universe, size did not represent your age. But, to put it simply, Little Flower just looked like a kid. On a primal planet, an old man stood clutching a staff. His head was that of a dog. He looked at the Geno Being Scrolls scoreboard, the Viscount one, in particular. Seeing the name Sacred made his old eyes shine brightly. Sponsored content. Sacred has an heir, he asked. Those asterisk souls of Sacred aren't dead yet. Deep in a sea, a dragon-like creature stared up through the water at the scoreboard. The word Sacred worried him. In many places across the Geno universe, mysterious people and creatures were observing the Geno Being scoreboard. They all examined the person occupying first place for Viscounts. Sacred and Little Flower's name was suddenly all across the Geno universe. Han Sen's rank, meanwhile, was way too low. No one paid attention to the bottom ranks of the marquises. Deciding to remain in the Fire Lotus system for the time being, Han Sen browsed the web. He soon came to learn that the most popular marquise wasn't Lone Bamboo or Dragon 8, it was a man known as Evil Eye. Many gamblers had put swathes of money on Evil Eye winning. Some websites had surveys on xenogenic rankings. On these, Evil Eye had much support. Dragon 8 was in second place in terms of popularity, but Evil Eye was favored multiple times over. Who is this Evil Eye? He has so much support. Is he stronger than Lone Bamboo? Han Sen couldn't believe this was correct, and so he tried to find more information on Evil Eye. Sponsored content. After checking him out, he realized Evil Eye was actually quite famous. The feathers had the pool of rebirth, and it could reset geno armaments but also level up a person's talents. The Buddha had a technique that could pass all knowledge and skills to a person of the next generation. But those powers weren't real, physical rebirth. Evil Eye, however, was a person that could really be reborn. So far, no one knew what sort of creature Evil Eye was. No one knew his race, and they only knew his name was Evil Eye. He had become famous long ago, because he used to be indestructible in the Geno universe. Even deified elites died of old age, and the same was true for Evil Eye. But not long after Evil Eye died, another Evil Eye would be born. The new Evil Eye was not of the same race as the first one, and neither was he as strong. When he was found, he was just an earl. But as time passed, this Evil Eye became stronger. He even became stronger than the first Evil Eye. He was unstoppable. As millennia passed, this cycle continued. Every time Evil Eye died, a new Evil Eye would rise from a different race and become stronger than the last. Evil Eye had appeared as a dragon, demon, feather, and even as one of the mecha. The only constant thread connecting the Evil Eyes was their possession of 4 Evil Eyes. Sponsored content. But Evil Eye himself had said that there had only been one Evil Eye. He said that there was only him and no others. So, people started to believe that Evil Eye could really be reborn. Whenever he died, he was reincarnated in a new form. What method he used to accomplish this was unknown, as was the reason why he always appeared as a member of a different race. This time, when he was reborn, no one knew what race he belonged to. All that could be gleaned was the name he had on the scoreboard. In the initial battle, he hadn't killed a single opponent. He was at the bottom of the marquee's list, but the name Evil Eye instilled a confidence in the people of the Geno universe that he would be the one to become first rank. After so many cycles of rebirth, his mind had become deified. It was just that his body was still tethered to the level of marquees. No one would treat him as an ordinary marquise, though. Even powerful marquises like Lone Bamboo and Dragon 8 would think Evil Eye was better than themselves. Evil Eye was above everyone. I can't believe there's a guy like this out here. It'll be hard to achieve first place, if so. I hope I don't run into him too soon. If I do, all my efforts will go to waste if I end up fighting him here at the beginning. As Han Sen read the legends about Evil Eye, his curiosity grew. There were 10,000 marquises who would be engaged in battle, though. He didn't think he'd be unlucky enough to encounter Evil Eye. On the day that the ranked fights were ready to begin, all the people in the Geno universe watched the leaderboards intently. The strong ones did, especially. They were hoping to fight weak enemies, too. Quickly, though, the leaderboard on the Geno being scroll started to move. When it became legible again, it had split into a schedule of fights. Han Sen glanced at his listed opponent and noticed it wasn't Evil Eye. This made him feel very relieved. He didn't think he was the best marquise anymore, and he thought it'd be best if he started with a less desperate fight. But when Han Sen looked closer, he was given a shock. His first opponent was listed as Khan, Demon. It looks like my fate is intertwined with Khan's. Han Sen smiled. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Note: please download the sponsor's game to support us. After looking at the opponents he would have to go up against, Han Sen glanced over Little Flower's potential foes that were in the Viscount tier. He noticed that in the midst of them all, there was one particular race that he had never heard of before. It was represented by a simple paw print. Ugh, whatever. I don't care. I just need to finish this next fight as soon as I am able to, so I can find out if that Viscount is truly my little flower, Han Sen thought to himself. The Geno being scroll was special. All the creatures in the galaxy could watch the fights unfold. Even creatures without eyes could feel what was happening in the fights. But no matter what tools or skills you used, nothing could record the fights for later viewing. If you used a machine to try to record any of the matches that were taking place, and you later went to play the files you had created, you would only see footage of a bronze scroll in the sky. The scroll itself would look completely empty. All the tiers started fighting at the same time, so Han Sen would have to finish his fights before Little Flower did. That way, he could race to see Little Flower. The teams were established, and again, the names upon the scroll became dust. A painting then appeared instead. Same as before, Han Sen felt things around him become distorted. He soon entered the scroll again, and the paper with his name written on it appeared next to him. But the arena was different than it had been the last time. This time, he was on the sea. His body hovered above the waves. He looked around and saw a demon man a few thousand meters away. He was looking at Han Sen, too. Khan saw Han Sen and frowned. He couldn't tell what race his opponent was beneath the gold armor he was clad in, but he presumed him to be a demon. Human. Khan looked at Han Sen's paper and mulled the details over to himself. He was the strongest Marquise demon to participate in the Geno being scroll. Even so, Khan was not a reckless man, and he had taken the time to research every Marquise that he might be going against. In regards to the human dollar, Khan knew he had defeated Dragon 39. So, Khan would not underestimate him. Catcha! Khan became a xenogeniac. He grew to 10 meters tall, and a demonic air gathered around his body. When Han Sen saw Khan become a giant, he was surprised. He didn't know how the demon did it. Previously, Han Sen had annihilated his giant body, but he was fine now. He had been fixed, and he was a giant just like before. He seemed to be even stronger than before. His transformation was a little different this time around, though. He was wearing a pair of gloves, which did not break as his body grew larger. They expanded with him. The gloves looked to have been forged from black steel, but they were laden with spikes. One of them in particular was extremely long, and its tip was sharper than a needle. Khan had learned from his mistakes. He had repeatedly practiced with giant techniques, and in doing so, he obtained a treasure he'd be able to use in that form. It was for emergencies, in the event a killing blow missed. The glove was a king-class weapon called Lightning Spike. If Khan hadn't been so special to the demons, he wouldn't have been allowed to use a king-class weapon. Although Khan couldn't access all of its power, he could still use some of it. It was enough to maximize his punching speed for a Marquise. With Lightning Spike, his punching speed was as great as the Red Cloud. No one could take advantage of him when it came to speed now. He had the power of a giant, and it was coupled with the speed of the Lightning Spike. Khan didn't know if he could defeat Evil Eye, but he was confident in his ability to compete WKH Lone Bamboo and Dragon 8. He was certain that he could reach the top 10. Khan was not naive enough to think his current position within the top 5 could be maintained. Many elites did not care about the top ranking as they stood, though. Many of the top elites were happy enough to stay at the bottom of the list right now, but he would be satisfied if he could remain within the top 10 when all was said and done. Go to hell! Khan roared. His giant body came running towards Han Sen across the sea. The gloves he wore were like black bolts of lightning. They came before Han Sen in a stunning display of strength. Sky demon powers, when married with the speed of the lightning spikes, was something Khan hoped wouldn't miss. With the addition of his giant powers, few could withstand a devastating blow like that. He just had to ensure his hit landed on the target. It was a fight Han Sen wished to end quickly. Seeing Khan rushing towards him like this was perfect. He cast his blood, pulse sutra and jade skin and threw a punch towards the giant Khan. The crystallized blood boiled inside Han Sen's body. His flesh became jade, as two separate powers fused inside him. But Han Sen did not release a jade skin godlight. He only used the actual strength of his body to combat Khan's incoming fist. Catcha! The lightning spike punched through Han Sen's gold-plated gauntlet. Khan looked murderous, wanting to ram the spike on through Han Sen's body. The next second, Khan looked on in disbelief. The mighty lightning spike had only managed to pierce Han Sen's armor. When it punched through the garb and came into contact with Han Sen's skin, it rang with the sound of rattled metal and could not go any further. When Han Sen's jade skin became Marquis level, it was a much stronger change than what had occurred with the Blood Pulse Sutra. Now, his body was as sturdy as a top-tier dragon's. Boom! The two Goliath powers collided. The ripples of the shockwave were so devastating that they created waves that were 100 meters high. Khan's body was sent stumbling backward a few hundred meters, too. Han Sen, on the other hand, only fell back 10 meters. Khan and the other demons that were watching this were in shock. The vitality of Khan's giant body ought to have been unrivaled. Not many could beat him, especially of the Marquis rank. For $1 to beat Khan's giant power was more than surprising. Wow, I wonder what humans are. How can they be that scary and strong? They are scarier than the dragon, someone exclaimed. Khan snarled. He was officially peeved now, because he could not believe that someone had just bested him with raw strength. He could only assume that it must have been a fluke, and so he gathered up more power to attack Han Sen again. I don't have time to fight you. I need to see Little Flower. Han Sen raised his hand, and then, a gold light appeared between his fingers. It became a coin. Ding! Han Sen moved his fingers, launching the coin out to strike Khan's incoming fist. The coin became stuck to the giant fist that was surging with power. And as soon as it was attached to the hand, Khan's fist was yanked down as if a mountain had just fallen across it. It wasn't just the fist that fell either. Khan's entire body dropped with his fist, falling into the sea that resided below the two fighters. Pang! Khan couldn't stand atop the water either. The phantom weight he had been afflicted with had to be far too heavy to allow that. He fell straight into the water, and beneath its waves, he started to sink fast. Han Sen was rather surprised by this himself. This was the first time he had ever used his modified coin powers, and the results had exceeded his expectations. Han Sen had used Turtle, the Sky Palace Force, and Suppress Evil to modify his own skill coin. He couldn't use it in front of others in fear of revealing his identity, so these results were pretty decent for the skill's first use in real combat. After all, it was quite the feat for coin to have the encumbering strength to make Khan's giant body plunge into the sea. Khan's attempts at resisting the force had been entirely futile. Pang! 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 That coin was like a mountain attached to the giant's right glove. Not even Khan's power could keep him from sinking. The water churned as the giant kept thrashing about in the sea. His power pushed the water away, but it was ultimately pointless. He couldn't swim, and slowly, his body began to sink. The deeper he got, the less his thrashing disturbed the surface of the water. It was difficult to tell how far Khan went down exactly. Now Han Sen almost regretted the decision to make use of the technique, though. He wanted to get through this fight quickly, but Khan was now someplace under the sea. The power of coin would only suppress Khan, not kill him. To finish his foe off for good, Han Sen would have to do so in the water. Before Han Sen joined Khan in the sea, however, there was a flash of white light. A shattered paper appeared, bearing Khan's name. Han Sen was shocked once more. He had only made Khan fall into the water. Why would Khan give up so swiftly by ripping up his paper? The demon and his frightful body could traverse and survive the expanse of space, after all. The other demons that watched this fight were confused, too. They did not know why Khan conceded the fight after falling into the sea. Han Sen hadn't realized what he had truly done to Khan. Khan was strong, but his giant body was heavy. With the coin, he kept sinking and sinking into the deep sea. But that ocean was bottomless. He had gone down at least 30,000 meters, and there was no end to be found and no sign of a seabed showing up anytime soon either. What's more, the sheer pressure of the water was becoming unbearably strong. Khan wanted to swim up, out, and away, but there was too much pressure on his fist now. Unless he let go of the lightning spike gloves, he'd sink with them to a dire end. Above all, though, Khan acknowledged he wasn't going to win. And if he gave up his lightning spikes, he'd certainly have no chance of fighting his opponent. Losing that king-class item would be the worst result of all, so he settled for giving up the fight and just forfeiting his participation in the Geno being scroll. He knew he wouldn't stand a chance and that it was for the best, but still, it made him very depressed. He had no idea how he had lost the fight so easily. The dimension around Han Sen then became distorted. He came out of the Geno being scroll, appearing back on planet Fire Lotus. Han Sen quickly looked at the bronze scroll, but Han Littleflower's fight had already ended. I was too slow. Han Sen sighed. And then, he browsed the web. Many creatures were discussing Littleflower's fight. And then, Han Sen realized it did not matter how fast he was, as he was going to be beaten no matter what. Littleflower's fights in the Viscount tier never seemed to last longer than a measly 3 seconds. According to the description of what happened, Han Sen was able to learn that Littleflower was a boy in white armor. His face couldn't be described due to the aforementioned armor. All in all, though, the descriptions matched Littleflower's age. Han Sen felt depressed. His phone rang then, and he heard Stay Up Late's voice on the other end. Stay Up Late sounded so excited, and he said, "Have you seen Han Littleflower in the Geno being scroll? He looks just like Littleflower." I was busy. I couldn't watch it. Han Sen felt depressed. That is a shame. The fight was so fast, I would have liked to see more. But it really did look like Littleflower. It'd be pretty amazing if it was him. Stay Up Late was now in an even greater rush to find him. Although Han Sen had performed well, his fight didn't attract much notice. Aside from some demons and dragons spectating, few others watched him perform. Han Littleflower was the one who became the center of attention. Everyone watched him fight because of his power. And in addition to that, many wished to confirm his identity from the fights and try to determine if he really was from Sacred. There were many more fights to come, and Han Sen finished each one as fast as he could. But every time, Littleflower was faster than he was. And because of that, he never had the chance to see him. Littleflower was popular all around. He one-hit killed everything. No one had been able to come close to beating him thus far. Too scary. What race is Littleflower? Even demons and dragons are beaten by him. He is too scary. I don't know what kind of monster can be that scary. Sacred is not a race, though. Sacred is a place. He looks like one of the sky. Only the sky can raise someone this sick. The sky are strong, but they're not that strong. Throughout the universe, people tried to guess Littleflower's true identity. But no one was able to deduce who he really was. While Han Sen sat in a restaurant, he heard such discussions. He felt depressed he couldn't see Littleflower's fights. Is that kid really my son? Han Sen wondered. Inside the realm of the dragon, Dragon 9, Dragon 19, and Dragon 39 were waiting for Dragon 8. When he arrived, they got up to welcome him. Brother 9, Sister 19, Brother 39, are you all here to celebrate me? Dragon 8 smiled. Dragon 19 spoke. Brother 8, we saw your schedule. In 2 more rounds, you will face off against some human named Dollar. Does it matter who I fight? Dragon 8 said carelessly. This guy is very strong. He is scary. Brother 39 was unable to withstand his punch. Khan became a giant, but even he was beaten. We watched his fights, and each one was a crushing victory. I don't know where that guy came from, but you can most certainly not underestimate him. He is like our best dragon. Don't be careless against him, Dragon 19 said. To me, every enemy is the same. Even with Evil Eye in front of me, I will win. Dragon 8 spoke calmly, but his eyes sparkled with confidence. I hope that Dollar is as strong as you say. The stronger the better, really. Published at 25th of March 2026 25 and 12 seconds AM Chapter 2116, 2116 Chapter 2116 Evil Eye sponsored content. Han Sen didn't get to see Little Flower fight, so he went to watch others fight instead. Of the Marquises, he managed to watch Dragon 8 and Lone Bamboo fight. Han Sen wanted to see Evil Eye fight, but he soon learned that all of Evil Eye's opponents gave up whenever they were pitted against him. No one wished to battle someone that frightening. Han Sen thought he wouldn't get to see Evil Eye fighting that day, but much to his surprise, he did. That day, a creature was brave or foolish enough to stay and fight. That creature had 3 heads and 6 arms. It looked like a demon wearing silver armor. Its 2 lower hands gripped rods, while its other 4 arms wielded a knife, a sword, an axe, and a stick individually. Each of the beast's heads was unique. The middle head was that of a bird, while the other 2 bore demonic faces. The left looked female, whereas the right 2 looked male. The 3 heads looked as if they could talk to each other, as well. The weapons in the creature's 6 hands were shining brilliantly against Evil Eye. The lights were strange, and each sheen was of a different color. It looked like it wielded a variety of different powers. The rod was wood. The knife was gold. The sword was water. The axe was fire. The stick was earth. All 5 weapons were unleashing light together. It looked as if they worked together in a formation, and when the 5 powers gathered up, the attack power was given a boost. Han Sen thought that when the 5 powers combined, they'd be as strong as his body. There are many hidden elites scattered throughout this universe. One elite can combine all these powers. Judging from all of these skills and abilities, there is no doubt he is one of the greatest Marquises out there. That power he has combined is almost as great as my power, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen looked at the 3-headed, 6-armed creature's slip of paper. It said, Destroyed, Rage Man. Han Sen realized Destroyed was one of the top 5 races in the Geno Hall. That was why this being was so strong. Sponsored content. Han Sen looked at Rage Man's opponent. He was wearing a purple and white set of armor. The purple bone flowers on the armor were raised from its surface. Han Sen couldn't see his face, but his body was shaped like a human's. After being reborn this time, no one knew what race Evil Eye belonged to. When Rage Man attacked, Evil Eye didn't fight, but he traveled through the bushes around him like the wind. Rage Man made full use of his power, but he still could not touch Evil Eye. Evil Eye, are you merely going to keep dodging? Rage Man suddenly stopped. His 6 eyes stared at Evil Eye with a smile. Evil Eye stood where he was, and when he replied, his voice was toneless. You are the first creature that has dared to fight me. For that, I will spare your life. The others might be scared of you, but I am not. You can say something like this when I let you survive. Rage Man looked very angry, and his weapons rattled in his hands. Around Evil Eye, many lights formed. 5 different colors blended together to become one singular, albeit giant light. The light trapped Evil Eye in its beam. Power burst out of Rage Man as he tried to squeeze and condense the light around his opponent. He was trying to kill Evil Eye. Han Sen was surprised. Rage Man's light skill was similar to Han Sen's knife silks. Han Sen's knife silks could be cast whenever, but Rage Man needed 5 elements to create his prison. That meant his skill had a restriction, compared to Han Sen's knife silks that could be used whenever. Seeing Rage Man able to use power like that, Han Sen knew he was a special person. Sponsored content. Where are you going to hide now? Rage Man shouted. The 5 lights tightened around his enemy, and it looked likely to mince Evil Eye's body into tiny bits. Evil Eye was still in the light. He lifted his right hand to press against the light. The people watching expected an amazing fight to unfold. But when Evil Eye's hand touched the light shattered. The formation of light became a mess of simple beams. It was like a vortex existed on Evil Eye's hand, pulling them in casually. Evil Eye collected all those lights in his hand, until a baseball-sized orb of light gathered on his palm. The light looked scarier than it had earlier, like some sort of bomb. This, impossible, Rage Man stuttered. His hardest attack with 5 elemental powers had been unable to do a speck of damage to Evil Eye. Evil Eye broke it and confiscated the power for himself. Evil Eye threw the colorful orb of light at Rage Man. It looked like a basic, casual lob, but the light orb warped space as it stormed toward Rage Man. It didn't even leave Rage Man an opening to dodge. Rage Man roared. He used his 5 weapons to gather up another orb of light and fired this newly created orb back at the light orb that was currently on its way to him. Boom! Rage Man had done his absolute best to gather up all his power and strike the other light orb with the new one. The 2 airborne orbs of light exploded as they collided. Arg! Sponsored content. The results weren't good for Rage Man, as each of his weapons was immediately destroyed in the chaotic power unleashed against him. Furthermore, his armor shattered, and every single item he was currently carrying was destroyed in the blink of an eye. However, the strangest thing about all of this was that Rage Man was not injured. Even after he screamed for what he thought would be the last time, he turned out to be fine. That scary power had only broken his armor and weapons. Every item he possessed was destroyed, but he himself was not injured. He didn't even have a single singed hair. Rage Man screamed because he thought he was going to die. He was not injured, and so he just stood where he was. With his mouth agape, his face turned green. He looked embarrassed. "I told you I wasn't going to kill you," Evil Eye said. Rage Man's 3 faces turned green and red. He ripped apart his paper and left the Geno being scroll. Evil Eye really is Evil Eye. The elite from Destroyed was like a baby before him. They weren't on the same level. He used Rage Man's power to defeat him, and somehow managed to do it without hurting him. Evil Eye controls his power like a god. He is supposed to be deified. I don't know how many times he has been. It looks like there are no others likely to become number 1 in the Marquis rankings. Rage Man is just as good as Dragon 8 and Lone Bamboo, but if even he was that useless against Evil Eye, no other Marquis stands a chance of beating him. It looks like the occupant for number 1 is settled. Evil Eye, what a scary man. The people that watched the fight were in shock. They greatly admired Evil Eye. He was too good for the others to even be jealous of his talents. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Note: please download the sponsors game to support us. Published at 25th of March 2026, 25 and 12 seconds AM. Chapter 21:17, 2117 Chapter 2117 Fighting Dragon A sponsored content. After having witnessed Evil Eye and Rage Man's battle, Han Sen was in shock. It was primarily due to the manner in which Evil Eye won the fight. Rage Man's bolt of power had been a combination of 5 different elemental energies, and Evil Eye broke it in a way that was hauntingly reminiscent of Super Spank. The strike had eliminated the sequence structure of the opponent's technique and then gone even further to rebuild it. Evil Eye has a power that is extremely similar to the Dongxian Sutra. He will be a difficult foe to deal with. Han Sen frowned. He couldn't learn too much from the fight, though. Someone like Rage Man couldn't push Evil Eye hard enough to show what his true capabilities were. We're going to need someone like Lone Bamboo to go up against Evil Eye. Han Sen perused the list to see if that could happen, but ended up finding an unfortunate factoid. If he and Evil Eye kept winning their fights, Han Sen would encounter Evil Eye before Lone Bamboo would. Han Sen wouldn't be able to watch Lone Bamboo go up against Evil Eye unless he himself lost to Lone Bamboo. And before he encountered Lone Bamboo, he'd have to deal with Dragon 8. He was one of Han Sen's next opponents. This schedule is very bad. Why are all these big baddies being pitted against me? Han Sen felt his depression rise. He was not afraid of his opponents, but he did not want to put too much effort into winning the competition. Han Sen looked at another Tears round of bouts. He saw Xie Qing King doing well with the Earls. But then his heart jumped as he read Xie Qing King's name. Xie Qing King had only put the name Xie Qing down. He hadn't written down his race. Han Sen kept scrolling through the Earl list in worry, but after seeing everyone's name, he was brought a modicum of relief. Gu Qingqing hadn't written down her name, so perhaps she had not participated. If she had joined, with her race being identified as a human, that would not bode well. There was every chance that the renegade god would want to hunt her down. Sponsored content. Han Sen quickly called Zero. He was afraid their communications might be monitored, and that was why he didn't contact Planet Eclipse directly. With so much going on right now, he'd forgotten all about this. Han Sen told Zero about his talk with God's Retribution. He then asked Zero to get in touch with Gu Qingcheng and the others, to inform them not to mention anything about humans that hailed from the sanctuaries. Han Sen had said this before, but to be safe, he thought it was best to remind them again. Zero thought that Xie Qing King was their only companion who had joined the fights. Not many people liked to participate in bouts that didn't offer many benefits. Only Xie Qing King, who loved a good fight, had joined. After Han Sen finished a quick fight, he went to watch Xie Qing King's combat. Xie Qing King's Geno armament let him draw his opponent, so he could stand by and watch the enemy fight its own shadow clone. He did this often, and whenever the enemy was winded or tired, he would swoop in to finish them with a punch. It was quite a shocking performance he kept giving, especially for an Earl. Han Sen saw Isha fighting, too. That woman was far too violent, he thought. Her teeth powers were enough to make the mightiest of kings run away. She hadn't yet encountered anyone half-deified, though. But at least ordinary kings wouldn't be able to defeat her. But Han Sen hadn't managed to see Little Flower, and this boy was the one person he wished to watch more than any other. Little Flower's legacy building was an ongoing thing, but perhaps it was because he had yet to fight a strong foe. Perhaps that was the whole reason he had proven unbeatable thus far. My next fight is versus Dragon 8. I hope it won't cause me too much trouble. Han Sen wasn't interested in prolonged fights. He just wanted to get through each engagement as easily as possible. Han Sen's fight with Dragon 8 had drawn quite the crowd, though. Not many people had focused on his last few fights, but this time, he was going up against the infamous Dragon 8. Many races had been investigating Dragon 8, to gain an advantage in the rankings for themselves or their heirs. Their focus was always on Dragon 8, of course. Sponsored content. Han Sen drew attention when he entered the fight, and someone realized that he was the same man that had defeated Khan. Who is this human dollar? He sure doesn't look feeble. Anyone who could beat Khan must have some amount of strength. But while that may be true, he cannot be stronger than Dragon 8. Dragon 8 will win this fight. Let's see how much trouble Dollar can cause him first, though. If he can at least injure Dragon 8 or reveal much of his true strength, then Dragon 8 will be in danger when fighting Lone Bamboo next. It does not matter. Regardless of who wins, Evil Eye will be first. Our Evil Eye is so strong. Evil Eye is invincible. Regardless of a conversation's subject matter, it eventually drifted to Evil Eye. In that Geno being scroll, Evil Eye received more attention than any king. When Han Sen re-entered the Geno being scroll, his opponent was Dragon 8. Sponsored content. Han Sen looked directly at Dragon 8. He was like all the other dragons Han Sen had witnessed before, in that he was extremely strong and exuded a frightening presence. His life force looked like a volcano that was in the midst of an eruption. The dragons were fearless and confident, and even through their plates of armor, Han Sen could recognize them in an instant. Han Sen had fought many dragons by this point, so he knew much about them. Dragon 8 sure seemed different from Dragon 9, though. He had gold armor that didn't look too different from the four-faced, eight-armed Buddha soul armor. He didn't hold a dragon spear, though. Instead, he just stood before Han Sen with his fists. Both of them wore gold armor. Dragon 8 was 3 meters tall, whereas Han Sen was 2 meters tall. And Han Sen did not have muscle like Dragon 8. His figure was quite slim, by comparison. And Dragon 8 had those intimidating dragon wings. It all made Dragon 8 appear much stronger than Han Sen. They are both wearing gold armor, but why does Dragon 8 look so elegant, whereas Dollar looks practically disheveled? This is Dragon 8 of the dragon. They naturally possess that elegant presence. Elites from a smaller place cannot exude the presence of such nobility. Yeah. Now it looks like only one of them is a noble, and the other is a cheap knockoff. But that Dollar doesn't look weak. Perhaps he will be able to make Dragon 8 sweat and get us more information. I hope he lasts long enough for us to learn something valuable. When our heirs fight Dragon 8, it will be far easier for them to win. The dragons and the demons that watched the fight weren't happy. They had been watching Dollar for some time, and they knew he was a tough foe. Especially Dragon 9 and the others. They really worried about Dragon 8. They weren't worried about Dragon 8 not winning, though. They were merely worried over the mysterious Dollar and his unknown capabilities. They did not want to see Dragon 8 get tricked. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Note: please download the sponsor's game to support us. On a mountain that was composed of black stones, Dragon 8 calmly looked down upon his opponent Han Senator. He began slowly flapping his wings. Each flap was stronger than the last. He was different from Dragon 9 and the others. Dragon 8 was not fond of the traditional dragon spears that the others favored. He vastly preferred using his own body as a weapon. He was confident in his own abilities as his greatest asset. Dragon 8's body tore through the fabric of space and appeared directly in front of Han Senator. His fist was like a rocket of steel, primed to strike Han Sen's head. Before the fist landed, though, his gold draconic presence was ruptured with lightning. Han Sen did not dodge. Instead, he raised his fist up to meet his opponent's strike. Pang! The fists came at each other, and when they collided, both of their bodies rattled. But even so, neither of them fell back an inch. They only leaned backwards, with their arms still forward. It all transpired within a single second. And before the onlookers could blink, their bodies had straightened out again. They each bounced back with another punch. Their fists came at each other repeatedly, then. Dragon 8 and Han Sen were frozen in the skies of battle, with fists hitting fists over and over. That dollar's body is remarkably strong. He can actually fight Dragon 8, right off the bat. Many people and creatures were impressed by the spectacle. Dragons were the bravest across the whole universe. Everyone knew they were strong, and Dragon 8 was the strongest of the current generation. His dragon body was top class, and there was no doubt about that. A marquise of a race that had never been heard of before was now fighting against that dragon body. Dollar's gold figure now seemed a little spooky. Evil Eye had finished his fight around this time. He was spared what little trouble a fight would cost, too, for his opponent had conceded. After looking over the roster of current fights, Evil Eye's first thought was to look for Lone Bamboo. But surprisingly, Lone Bamboo had finished his own fight, as well. So, Evil Eye looked at a few other places. Some others he was interested in were still fighting, but many had finished already. He decided to take a look at Dragon 8 and there, he found Han Sen fighting in a way that shocked him. Evil Eye had only wanted to see Dragon 8, but when he saw the fight, his focus immediately shifted to Han Sr. "What are you looking at?" A little girl stood next to him. She pulled his hand, raised her head, and stared right at him. She looked so curious. "I have seen a guy who quite interests me," Evil Eye said simply. When the little girl heard that, the curious look on her face vanished. She looked disappointed, and she said, He must be a dead man walking, then. Interesting ones always die early." "Yes, that is their destiny. The blame cannot be laid on me." Evil Eye smiled. The little girl smiled, too. "Why do interesting people always die early? Does God not like them?" Evil Eye shook his head. "No. God loves them. That is why they get to experience so many interesting things. They are usually dangerous, though, and that is why they die earlier than most." "I guess that makes sense." The little girl felt as if something was amiss, but she couldn't quite tell what it was. The little girl then proceeded to ask, "Is this interesting man you're talking about going to die soon?" "He won't die all that easily," Evil Eye said, with a slump of his shoulders. "What if he ends up meeting you?" the little girl asked, blinking. "I don't like people who are more interesting than me," Evil Eye said coldly. The two of them walked towards an old city, hand in hand. The little girl repeatedly asked him questions. Pang! A scary power broke across the mountain, cutting a massive crater in its craggy surface. Han Sen and Dragon 8's bodies were sent flying by the impact. They both flew back exactly 50 meters. They looked at each other across the pit. "This is a good fight. But I'm afraid we are only just getting started." "I hope you can last longer," Dragon 8 said. Then, his body burst at the seams with a massive dragon light. He became taller, and his form rippled with muscles. Ghost dragon scales spread all over him, becoming an armor set. His body looked to have been made of gold. The xenogenic Dragon 8 was even stronger. The gold dragon air became an evil breaker dragon light. It was different from Dragon 9's evil breaker dragon light. Dragon 8's evil breaker dragon light wasn't as concentrated, but it had a mass of power that Dragon 9 had lacked. Dragon 8's xenogenic dragon body was in the air now, and it didn't attack yet. Its gold eyes peered down at Han Sr. "My gold dragon body is indestructible. I hope you are prepared." Han Sen looked at Dragon 8 and quietly reprimanded him. "You shouldn't reveal your powers to the enemy. The dragon are fearless. Even if the whole world knows my powers, it is fine. I will still win," Dragon 8 said. He then flapped his wings and teleported directly in front of Han's senator, but this time, Dragon 8 didn't just use his fists. When he approached, his whole body became a lethal weapon. It was like a mercury spill that sought to ravage Han Sen's body with a flurry of constant attacks. finger, palm, fist, elbow, leg, knee, back, wing, horn, leg, shoulder. Even the gold dragon's hair became a lethal weapon. When his body moved, there was power. Dragon 8's entire body became a gold-killing machine. Dragon 8 had completely abandoned defense, as all his skills were based on attacking. After all those unleashed attacks, Dragon 8 became stronger. Like waves, stacking together, the dragon light grew larger. Han Sen was something of a grandmaster when it came to close-quarter combat. He wasn't outmatched by Dragon 8, and so he could counter every strike, using finger against finger and palm against palm. Han Sen was able to break every attack Dragon 8 attempted. Dragon 8's attacks were strong like a swelling tide, but he lacked defense. If his attacks were flawed, then he would be open to a strike. Han Sen found his opportunity, and his hand became a knife as it swiped across Dragon 8's chest. A firework of sparks erupted as he sliced through the gold dragon scales to expose his flesh and gold blood. Dragon 8 showed no concern for the wound he had just incurred, though. He continued to attack Han Sen, as if the injured body was not even his. And what's more, the wound healed in a second, anyway. Not even a scar remained. Pang! Because Han Sen had just struck Dragon 8, it was too late for him to dodge the counterstrike. He used his arm to block Dragon 8's fist, but the armor shielding his arm was broken by Dragon 8's blow. Han Sen's body was sent back 50 meters before he was able to come to a stop and stabilize himself. His feet had dug trenches in the ground all the way. Dragon 8 roared and did not relent in his assault. He was too strong to be suppressed now. It is no wonder that the dragon are considered the bravest in the world. With an attack power like this, they do not have to fear anyone on the same level. Han Sen complimented his opponent. His power wasn't as great as Dragon 8's. Jade skin made his body sturdier, but when it leveled up to Marquise, it gave him some ice powers, too. The evolution wasn't entirely focused on making his body sturdier, so when compared to the gold dragon body, he was in inferior shape. Han Sen could not use jade skin godlights in this fight, or people might suspect he was Han Senator if he had been able to, though, he'd have fared a much better chance. Dragon 8 was continuously growing stronger. Han Sen was at a vast disadvantage right now, and even the spectators were surprised by how things were turning out. Dragon 8 is very powerful. With this much strength, felling dukes must be an easy feat. The race of the dragon is getting stronger. Dragon 8 is only the 8th of this generation, as well. He is so strong. No one of the same level can ever hope to beat him. Dollar is not bad, I'll give him that. After all, he has pushed Dragon 8 to this point. This was the first time he has had to make use of his gold dragon body in a ranked fight. Dollar is actually quite strong. He must be one of the best marquises in the universe. If he didn't have the misfortune of being pitted against Dragon 8, he could definitely have gone much further. I bet reaching the top 10 would not be all that difficult for him. What a shame. Dragons are still the strongest. With the power that they wield, and with the addition of gold dragon bodies, Dragon 8 can most certainly challenge Evil Eye. I think so. Gold dragon body makes Dragon 8 invincible, but adding to that, his attack power seems to know no bounds. It keeps increasing. If his gold dragon body is strong enough, he could very well engage a king. Fighting a king is a bit of an exaggeration, I think. No matter how strong his gold dragon body is, he cannot withstand the power that a king wields. But if this continues, he could definitely rival a duke without much trouble. Inside Sky Palace, Yun Sui, Yun Susheng, Thousand Feather Crane, and First Day were watching the fights together. Yun Sui was shocked. The dragon is so powerful. I think the bodies of the sky might be weaker than theirs. Thousand Feather Crane nodded and said, as one of the 10 higher races, the dragon are indeed stronger than we are. But simple vitality isn't our area of expertise. Battles always boil down to one thing, and that is a fighter's skills in combat. But yes, this Dragon 8 is the most physically powerful. Out of those in Sky Palace, I believe only Lone Bamboo can challenge him. What about Han Sen? Yun Sui said. Han Sen is strong, but he is not of the sky. I am merely comparing the sky and the dragon. Thousand Feather Crane smiled at Yun Sui. Yun Sui blushed. I was just saying. We don't know where Han Sen even is right now, anyway. First Day sighed. After First Day spoke, Yun Sui immediately looked depressed. Yun Susang said, didn't Mr. Dream say that Han Sen is still alive, though? Mr. Dream isn't one to tell lies. I am sure he will be back here soon enough. I know he will be. It's just a shame he could not participate in the Geno being scroll, Yun Sui said. Han Sen saw that Dragon 8 was growing stronger and stronger without any sign of stopping. Han Sen had managed to hurt him a few times, but after each wound, Dragon 8's recovery powers proved too much. He was like new moments after every injury. Han Sen couldn't use his teeth powers, and even if he could, it might not have proven able to tear the gold dragon body to shreds. Dragon 8 was correct in what he had spoken. There was no need for him to be afraid of anyone on the same level as him. Even if the opponent knew about his powers beforehand, it was likely that there was nothing they could do to beat him. Han Sen could fight Dragon 8, but he could not use many of his powers now that he was in his dollar persona. So, he gave up fighting with Dragon 8. Giving up did not mean Han Sen was willing to lose, though. He just wanted this to be over. Dragon 8 was like a killing machine as he pursued Han. Senator Han Sen couldn't shake him, so he resolved to do something. Dragon 8's fist appeared in front of him again, and he gathered up something gold to challenge it. It was a coin, and it was aimed at Dragon 8's forehead. It went for him like a bolt of lightning. At such a close distance, Dragon 8 was unable to dodge. He wouldn't have thought of doing that anyway, even if he had enough time. He ignored the coin and continued coming for Han. Senator Han Sen threw a punch at Dragon 8. His fist slipped silently through the air and was immediately repulsed. Han Sen's body floated up like a cloud as he was punched away. Han Sen hung weightlessly in the sky, but he looked down upon Dragon 8 calmly. The coin was fixed to Dragon 8's forehead now. Dragon 8 crouched and then flapped his wings, wanting to close the distance and return to battling Han Sen up in the sky. But when he flapped his dragon wings, he found himself unable to lift off. He was still on the ground. Everyone was shocked, not sure what was going on. It seemed that something was wrong with Dragon 8. It seemed like he was being held back by something, but the dragon's evil breaker powers should have been able to remove any ailment put upon them. Seal powers would not work on them, and that was half the reason why they were considered invincible. But right now, Dragon 8 was being suppressed by some force. He was unable to fly, which put him in a dire position. You are too cocky. The dragon body is definitely strong, but it isn't impervious to everything, Han Sen said with certainty as he hung in the air. Dragon 8 roared, and his dragon light erupted like a volcano. He grabbed the coin on his forehead and tried to rip it off. But no matter how much dragon light he released, the coin was still stuck to his forehead. It wouldn't come off. Many people saw Dragon 8 trying to remove the coin from his forehead. Instead of attacking, Han Sen just drifted in the sky, watching Dragon 8 struggle with the coin. No matter how much he tried, though, the coin remained fixed to his forehead. Dragon 8 was angry. He did not care about the coin. He wanted to get Han Sen, and so he threw a punch into the dragon light on his fist blasted out like a volcano, but when Dragon 8 stepped forward, his knees went soft and buckled. He fell to his knees on the ground. When he had tried to attack Han Sen, his body immediately buckled under the pressure. Everyone was shocked to see a coin suppress an elite like Dragon 8 in such a manner. It was a skill that no one had heard of before. Published at 27th of March 2026 20 and 8 seconds AM Chapter 2120, 2120 Chapter 2120 Fearless Dragon Sponsored Content Ding. The number displayed upon the coin was 1. When Dragon 8 stepped forward, that figure became 2. Already, the pressure upon him was twice as heavy. That was precisely why Dragon 8 had fallen to his knees with such a force that the earth caved in. What kind of Geno art is this? It can suppress even the dragon. I've never heard of something like this before. He must have a body that is as mighty as the dragon. And with a creepy Geno art like that? Whoa. Humans are scary things. I wonder where these humans come from. If we are able to claim this race and fold them into our own, they could prove very useful. The elites, seeing the name dollar and the race name of human, looked strange. Ideas began to hatch inside their heads. Dragon 8 stood up from the ground, swinging a wild punch aimed at Han Sen. His body was still suppressed by the coin, though, so the punch moved slowly. It was also rather weak, for he needed most of his power to hold back the force of the coin upon him. Han Sen remained motionless in the air, not even bothering to dodge. He simply punched Dragon 8's gold dragon light and shattered it. Ding! The figure on the coin jumped from 2 to 3. The pressure increased even more. Dragon 8 suffered an enhanced amount of force. He had suspected an increase such as this could come about, so he had readied himself to withstand it without falling. Coin, which Han Sen had modified, still had that special connection with him. Just like Han Sen's saving money skill, the coin would increase pressure the more Han Sen imbued it with power. But the only downside to this was that Han Sen had to use his own power to increase the pressure. If he was interrupted during this process, the force of gravity would come to an end. Dragon 8 would not be able to interrupt Han Sen easily, though. He had been too confident in his gold dragon body. If he had used his gold dragon body to try and break the coin before it landed or perhaps even dodge it, he would not have found himself in such a situation. Sponsored Content Ding. The number on the coin changed once more. It had now gone from 3 to 4. Dragon 8's body began to tremble beneath the weight, and it was becoming incredibly difficult to move in the slightest. That Geno art is too scary. It's still increasing pressure. Thousand Feather Crane was shocked. It wasn't only Thousand Feather Crane feeling this way, though. All who looked upon this fight were surprised, and chills ran down their spines. Seeing someone like Dragon 8 get suppressed like that made their heads itch. If Dollar attacked Dragon 8 now, it was unlikely that Dragon 8 could repel the attack or fight back. He was going to lose. Han Sen wanted to see how strong Dragon 8 really was, though. He did not attack. Instead, he just increased the amount of power in the coin. Han Sen had a bit of a grudge against the dragon, and dealings with them were likely far from over. Knowing more about what they could withstand might prove beneficial. Killing Dragon 8 here would not affect the dragon, but getting information from him would be a boon Han Sen would not be silly not to gather. Ding! When the coin reached the number of 7, the rocks beneath Dragon 8's feet were crushed like tofu. His body began to sink lower into the stony ground. Pang! Dragon 8's head leaned forward as his whole body began to sink into the rocks. Pang! Sponsored content, no way. Is Dragon 8 really going to lose? How is Dragon 8 being manhandled like this? That dollar is quite good. We should think of a way to avoid suffering that particular skill. Everyone was so scared as they watched. They had been so sure Dragon 8 would win the battle, but there had been a grand twist. Dragon 8 was the one that was losing. Ha! 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 Suddenly, Dragon 8 started to laugh from his place within the stone. What are you laughing at? Han Sen looked at Dragon 8 with interest. As he cackled like a madman, Dragon 8 said, I am so happy. It has been so long since someone has been able to push me to do this. You and your Geno art are strong. And this. After Dragon 8 said that, he raised his hand and cut through his own head with a knife. Catcha! The gold dragon blood spilled. The scales and the bones broke. He had cut a part of his own head off. The clean cut revealed the brain inside, quivering within his skull. Then, he lopped some of the brain matter off. The part that the coin had been attached to fell to the ground. Dragon 8 was free again, and he pulled himself out of the stone. After standing up, his head swiftly healed itself. It left no mark. Sponsored content, I told you. My gold dragon body makes me an immortal. You are strong, I'll give you that, and if you fought someone of another race, they'd definitely lose, but against someone like me? You can't win. I can cut off a part of my own head and be as right as rain. Dragon 8 was simmering with rage. After he spoke, that rage burst forth to consume the Brother 8 is so strong. It does not matter how strong your Geno art is. Brother 8 can cut his own head off without trouble. Why would he be afraid of your Geno art? Awesome, Brother 8. Dragons are awesome. Dragon 9 and the rest of the dragon audience were in sheer delight. Seeing Dragon 8 stand back up gave them a huge boost of morale. The other elites that had witnessed this scene were all frozen. The gold dragon body is so strong. If this was another person going up against him, he'd definitely lose. The gold dragon body can't be beaten. The dragon must have been blessed by God himself. Such a powerful body existing is a blessing for every race, but the dragon is only number 8. It is no wonder they are considered the bravest of all kinds. Dollar is in trouble now. This fight is certainly quite interesting. Dragon 8 looked at Han Sen, who was up in the sky. He looked as if he wanted to fight so badly, and now, the gold dragon light looked like lava. It made his whole body look like it was burning. Dollar. Use your powers all you like, but the dragon are fearless. Dragon 8 raised his head and pointed at Han Sen, who was aloft in the sky. That presence was everywhere. It felt like even God might have to obey the will of the dragon. It is a shame you have already lost, Han Sen said sadly. What do you mean? Dragon 8 frowned. Han Sen did not answer, and he merely pointed at Dragon 8's forehead. Everyone looked at where Han Sen was pointing. And when they saw what he referenced, their eyes opened wide. The coin that had been cut from Dragon 8's head was now back on this forehead. Pang! That powerful gold dragon body fell back to the ground immediately. A deep dragon-shaped sinkhole formed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Note: please download the sponsors game to support us. Published at 27th of March 2026 20 and 8 seconds AM Chapter 2121, 2121 Chapter 2121 The name of $sponsored content. Dragon 8 tried to force himself to get up, but the figure on the coin was displaying a mighty number 8. His hands trembled in exertion as he attempted to rise, but nothing came of it. He couldn't get up. Dragon 8's dragon fire was burning like a bonfire, but try as he might to rise, he just couldn't get back on his feet. Ding! The number on the coin was now an almighty 9. Dragon 8 couldn't hold the force back anymore. His hands were pressed into stones that buckled under the weight and crumbled, leaving him to slowly sink into the earth. Dragon 8 roared and cut off half of his own head again. His body was free for a sparse few moments, but the coin appeared back on his forehead in precisely the same spot in less than a second. Pang! There was a loud noise, and Dragon 8's body slammed back into the ground. All of the people and creatures watching this horrid spectacle were frozen. The elites of the dragon were dismayed at Dollar's chilling performance. When the coin's number ticked over to 10, Dragon 8 could no longer resist. He collapsed and let his body sink into the earth without restraint. Gritting his teeth, Dragon 8 tore up the sheet of paper. With a body contorted under the tremendous pressure, he left the Geno being scroll in defeat. Sponsored content. The fight came to an end, but when all was done, no one was sure how to describe what they had just witnessed. No one had ever heard of a human, and what was that Geno art? An unknown name had suddenly shot to stardom faster than the speed of light. Although Han Sen did not tell anyone the Geno art's name, it was commonly referred to as coin. Coin is awesome. It was even able to pin down Dragon 8. Dollar is incredible. His body is as strong as a dragon's. It's rare to see a performance like that even amongst the higher races. Human. What is this race? I've tried to do some research, but I haven't found anything about their origin. I couldn't find anything about them either. Did he make them up? He might have, but that does not discredit how strong Dollar himself really is. If he keeps winning like this, he is sure to go up against Lone Bamboo of the Sky. Now that will be a show to watch. Everyone in the universe was raving about the human Dollar and his coin. But two women in particular were gritting their teeth. Sponsored content. Dollar. You are finally here. Isha's face turned dark. She had sought Dollar for the longest time, but since their last encounter, she had found no trace of him. Dollar was now participating in the Geno being scroll, but where he was joining from, she hadn't a clue. In that universe, the Geno being scroll could be entered from anywhere. The other person who hated Dollar was called Higher. She wanted her revenge on him. She had used the resources of the pirates to learn of his whereabouts, but she had come up empty. These two women ground their teeth. It was torture to watch Dollar merrily waltz his way through every opponent he encountered in the Geno being scroll. And on top of that, there was nothing they could do about it. Isha's next opponent was sure to be in bad luck. She was on a king-class battlefield, whereas Dollar was on a marquise battlefield. They couldn't fight no matter how much she wanted to, but all that pent-up rage had to go somewhere. And that meant her next combatant would be the unfortunate recipient. The poor king that went up against Isha was swiftly wrecked. He couldn't fight back in the least. If he hadn't ripped up the paper quickly, it'd have been a fairly brutal murder. F***CKU. It's just a ranked match. You don't need to hit that hard. The king cradled his battered body and started to fancy some revenge himself. Dollar became incredibly famous. The title of Human Dollar was one of much renown now, and it wasn't just the marquises that were interested in him. Because of how mysterious Dollar was, people became all the more fascinated with his Geno art. The contestants who knew they would have to face Dollar researched his Geno art even more frantically than the rest. If they couldn't find a way to counter coin, they knew that they'd lose in a most spectacular fashion. Sponsored content. Every race sent a researcher to watch Dollar's fights. They desperately wanted to discover a way in which they might deal with a hostile Dollar. Every time a new Geno art was discovered, such things would take place. The pursuit of knowledge was always ongoing. But the Geno arts usually researched were king-class or deified Geno arts. Lower-tier Geno arts rarely drew much attention. Coin was cast by a marquise, so it was strange for so many people to invest time in researching it. The reason why every race focused on coin was because coin was able to suppress even the dragon's evil breaker powers. It also seemed as if it could keep growing in strength. Those 2 points were enough to draw the attention of every race. And this was only a marquise's use of it. They worried about what could be achieved if a king or deified person used it. Just thinking about that was enough to give such dreamers a chill. If they could not find a way to overcome Coin, the kings would never feel safe. But after the fight with Dragon 8, no other opponent had been able to get Han Sen to cast Coin. Han Sen beat them all with simple strength. It was something that came as a grand disappointment to those who wished to research Coin in finer detail. Little Flower came against his next opponent, and it was a white tiger. Little Flower swung his fist, and when the little fist was going to come into contact with the white tiger's face, he disappeared and appeared behind the tiger. The fist was driven in the direction of the tiger's bum. Seeing the fist on its way to smack its butt, the tiger's body blurred. Little Flower punched through the tiger, revealing it to be little more than a shadow. Behind Little Flower, the tiger bared its teeth in a savage grin. Its claws were like lightning, soaring to strike Little Flower's skin. But in the next second, the white tiger's smile froze. When it touched Little Flower, the boy's body was revealed to be a shadow, too. Another Little Flower appeared to the left of the tiger. He kicked the creature in the belly. The white tiger disappeared the moment Little Flower's foot came into contact with its belly. The two of them then flashed and flashed between each other around the mountain. They disappeared and reappeared continuously, making spectators dizzy. He really is from Sacred. He can fight the white tiger's teleportation. The dog-faced elder standing in the desert frowned. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Note: please download the sponsors game to support us. Published at 28th of March 2025 45 and 7 seconds AM Chapter 2122, 2122 Chapter 2122 Sacred's Power Sponsored Content. Han Little Flower and the White Tiger were engaged in a lengthy battle, and it was incredibly difficult to determine who the victor would be. But after a while, Han Little Flower suddenly stopped moving. His legs became very still, and he placed his hands against each other. A great opportunity has opened, the white tiger shouted, as it flashed behind Han Little Flower's back. Its claws were raised and ready to fall upon the boy's head, looking like sharp white talons. They were as frightening as any weapon. Han Little Flower did not move, aside from crossing his arms. But as he did so, the environment around them started to twist and distort. The white tiger's attack had almost reached Little Flower, but as it approached, its speed was suddenly slowed. Everything about the scene now seemed to be playing out in slow motion. When Han Little Flower turned around, though, he seemed completely unaffected by the slowing effect. He threw a lightning-fast punch into the white tiger's belly. The slowed white tiger was unable to react, and he most certainly couldn't teleport away in time. All he could do was watch as his opponent's fist came driving into his stomach. Pang! The white tiger's face was brutally disfigured as the force caused his eyes to burst from their sockets. He immediately heaved up a bucket of blood, and his entire form started to fly backwards. All this occurred in slow motion, of course. Every spectator was able to finally inspect the tiger's every distraught emotion. It was weird and almost creepy. Little Flower moved to catch up with the still slow white tiger. He threw more punches without hesitation. They came thick and fast, morphing the white tiger's face into pitiable mush. The changes still occurred in slow motion, however, and while it was creepy, it was also mildly humorous to see. Sacred power. He has a holy body. How? Sacred has a real heir. The old man with the head of a dog stared in disbelief. His shock was so great that he almost dropped his staff. Sponsored content. Powerful elites all across the universe found themselves trembling in their boots. They shivered in pangs of fear at what they had just witnessed. Sacred, really sacred. How? A holy body cannot be passed on. Why? One particularly frightened elite found himself screaming aloud. Although Little Flower's power was nothing to them right now, it was all about the long-term development of those powers. It was the future prospect that had them quivering in fear. Ha! Ha! Sacred has an air. Someone can actually make use of Sacred's powers. Wow, this is so very interesting. Those old guys better go put their diapers on, because they must be peeing themselves right now. Sacred being here, though, I wonder if that means they are finally able to pay their debt. At the end of the world, a man watched Little Flower fighting and laughed. He laughed so hard, he almost found himself crying. Pang! The white tiger was lying on the ground now, his face swollen beyond recognition. Stop! Stop it! I concede, the white tiger exclaimed. He wished to rip up the paper of his registration, but unfortunately, he was way too slow to do it in time. It was likely he was going to die before he had the chance to tear it up. Han Little Flower, hearing the white tiger's plea, halted his fist in midair. He relented, and simply looked upon the white tiger. The dimension around the white tiger untwisted. The flow of time returned to normal for the white tiger, and the physics of Little Flower's last blow took over, carrying the tiger back with the speed of an arrow. Boom! Sponsored content. The tiger's body punched a hole into a big mountain behind it. The white tiger came crawling out of the pit. It had the audacity to look at Little Flower and growl at him. Do not even think about being so cocky. I'm only 10 years old. When I grow up, I'll bang your mom so hard, she won't even recognize you. 10. Wow! You're so much older than me. Did you know that I am only 6 years old? Han Little Flower blinked at the creature. Pat-ong! The white tiger almost hit the ground after hearing that. Everyone else heard it, too, and onlookers across the universe stared with open mouths. If what he had just said was true, then that was terrifying. It was wild enough that he had become a viscount at the age of 6, but to then go on and defeat all the powerful and more renowned viscounts occupying the same league as him was something incredibly grave. The old elites, hearing what he had to say for himself, almost wet themselves. Inside the land of the pirates, Hire visited a strange castle. She knocked at its stone gate and said, "Sister Kuan, are you here?" "Miss Hire, why have you come here?" "I thought you hated this place, and complained that it was too dirty and too ugly for your liking." The stone gate opened, and when it did, a woman came walking out. That woman looked fairly strange. She looked like a human wearing armor at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it was obvious that the garb wasn't actually clothing. It was a part of her. Of her face, only her jaw and mouth were human-like. The rest of her face and body were shelled in a carapace. And very much like an insect, her eyes were insectoid, too. Sponsored content behind her, a set of insect wings spread and vibrated strangely. Hire lifted her lips and said, "I have a problem, of course. Why else would I ever want to visit this dump?" "Okay, so what do you need me for, miss?" Sister Kuan asked with a warm smile. "Your next opponent is Dollar, isn't it?" Hire said with a squint in her eyes. "Yes, that is correct." Sister Kuan also nodded in confirmation. "Good. You have to beat him, no matter what. Do you think you stand a chance of killing him?" Bayer asked roughly. Sister Kuan smiled. "That Dollar is strong. Coin is strong. Even Dragon 8 lost to him. You know that, don't you? But even so, well. I suppose his power is nothing compared to mine. My power will beat him easily." Sister Kuan then changed her tone of voice and asked, "But why do you want me to kill him so badly?" "That is none of your business. Just get this done and I'll see that you are handsomely rewarded," Hire said. "As you command, my lady." This so-called dollar is a dead man. Sister Kuan looked confident. Good. Hire nodded, as her teeth itched in remembrance of what dollar had done to her. When Han Sen looked at his next opponent, he thought it was strange. His opponent's name was simply listed as Kuan. The list also said she was of the pirate, and that was one thing Han Sen was familiar with. Not many pirates joined the Geno-ranked fights. I wonder what Kuan's power is like, though. Han Sen went on the internet to learn more about her, but he couldn't find much of anything that was helpful. Aside from a few famous pirates, little was known about most of their members. And this lack of fame applied to Kuan, too. It is a shame that Hire did not think to join. If she did, I could surely benefit from her involvement. She sure likes to dish out treasures. Seeing the name pirate, Han Sen thought back to Hire and the treasures she frequently possessed. Hacho. Hire was going home, but all of a sudden, she sneezed. Ugh, why am I getting ill? Have I been staying up too late recently? Hire said, while rubbing her nose. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Note: please download the sponsors game to support us. Published at 28th of March 2025 45 and 7 seconds AM Chapter 2123, 2123 Chapter 2123 Small Bug Power. The next set of bouts in the Geno being scroll was underway. When Han Sen was transported into his next battleground, he found himself standing in a forest that was tangled with a copious number of trees. Sponsored content across the entire universe, many different races tuned it to spectate Han Sen's fight. Han Sen's contest was now receiving more attention than the fight of any king. It appears that Dollar's next opponent is Kuan of the pirate. The pirates are fairly mysterious, aren't they? They have many elites and their powers are, for lack of a better word, strange. I am really hoping Kuan is going to cause him trouble. She needs to put him in a sticky spot that will prompt him to use coin again, so that we can get a better look at it. Clear Sea King was currently speaking with King Rosa. Clear Sea King and King Rosa had been sent there to investigate the enigmatic Dollar's ability, widely dubbed coin. Even though they weren't very interested in watching Marquis's fight, they were looking forward to seeing Han Sen's performance. King Rosa nodded and said, Dollar is indeed strong, but pirates don't put up with weak, middle-of-the-road characters amongst their ranks either. Perhaps we will be able to find out something through this fight. Even if we are unable to, later, when Dollar faces off against Lone Bamboo, we are guaranteed to see it again. It's all just a matter of time. Clear Sea King and King Rosa weren't the only ones trying to research Han Sen. Even Sky Path Garden of Sky Palace had tasked a whole bunch of researchers to observe Han Sen's fight in the hope of seeing coin again. Han Sen looked around, but all he could see amidst that forest was trees. He couldn't see his enemy lurking anywhere nearby. Han Sen frowned and took off into the air. He wanted to fly above the trees of the forest and see if he could spot his enemy from the air. But when his body lifted off of the ground, he saw a swarm of bugs begin filtering down from the top of the trees. They were all very small like flies, and they flew quickly. Like a black cloud, they came forward to try to cloak Han Sen. Han Sen swiftly tapped into his Dongxian Sutra's simulation abilities and attuned his powers to fire. He threw a punch towards the bugs once he was set, which sent a comet of fire soaring through the swarm. Sponsored content. The cloud of insects was charred into ash, and not a single one of the critters was left alive. You are good. Realizing that bugs are afraid of fire means you are smart, and on top of that, you have the ability to wield fire, too. A woman's voice sounded from someplace amidst the forest, but Han Sen still couldn't see her. It was as if her voice was coming from all directions at once. Why are you hiding? Come on out and fight me. These petty little tricks won't work on me, Han Sen said calmly. The woman's voice sounded once more, but this time, it was mocking. Tricks. Well, you might like this next trick. Let's give it a try, shall we? As soon as she stopped speaking, another swarm of bugs came crawling out of a tree. So thick were their numbers, it was like a black fog headed right for Han Sen. Han Sen wreathed himself in fire. As the flames torched every bug in his proximity, Han Sen moved to one of the trees and punched it with all his might. That tree was hollow on the inside. Something had been hiding within, but whatever it was gone now. Oh, were you looking for me? Finding me won't be that easy. If you want to find me, you'll have to try harder than that. Ha! Ha! The woman's laugh echoed all across the boughs of that infinite forest. The bugs kept coming to attack Han Sen, but the fire that enveloped him was enough to incinerate any that came too close. Fortunately, none were actually able to do anything to him. Sponsored content. Ugh, your bugs are useless. Why are you wasting my time? Han Sen stood in the middle of the bug fog, while the flames around him raged even hotter. All the bugs that came close were burned to a crisp, and a pungent smell of charred corpses began to fill the forest. You are right. The woman's voice sounded once again, and the bugs ran off. In an instant, they scurried out of sight. Han Sen could see far through the forest, and as he peered down a long stretch, he saw a woman appear from behind a tree. She seemed to be clad in armor. I have heard that your coin is powerful. It will interest me to see how good it really is. Kuan stood at a great distance away from Han Sen, but her voice still reached him without trouble. Han Sen put away his fire powers. He wished to say something, but all of a sudden, a frown crossed his face. He used his fingers to pick up a tiny bug. It was so small that it was barely visible to the naked eye. It was practically invisible. That small bug almost landed in the space between the joints of his armor. Even though Han Sen had managed to capture and hold it between his fingers, he did not crush it. The fiend even squirmed in his grip, trying to return to what it had been doing. Pat! Sponsored content. Han Sen used his fingers to crush the bug. A smile spread over Kuan's face. She clapped and said, "Powerful eyesight. It impresses me that you can see the products of my small bug power. I'd like to know just how much you can see. So, tell me, can you see this?" After that, Kuan disappeared from sight. And in that instant, Han Sen heard bugs coming at him from every direction. They appeared from every piece of bark and every leaf, and they even crawled out of the ground. These bugs were even ugly for your liking. The stone gate opened, and when it did, a woman came walking out. The audience could hear the noise of the bugs, but only the kings could actually discern where the bugs were. Not even the dukes were able to do that. Clear Sea King's eyes turned bright, and he smiled. Kuan's power is quite interesting. She turns her power into a vessel that is smaller than the size of bacteria. Even Dollar's full set of armor will have gaps and seams that the insects can take advantage of. Those bugs can probably fit into his face or even the pores of his skin. No matter how strong Dollar is, I believe avoiding something that small is out of the question for him. As Clear Sea King spoke, Han Sen wreathed himself in fire again. He was completely set ablaze. Although he could not see the small bugs coming for him, he could hear the sound of them dying whenever they came close to the heat that shielded him. Dollar, how long can you keep yourself on fire like that? A woman's voice sounded through the forest again, dripping with mockery. Han Sen did not speak. All he did was look around, hoping to catch sight of Kuan. King Rosa nodded. Kuan is rather smart. Her bugs of that microscopic size are way too small. Han Sen won't have a clue if he has any around him or not. He'll just have to keep burning to keep them from getting close. He doesn't know when or where those powers will come at him from. But if he keeps burning like this, it's only a matter of time before he runs out of energy. When he uses all that energy up, the small bug powers will finally get a chance to drill into his body and ravage him. Kuan is most certainly the one in control of this fight. And while this fight may lack the excitement we all crave, the stakes for dollar are continually increasing. We would all do well to learn from this, and understand that Carrot should never underestimate the pirate. All the audience members could tell Dollar was being toyed with. No matter how strong he was facing an invincible enemy. There was nothing he could do. I didn't know fights could go on like this. This woman is keeping Dollar from being able to make use of his powers like coin. She's suppressing him, well and truly. Kuan of the pirate is a most fearsome being. Yeah. Her powers are small like bacteria. We'd never know her critters were in our bodies until it was too late. Not knowing how you might die is quite a scary thought. If Kuan was a hitman, I'm sure her targets would be incredibly nervous. The thieves are killers. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Note, please download the sponsors game to support us. Published at 29th of March 2026 35 and 6 seconds AM Chapter 2124, 2124 Chapter 2124 Killing Bugs Sponsored Content, $. You can still tear up your paper and forfeit. It'd be a crying shame if you were to be suddenly killed, don't you think? Kuan's sarcastic tone echoed beneath the boughs of the forest ceiling. Yeah, but I can end this fight by simply killing you. That works, too, Han Sen replied calmly. Haha. That depends on whether or not you are able to find me first. Can you? Kuan laughed once again. Han Sen tried to listen carefully to her voice, but try as he might, he could not pinpoint the source. Han Sen quietly used his Dongxian aura to scan the vicinity, but there was no sign of Kuan anywhere. It actually made him frown. His Dongxian aura could scan an entire kilometer radius, but he wasn't picking up a trace of Kuan. That had to mean Kuan was a kilometer away from him, at the very least. She's not here, and yet she seems to be able to see everything, Han Sen thought to himself. He looked around at the small bugs and said, "Your real body isn't here, is it? You're probably watching me out of the eyes of these bugs. Is that right? So what if I am?" Kuan didn't sound happy about Han Sen's deduction. "It looks like I'm going to have to destroy your eyes," Han Sen said. Destroy my eyes? Kuan sounded as if she had heard something amusing. She laughed and said, "Every one of these bugs is a set of eyes for me. You can't even see them, so how do you expect to be able to destroy them all?" Sponsored content. The audience was in agreement with Kuan. The bugs were all far too small to be seen, and exhausting more power in killing them would only drain Dollar's energy even faster. That course of action didn't seem likely to help. These bugs are really quite scary. I am afraid she might be thousands of kilometers away. Those bugs have totally got Dollar in their grasp. A power that can shrink mighty things into a reduced size is often overlooked. It really can be a difficult power to deal with, and it makes Kuan a fearsome woman. I bet Kuan will become famous after this. I cannot believe a power like this can be as effective as what we are seeing. Compared to the fight between Dragon 8 and Dollar, Kuan is on another level of extremity. Perhaps her body isn't as strong as Dragon 8 and Dollar's, but she could render either of them powerless. Of course. Any Marquise participating in the Geno rank fights is powerful. The audience were all of a similar mindset right now, and they were all thinking the same thing. They envisioned themselves as Dollar and tried to imagine how they might make it out of the predicament he was currently in. That being said, no one thought that they had a sound solution. Kuan had vacated the immediate battleground, leaving Han Sen under the forest canopy with the bugs. Of course, Han Sen couldn't see those small bugs, and he had no clue when they might try to attack him. So, All he could do was keep the high-temperature fires going. But doing so was a constant drain on his power, and he knew that he couldn't last forever like that. And without being able to spot Kun, there was no chance of him actually winning. Even Clear Sea King and King Rosa couldn't think of a way in which he might turn the tables. Sponsored content. It would have been brilliant if Dollar had king powers. The powers of a king could annihilate an entire forest, with all the bugs being incinerated in the process. They'd no longer be a threat. But Han Sen was just a marquise. He didn't have the energy to perform grand area of effect spells. Even if the fire could stretch to encompass the entire forest, it wouldn't be strong enough to eliminate the bugs within. The bugs were very small, but that did not mean they were very weak. After all, the bugs were the creation of another marquise. Killing them would require the powers of a marquise. While everyone wondered how Dollar might sort out this situation, the fires that enveloped him were suddenly extinguished. Streams of smoke curled around him, leaving him exposed to the insect masses without any protection. Haha. Giving up already? If you're throwing in the towel, then I'll do you a favor and give you a second to tear up the paper for a proper forfeit. Kuen's derisive cackle echoed throughout the entire forest. Didn't I tell you I was going to destroy all of your eyes? Han Sen asked in feigned confusion. Huh? Even facing the prospect of death, you're stubborn enough to spew so much crap. Kuen summoned a horde of small bugs and sent them towards Han Sen. Those bugs were extremely small, and what's more, they were completely silent. Not even a duke could detect them. Han Sen had saved a lot of energy when he gave up the protection of the fire, but it also put him in a lot of danger. Yun Sui frowned and said, "What does Dollar want to do this time? Is he going to use his armor to block the bugs? No matter how fine its crafting is, there will always be a seam. Those bugs will wiggle their way in and attack through any joint or crevice." Sponsored content. He is not planning to block the bugs with the armor he wears, said a voice behind them. It belonged to Lone Bamboo. Brother Lone Bamboo. The Yun sisters and Thousand Feather Crane stood up and bowed to him. Lone Bamboo just gestured for them to sit, and he joined them as they did. Brother Lone Bamboo, you said Dollar isn't planning on using his armor to keep the bugs away. But he cannot see the bugs, so how will he know when they're near him? How do you keep out something like that? Yun Sui asked with much curiosity. Who said he cannot see the bugs? Lone Bamboo asked simply. Yun Sui and the others all fell silent. Before they could react, Dollar stood up. Pat! Han Sen raised his hand and flicked his finger while he was still airborne. A number of coins appeared, scattershotting the area like rain. When every coin fell, there was a pat noise to accompany it. It sounded as if each and every one of them had crushed something. After a minute, the observers recognized the noise. It sounded like the exoskeletons of tiny insects being crunched. Impossible. How can you see? Before Kuen could finish her question, her voice cut off. Her real body was not there, and she had been speaking through the bugs the entire time. The rain of coins had destroyed every bug, so she could no longer speak. The audience was stunned. It wasn't just because Han Sen could see and kill those bugs. What surprised them the most was the simple fact he could use that many coins at once. That meant coin doubled as an area of effect attack. It was a scary thing to consider. How was he able to see those small bugs? Even ordinary dukes cannot see them without eyesight talent. They would most certainly need to practice eye skills and techniques. Has he focused on developing his eyes? Hyer had been watching the fight, full of cocky confidence the entire time. Her smugness was quickly brought to an end by this revelation. Han Sen's Dongxian aura could trace the presence of any nearby substance. While the bugs might have been too small to see with the naked eye, the Dongxian aura made their presence obvious. They could not escape Han Sen's notice. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Note: please download the sponsors game to support us. Published at 29th of March 2020, 6:35 and 6 seconds AM. Chapter 2125. 2125 Chapter 2125 Coming for You. Sponsored content. Kuan was not in the present battleground, and when the small bugs were crushed, so too was her vision. She had now lost all sight of Han Sen. Kuan was taken aback by this, needless to say. The first thing she did, though, was spawn another swarm of small bugs with her small bug powers. They took off in flight, fanning across the area and rapidly searching for Han Sen. But before the bugs could find Han Sen, the place was doused in a golden light. Countless coins came raining down from the sky, crushing every single one of the bugs Kuan had spawned. Kuan was shocked. She spawned another host of small bugs as she moved away from the vicinity. Kuan regretted the fact she hadn't put more distance between herself and Han Sen earlier. Doubly so, after running a short while and seeing a gold shadow appear above her. Kuan screamed and flapped her wings in panic. Bugs came out of her in a swarm that was as thick as a fog. They went racing towards Han Sen, seeking to distract him while she made a desperate escape to save herself. Han Sen blasted the incoming swarm with a geyser of fire. His body was like a human flamethrower, and he scorched through the bug fog and appeared directly before Kuan. Kuan wished to turn and attack, but when she tried to do so, she lost control of her vision. Things began to spin. The world was swirling around her, and she could not reorient herself. Shortly after, she hit the ground and saw her own headless body drop to the forest floor. Seeing Han Sen cut Kuan's head off, Hyer became incredibly angry. After Kuan was decapitated, though, the paper of her registration did not get torn up. The reason why was soon revealed, as a bigger bug emerged from the brain inside her lopped-off head. The bug flew up and then shredded the paper itself. After that, the bug vanished from sight. It looks like not even Kuan has what it takes to overcome the power of coin. We need someone who has real power to face dollar and emerge victorious in a one-to-one bout. Sponsored content. I am afraid only Lone Bamboo might have what it takes. Kuan is very strong, but dollar is no average opponent. He was able to exploit her weakness. The audience was eager for more. Although Kuan had used a strange power to bring dollar some trouble, fights like that were not exciting enough. It didn't quench their thirst. So, most people immediately moved on to anticipating the fight between Dollar and Lone Bamboo. The genius of Sky Palace versus the mysterious Dollar. Before the fight was even to begin, people were talking about it everywhere. Many people believed Dollar would be the one to win, but many others thought Lone Bamboo could actually beat him. Both sides were adamant about their beliefs, and convincing the opposition seemed to be an impossible task. Many gambling organizations had placed the odds at a very even sum, suggesting not even those experts could determine who might be the winner. Han Sen knew that he was going to fight Lone Bamboo next, and although he really wanted to win, even he wasn't sure if he could defeat the powerful Sky. He had battled Lone Bamboo once before, and neither of them bested the other. Their last bout ended in a draw. Lone Bamboo had suffered a terrible swelling of emotions, and he eventually put his knife away. I wonder how much Lone Bamboo has grown since then. Will he still lose control to a flare-up of bad emotions? Han Sen did not want to encounter Lone Bamboo, but he did have a simmering excitement for it that he could not deny. He wanted to fight him as much as he didn't. Dragon 8 was physically more powerful than Lone Bamboo, but while Dragon 8 was like a perfect killing machine, Lone Bamboo was as refined as art. Killing machines were perfect in the way they were big and scary. Their greatest weakness, however, was in the flexibility of their talents. They often lacked diversity and breadth in their skills, and so they could not adapt to changing situations. On the other hand, Lone Bamboo's capabilities were always stunning, even to elites. His strength was nowhere near perfect, but it was beautiful. And that often took people by surprise. Sponsored content. If Han Sen had to select an opponent for life, it would be Lone Bamboo. Dragon 8 was a dangerous opponent, but Han Sen already understood him. He could calculate what a person like Dragon 8 would do, winning or losing. But Lone Bamboo always had something up his sleeve, and he could always do things that his opponents would never expect. Han Sen had joined the Geno being scroll to gain fame and draw the attention of that so-called god. He had achieved his goal by now. He had established his name, and it no longer mattered if he won or lost. But even so, Han Sen wanted to win the fight against Lone Bamboo. In Sky Palace, Lone Bamboo sat inside a stone pavilion. There was a teacup beside him, but he did not move it. He simply looked up at the moon in space. What do you think of Dollar? The Sky Palace leader suddenly appeared in the stone pavilion. He is a very strong individual, Lone Bamboo answered. How so? When the Sky Palace leader asked this, he did so with a smile. Feeling, Lone Bamboo quietly answered. Feeling. The Sky Palace leader raised an eyebrow in surprise. Lone Bamboo dipped into serious thought for a moment. His body is strong like an elite dragon's. His coin can suppress someone like Dragon 8, and if he summons it in large quantities, it can annihilate a swarm of insects. But to me, that is not the scariest thing. What scares me is what I feel when I watch him fight. What feelings does he stir within you? The Sky Palace leader asked. Sponsored content. He makes me think he is indestructible, Lone Bamboo said with a tone of gravitas. The Sky Palace leader nodded and asked him, what are you planning to do? Lone Bamboo stood up and seriously told him, I plan to win. Good. The Sky Palace leader patted him on the shoulder and said nothing more. After Lone Bamboo left the pavilion, a woman with a black mask appeared by the side of the Sky Palace leader. She quietly said, do you think Lone Bamboo has what it takes to win? You don't have to doubt the abilities of Lone Bamboo, the Sky Palace leader said. You shouldn't say that. And that isn't what I asked. I am asking you if you think he will win. The black-masked woman stared at him. The Sky Palace leader opened his hands and said, you saw the powers possessed by Dollar. We don't know him enough yet, but I must say he is a scary guy. We can only wait and see if Lone Bamboo will triumph, but he has never disappointed me before. Lone Bamboo returned from Sky Palace and went to his own private isle. Before he entered his bamboo house, he stopped for a moment and looked at it. The bamboo door was pushed open slightly, and a little girl leaped through the opening. Behind her, however, was a black-haired young man. Who are you? Lone Bamboo asked the young man. He could tell that the man was one of the Sky, but he had never met a young Sky that strong before. The man's presence was akin to that of a terrifying beast or even the darkest reaches of the abyss itself. Even though the man was standing right there, Lone Bamboo's senses couldn't tell him anything about the man. Evil Eye. The man smiled. Lone Bamboo frowned. He knew that name, but he had never expected Evil Eye to have been reborn as one of the Sky. And on top of that, he had brought a little girl into Sky Palace in secret. What are you doing here? Lone Bamboo asked. Evil Eye rolled his shoulders in a shrug. I came here for you. You and Dollar are interesting. I want to fight you both, but you two will be meeting first. To make sure that I don't miss out, I have come to see you first. Actually, we are looking for Dollar. We do not know where to find him, though, so we came for you first. The little girl spoke with a surprising amount of seriousness. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Note: please download the sponsors game to support us. Chapter 21-26 Four Evil Eyes. Lone Bamboo did not say a word. Silently, he reached for his jade sword. No one would have expected Evil Eye to have been reborn as one of the Sky, and no one would have expected him to don a disguise in order to infiltrate Sky Palace. Lone Bamboo would never have expected an encounter with Evil Eye at his home, of all places they could meet. He didn't have a single security camera installed in his home, and that was because there was usually no need. He couldn't think of a single person daring enough to sneak into Sky Palace other than the man who now stood before him, Evil Eye himself. Even a deified elite shouldn't have been able to force his way into Sky Palace. When the bamboo door opened, Lone Bamboo felt as if his options had suddenly vanished. He felt as if he had nowhere else to go, and the only way forward would be to fight the man that had approached him. Given what Lone Bamboo was sensing from Evil Eye, it probably wouldn't have mattered if he had security cameras. Even if some had been installed, he doubted that they would have been able to pick up Evil Eye. But this was Sky Palace. If they fought, regardless of whether Lone Bamboo won or lost, the authorities of Sky Palace would be alerted to the commotion. How Evil Eye expected to escape from Sky Palace after a fight was beyond Lone Bamboo's imagination. Evil Eye was just a marquise now. Even if his mind was deified, it'd be impossible for him to escape Sky Palace without being noticed. This was especially true when considering that he had a little girl with him. Lone Bamboo could barely believe that Evil Eye was this tenacious. This was too much. There was no way he would come into Sky Palace simply to duel Lone Bamboo, without thinking of the consequences. Of course, Lone Bamboo had no way of knowing for sure what Evil Eye wanted. That was okay, though. If he could defeat Evil Eye in battle, then whatever he wished to understand would be elucidated. Lone Bamboo did not use the jade sword for practice. It gave off no shiny lights or sword airs, but the pressure it released was enough to bring a calm energy to Evil Eye. Evil Eye simply stood where he was, unmoving. He looked into Lone Bamboo's eyes and did not spare his sword a glance. They didn't move, and there was no visible battle between them. The two just looked at each other, with no further exchange. Time went by, and the entire bamboo forest looked to have been frozen in time. Evil Eye and Lone Bamboo stood silently, as stoic as a pair of mountains. Not even the largest of storms would prompt them to move. They studied each other keenly, waiting for the slightest opening. But despite that, they each felt that neither of them could be defeated by the other. It felt as if once they unleashed their first strike, it would be their last. There'd be no opportunity for a second chance. So, neither of them moved. Neither of them found the opportunity they were looking for. Evil Eye, I am hungry. I wish to eat some food. The little girl next to Evil Eye rubbed her belly. Her pink face looked directly into Evil Eye's face as she tugged at his arm. After that tug, though, the frozen situation changed. Evil Eye and Lone Bamboo's fight would be so close, and any mistake that either of them made would lead to a guaranteed defeat. The little girl pulled on Evil Eye, but Evil Eye made sure not to allow himself to be disturbed. But unfortunately for him, it created a minuscule fluctuation in his life force. Lone Bamboo lifted his jade sword and teleported in front of Evil Eye. It was a sword that left no trace. Evil Eye had made a mistake, and he knew he couldn't avoid the incoming strike. Doing that would have been impossible, so he was going to lose and there was nothing he could do to avoid that dismaying result. But in the next second, Evil Eye moved his hand. He pulled the little girl in front of Lone Bamboo's sword. It was a pointless gesture. Lone Bamboo's sword could slice through the little girl without even slowing down before it cut into Evil Eye. The little girl's body could not block the strike for Evil Eye. But even so, Lone Bamboo's sword froze. He did not use the sword to cut through the little girl. He merely pulled it back and grabbed the little girl. At that moment, Evil Eye rushed directly toward Lone Bamboo to grab his heart. Lone Bamboo had made a mistake by holding back, just as Evil Eye had done. With their places reversed, there was an incoming strike he could not deflect. He was now the one on the losing end of the stick. Lone Bamboo didn't move, though. His eyes merely cleared. The sky eye on his forehead opened, and it glowed red. Lone Bamboo's strength surged, and his power climbed to an unbearable level. Have you forgotten that I am one of the sky, too? Evil Eye smiled with a demented smile. His third eye opened, too, but inside his sky eye there were 4 purple pupils. They were like little flowers, but they were as creepy as they were beautiful. When Evil Eye became stronger, Lone Bamboo did not move. All he did was lift his jade sword. But at that moment, the little girl Lone Bamboo had grabbed raised her arms. Her hands turned red, and she threw her open palm against Lone Bamboo's chest. At the same time this was occurring, Evil Eye's 4 evil eyes shone purple. Lone Bamboo threw the little girl away and used his jade sword to block Evil Eye's hand. But Evil Eye's other hand had already come up to touch Lone Bamboo on the head. That power surged into Lone Bamboo's brain like thunder. Lone Bamboo's turned his chilling gaze on his opponent. But Evil Eye's 4 evil eyes pressed back against Lone Bamboo's stare. The 4 flower-looking purple eyes started to spin. The purple Evil Eye powers were demonic, and they drilled right into Lone Bamboo's sky eye. Even after experiencing the nightmares, you still never learn to be cruel. You are begging to be beaten. Evil Eye smiled evilly, as Lone Bamboo's red eye began to swell. But under the purple light, it was turning purple. The red eye became 4 purple eyes. Pat-ong! Evil Eye's body dropped to the ground, squelching like mud. Only Lone Bamboo remained standing, but his sky eye now possessed those 4 flower-looking purple pupils. Lone Bamboo closed his sky eyes and looked at Evil Eye's body. Evil Eye's chest had a sword mark. He coldly said, "It is a shame. He is so strong, and yet despite that, he was tricked by something as simple as emotion. He could have killed me. Why did he just toss me aside instead of killing me?" The little girl looked at Lone Bamboo with confusion. "That is just one of the reasons why he is stupid," Evil Eye said coldly. A few hours later, lights came down from the skies above. A Sky Palace King-class elite had come to the island, bringing a few other King-class elites with him. "Lone Bamboo, what happened here?" The king looked at the body before turning to Lone Bamboo. "A man came here and tried to assassinate me," Lone Bamboo said coldly. Not long after, the king and his people took Evil Eye's body. And the next day, Lone Bamboo, who was now Evil Eye, took the little girl and left Sky Palace. Chapter 21-27 Abandoning the fight. On the day Dollar and Lone Bamboo were supposed to fight, a great number of elites turned their attention to the match. They focused on it more than they did any of the king fights. Who do you think will win? I think Lone Bamboo will be the one to win. Sky Palace is not just any faction, you know. And Lone Bamboo is the absolute best marquise they have. Ordinary marquises cannot hope to compete against the likes of him. And while Dollar is indeed quite strong, his talents are too simple. Aside from his sturdy body and his coin, there does not appear to be anything else too significant about him. Yeah. With the few techniques that Dollar possesses, it is highly unlikely he'll be able to reign supreme. An elite like Lone Bamboo cannot find themselves defeated by just one measly Geno art. He's just too strong. How do you know that Dollar isn't hiding extra Geno arts that we have yet to see? The bout was hotly debated, and before long, the Geno being scroll shone in the sky. As soon as it did, contestants were teleported into it. Lone Bamboo, let's have a real fight. Han Sen appeared in the middle of the desert. He looked ahead of him, trying to spy his opponent, but he could not see Lone Bamboo. Han Sen frowned. He had come to know Lone Bamboo well, and he was most certainly not the type of person that would hide. If he had a fight to attend, he would ensure that he was there promptly to engage his opponent. He looked around but could see no sign of Lone Bamboo. The viewers were confused by this. They keenly examined the environment, but they couldn't see any sign of Lone Bamboo either. Suddenly, the space around Han Sen distorted, sending him back out of the Geno being scroll with his sheet of paper still intact. Han Sen quickly realized what had transpired. Lone Bamboo had decided not to attend the battle, and so Han Sen had been automatically declared the victor. Everyone was extremely shocked by this unexpected turn of events. This bout had been highly anticipated by all, and it never came about. Instead, Lone Bamboo had decided to throw in the towel without even trying. Rumors started to spread like wildfire throughout the universe. There were whispers that Dollar himself was one of the Sky, and that was why his peer Lone Bamboo had decided against fighting him. There were a bunch of other rumors, too, stating that Dollar had struck a political deal with the head honchos of the Sky. Because of these deals, the conspiracy theorists claimed, Lone Bamboo had stayed away from the contest. Even wilder were the numerous theories on how Dollar was in a romantic relationship with Lone Bamboo, and that Lone Bamboo forfeited so their love could go on. Han Sen did not pay heed to any of these rumors, but he found himself in quite worried. It wasn't like Lone Bamboo to abandon a fight. He had never done this before. Something must have happened to stop him from attending the fight. Han Sen decided to call Isha and let her know that he was safe. After doing that, he contacted Sky Palace to let them know the same thing. He also asked about Lone Bamboo. What he heard made him frown, though. He was told that Sky Palace itself had no clue why Lone Bamboo hadn't participated in the bout. They said that he had been away for a few days and had yet to return. Sky Palace had lost all contact with him. The strangest thing, however, was that a spy had been discovered at Lone Bamboo's house. The spy was a Sky, but there was no record of him in Sky Palace's records. It was as if he had come out of nowhere. What happened, I wonder? Han Sen frowned. He knew something bad must have happened to Lone Bamboo. And it was dire to learn that Sky Palace could not find him or pick up the slightest trail that might lead to his whereabouts. After Han Sen's discussion with the Sky Palace leader, Han Sen told him his own story. He said that he would return to Sky Palace by himself, and that there was no need for a pickup to be arranged on his behalf. On a primal planet, Evil Eye was sitting on a rock. He was fishing on the banks of a gentle stream. The little girl was sitting next to him, cradling her jaw and watching the water of the river. There was a tug on the line, and Evil Eye pulled the fishing rod back and yanked the fish out of the water. Lunch. Evil Eye smiled at the little girl. The little girl smiled at Evil Eye, but after she glanced up at him, she looked startled. She pointed at him and said, "Blood." Evil Eye frowned and wiped his forehead. His third eye, which was currently closed, had started to bleed. This guy doesn't know how to quit. Evil Eye wiped the blood from his brow and sneered. "Did you completely absorb his body and power?" the little girl asked, still reeling from the shock. "I did combine myself with his body and power, but," Evil Eye trailed off. "But what?" the little girl asked. "His will is too strong. There is nothing I can do to dampen it. I suppose it will just take some time." Evil Eye shrugged his shoulders, and then went on to say, "But that's fine. His body and power belong to me, and that's the bottom line. The struggling of his willpower is pointless. It'll be crushed eventually." "Really? That's a shame." The little girl went back to watching the stream with her jaw cradled in her hands. Everyone thought Lone Bamboo's decision to quit was strange, but the Geno being Scroll's ranking went on without pause. Every tier had now been whittled down to the top 16 fighters. Han Sen, Isha, Little Flower, and Xie Qing King had reached that last stage. They all just occupied different tiers. Han Sen's last couple fights wouldn't be too difficult. He had a strong body and coin. He beat one of the destroyed and leaped straight to number 8. It wasn't too difficult for Little Flower or Isha either. Neither of them had any trouble to contend with, and it was all smooth sailing. But Xie Qia King did not fare as well. He found himself in a lot of trouble. His opponent was also one of the destroyed, and that Earl destroyed had a reputation that was not far off Lone Bamboos. Destroyed and the Sky were amongst the top 10 higher races, so even their Earl class members were incredibly strong. Xie Qing King used his silver book to replicate the shape and form of the destroyed Earl, but try as he might, he could not block the monster's attacks. And any additional xenogeneics he spawned were swiftly annihilated by the destroyed Earl. The destroyed Earl had 3 heads and 6 arms. He wielded light, dark, and chaos powers. His body was about the same strength that Han Sen's had been when he was an Earl. His Geno arts were quite scary, too. Xie Qing King's drawing powers were useless against him. That Xie Qing King is not too shabby. He is much inferior to Earl Odoga, though. His Geno armament is a strange one, that's for sure. And it seems as if it's not enough to defeat Odoga. It looks like Odoga will top the Earl class rankings. The people that watched the Earl fights could tell that Xie Qing King was in a dire situation. Pang! A powerful punch from Odoga destroyed Xie Qing King's latest drawing, then continued on towards his face. When the punch landed, Xie Qing's king and the silver book were sent soaring into a mountainside. The resulting avalanche brought half of the mountain down. That's it. Xie Qing King pulled himself out of the rubble. A grin split his bloody mouth. He stopped drawing and threw the book away, then plated his body in a set of armor. You want to keep this fight up? Odoga looked at him like a disappointed instructor. This fight has only just begun. Xie Qing King bared his teeth, and a silver light came beaming out of him like a volcano. When Xie Qing King put down his book, he revealed just how cruel he could be. Alu alu alu. The insane storm of punches was difficult to comprehend. Xie Qing King's eyes gleamed with a fiery silver. The silver punches he threw were indestructible. Odoga had a snowflake's chance in trying to repel those wild hits headed his way. Odoga waved his 6 arms to protect himself as light, dark, and chaos powers worked together in an attempt to devastate Xie Qing King. But the raging Xie Qing King cared little for what his opponent was attempting to do. His fists were the ones in control now, and there was only one thing they wanted to do: attack. He wanted to pulverize Odoga, to pound him so hard that he'd be indistinguishable from the mud of the ground. Ignoring Odoga's attack, he went forward and allowed himself to be hit. Xie Qing King and Odoga were both fully committed to the assault, though. The cruelest and bloodiest fight of the Geno being scroll was only just beginning. Odoga's 6 fists, with scary powers, came raging at Xie Qing King. And as this occurred, Xie Qing King used his own power to repeatedly pummel Odoga. Armor was broken, flesh was torn, blood was spraying. The two of them were using the most primal and primitive methods to fight with each other. Odoga's 6 fists had the advantage, unfortunately. But this did not at all mean that Xie Qing King, who only had a natural pair of fists, was weak. And the more damage he incurred, the stronger he became. His fists moved like lightning, and the shadows they cast were of spilling blood and breaking bone. Odoga raged and screamed at his unrelenting opponent. His body was severely wounded by the wrath of his nemesis, and he couldn't help but let out a shout due to the insufferable pain. Both of them were accumulating wounds. Blood sprayed through the air like flower petals, but neither showed a sign of backing off. Their repeated strikes only looked to be getting crazier and crazier. Oh God! This is no longer a competition. This is a bloodbath. This is far too cruel. This is far too violent. Ha! Ha! This is what a real fight should be like. Oh, I love this. This is rather interesting, I must confess. It's more satisfying to watch such a raw fight. *CK yeah. Kill him. Go on. The audience was ravenous for more. The violence of the fight drew an insatiable bloodlust from them, driving their excitement. The adrenaline levels of the audience were through the roof. Pang! Odoga and Xie Qing King flew away from each other. One of them crashed into a mountainside, whereas the other dropped into an open field. They were both severely injured. Odoga's 6 arms had all been broken. Some of them had been torn off completely, whereas others hung on by the thread of their tendons. Only 2 were still completely attached, but even they were sorely injured. The 3 faces were swollen and distended, and one eye had been squelched. Blood was soaking the Earl's entire form. Xie Qing King was not faring much better than his foe. His legs had been broken, his right shoulder had been dislocated, both of his eyes had been shattered, and all of his ribs had been snapped or cracked. With the amount of blood soaking him, there was only one thing you could call him, a blood man. But Xie Qing King's life force, despite all that, was none the weaker. In fact, its glow had increased. He picked himself up from the soil pit and shone with a silver light. That light enveloped his entire body like a hungry fire. Odoga looked gloomy, by comparison. After lifting himself up on the field, he generated a power. Light and dark energies gathered at the knuckles of his fists, giving each of them a swirling mixture of black and white lights. As Odoga's power increased, the black and white powers were like Tai Chi. A strange power was keeping them both in perfect balance. Seeing Odoga and Xie Qing King collecting their strength, the audience knew that whatever was next would be it. Their final strikes were coming. With the condition the 2 of them were in, generating that much power meant that it had to be the final attack. You are strong, but you are still weaker than me. You may concede now, if you want to live. Odoga's fist, channeling all that energy, was reaching max capacity as he spoke. The scary powers made everything around him vibrate. The dimension of the space he occupied seemed to distort and twist under the black and white powers he carried. I am sorry, but I am afraid that I do not know what you are getting at. My vocabulary seems to be lacking a few words, and I think what you've just said may be among the missing ones. Blood streamed from Xie Qing King's eyes. He had a strange smile, and a silver flame propelled him forward. Light, dark, and chaos. Together, they are the most stable elements one could ever hope to possess. They combine together to create the destroyed light. It is the most powerful godlight in the entire Geno universe. When this strike falls upon you, you will be nothing more than a memory. I like you, truth be told, and I would favor the prospect of allowing you to live and not killing you. Furthermore, if you pledge to join the destroyed, I will allow you to win, Odoga slowly said. The only way I can allow myself to win is if I annihilate every enemy that stands in my way. Show me everything you've got. Don't hold back and come and fight me, Xie Qing King said. His silver flame was like the final swell of a volcano ready to erupt. If you want to die, then so be it. Odoga's power exploded. The attack his fist unleashed came soaring over to Xie Qing King. Black and white powers blended together. It looked as if it could obliterate anything in its path as it headed towards Xie Qing King. Everything that came into contact with that swirling power would likely be destroyed. Just the shockwave of that power was enough to tear up the land for miles around and sunder the skies into ruin. The last Xie Qing cannon. The armor on Xie Qing King's body shattered under the swelling of his own power. He stood upon the battlefield with his upper body naked, bearing an evil grin. His eyes were bleeding, and while he could not see, he could still sense the location of his opponent. His punch was unleashed, headed for the godlight possessed by the destroyed man. The silver fist became an orb of light. It came forward to strike the black and white powers simultaneously. Boom! The two scary powers collided with each other, and what resulted was akin to the detonation of a hydrogen bomb. The giant explosion looked like a sun-going supernova, consuming everything in its proximity. It was too bright for anyone to actually see anything inside it, though. When the lights finally dimmed, a giant chasm was all that remained. Inside that deep crater, one person was left standing. The other person writhed around on the ground, struggling to get up. Xia Qingqing looked at Odoga trying to get up off of the ground. Slicking back his silver hair, he coldly said, "You are strong, but you are weaker than I. And since you now seem to understand my power, I will spare your life. Go back, practice for a few hundred years, and then get back to me. Perhaps by then you will stand a 0.0001% chance of defeating me. I'll be back." Odoga could not get up. He ripped up his paper and disappeared from the field of battle. "I am invincible, no matter where I go." Xia Qingqing ran his fingers through his hair and disappeared from that corner of the dimension. Pang! As soon as Xia Qingqing was teleported back out of the Geno being scroll, his injured body collapsed. The will to win and the accompanying adrenaline were the only things that had kept him going. Xia Qingqing was too severely injured and too exhausted to continue in the Geno rank fights, so he ended up placing in the top 8. The people that watched him and Odoga fight, however, were of the firm belief that one of those two should have taken first place. Unfortunately, the two powerhouses had ended up against each other far too soon. One was defeated and beaten into a sorry state, and the other was victorious but also beaten into a sorry state. The ranked fights continued with some surprising results. On the fourth match of the King tier, Isha actually ended up losing, which surprised her many fans. Her final position rested at rank number 4. Han Sen wasn't there to watch the fight, so he was unsure what had led to her defeat. That being said, according to what he had heard, something strange occurred during the bout. Han Littleflower got to his final fight easily. His sacred powers allowed him to manipulate space and time, and no Viscount was able to challenge that technique in the field of battle. No one was stronger than Han Littleflower, so it was highly likely that he would gain the number 1 position after completing his final fight. If not for Evil Eye, Han Sen would have been a shoo-in for winning the entire Marquise tier bracket. But alas, it was not so. With Evil Eye being there was no guarantee that Han Sen would be victorious. Han Sen had watched Evil Eye's fights with intense focus. The man looked frightening, but Han Sen thought there was something off about him. What that was precisely, Han Sen could not put his finger on. Han Sen called Isha to highlight his concern. He wanted to comfort her after her loss, too. "My queen, I will come to Narrow Moon and visit you in just a few short days." Isha sat on her throne with her long white legs crossed comfortably before her. She looked at Han Sen through the video feed, smiled, and said, "You are coming back to comfort me." "No. You are the strongest woman of all. You simply missed and that's it." Han Sen's comforting skills already seemed to be lacking. Isha still smiled, and she looked at Han Sr. The mecha made a generous offer in exchange for their win. "We have what we need now. Did you honestly believe I would lose?" Han Sen was surprised by this revelation. That was not what he had expected from Isha at all. Isha continued to smile and said, "The rebate are a high race, but we are not like Sky Palace. We don't have anyone deified. We need to grow a great deal to remain competitive. So, we had to give up something. That was just how it had to be." Han Sen understood that she had allowed herself to lose despite her ardent desire to win. She had not lost to a genuine enemy in battle, she had lost to politics. "Go back to Sky Palace. These matters aren't your concern. You need to level up and become a king. Only then can you play these games. Right now, you aren't even a spare piece on the table of play, Isha said, then abruptly hung up the phone. Han Sen knew that his level was still too low. The story of genes was too difficult, and he repeatedly mulled the idea of just giving it up. He could level up his other 3 Geno arts to the rank of king instead. The final fight for the Marquis tier was about to start, and Dollar and Evil Eye's names were on the tip of every tongue. It was the hottest topic of the day. Although Han Sen had shown powerful attacks, Dragon 8 was the only opponent that he had defeated with true raw power. Lone Bamboo's non-fight had also disappointed a great many people. Evil Eye's track record over multiple lives was too impressive, so most people thought that Evil Eye would be the one to win the fight. After all, Evil Eye had been deified many times before, and so he was the sort to see things differently. This point alone made him the likeliest candidate for victory. Still, it was not all doom and gloom in Dollar's corner. Many nobles still placed their faith in him becoming victorious. They loved Coin. Up until now, at least, Dollar had proved that Coin could defeat anything. Many people loved it. At a gambling station located on a certain planet, a dirt bike pulled up. The man who rode it came inside and dropped a heavy bag on the table. When the workers opened the bag, their eyebrows rose and wide smiles spread across their faces. One of them quickly said, "Dear customer, who are you placing your money and faith in? What's the winning forecast look like for Dollar?" The man asked. 184, the worker answered. Then, he looked at the man with the dirt bike strangely. Most people believed Evil Eye would win, so there was no way he'd be forecasted to lose. Nobody put their bets on Dollar. "I bet that Dollar will win," the man said as he straightened his sunglasses. If the man was willing to give away a sack of free money, then none of the workers would turn him down. The worker cashed it in and gave the man a receipt. Dumb *SS. He put all of his money on Dollar winning. "The whole universe knows Evil Eye won't lose," the worker said, upon seeing the man with a motorbike take his leave. Wang Yuhang safely pocketed the receipt and went on his merry way to a xenogenic hunting zone. When the final fight began, everyone was able to watch it. Only 2 other creatures were still engaged in fights of their own. In the past, the most famous and well-attended fights would always take place in the king tier. But this year, things were different. Marquises and viscounts had received a lot of attention this time around, particularly the marquises. Because of Dollar and Evil Eye, that tier of fights received more attention than king-class fights. The Viscount tier received the focus it did because of Little Flower and little else. But even then, there was nothing much to watch in his fights. It wasn't as if people believed any other Viscount could defeat Little Flower, who wielded those sacred powers. It's going to start. I wonder how long Dollar will be able to last against Evil Eye. Dragon 8 and Dragon 9 were keenly watching the Geno being scroll flash. Their attention was focused on the Marquis' final fight's battleground. If Brother Bamboo had not gone missing, it would be him battling Evil Eye. In Sky Palace, Thousand Feather Crane could not help but sigh. Everyone was focusing on that fight now, and that was especially true of the research organizations. They were extremely interested in Coin and Evil Eye. Not even deified elites could live forever, but Evil Eye had been reborn repeatedly. Everyone wished to know his secret to immortality. I hope Dollar lasts as long as possible to draw out the secrets that enshroud Evil Eye. Sky Path Garden's leader was keenly watching the Geno being scroll. Between Coin and Evil Eye's secrets, we're bound to learn something today, a researcher said. I want to see Evil Eye's secret of rebirth, the Sky Path Garden leader coldly repeated. Like my comment first, hate these prelude chapters. Sigh. Guess I gotta wait till tonight. Thanks for the chapter. Looks like I'm first apparently. The surface of the bronze scroll flashed, showing two fighters who appeared amidst the dunes of a desert. One was clad in a suit of gold armor, whereas the other was garbed in white and purple armor. Their body shapes were remarkably similar. This is it, it's going to start. Everyone felt a great deal of relief in their hearts. After what happened with the no-show lone bamboo, many nobles feared the same issue might plague the anticipated finale. Evil Eye looked at Han Sen with a great deal of interest, and he asked, "What race do you actually belong to?" "Human," Han Sen answered calmly. He peered right back at Evil Eye. That man was shrouded by darkness as deep as the abyss itself, but somehow, Han Sen was struck with a strange pang of familiarity as he looked at the man. And when he looked closer, the sensation grew even stronger. "You really are a human. That is a good name, I suppose." Evil Eye mumbled something to himself beneath his breath. Han Sen heard what he said, but he wasn't quite sure what he meant by that. Evil Eye wasn't planning on explaining it either. He looked back at Han Sen, smiled, and said, "Your coin is pretty funny. Would you mind if I had a look at it?" "As you wish." Han Sen lifted his right hand and put two of his fingers together. Then, he flicked in the direction of Evil Eye. A coin appeared, and it teleported towards Evil Eye with the speed of lightning. Evil Eye made no effort to dodge the incoming coin or knock it away with a godlight. Instead, he caught the incoming coin with the palm of his right hand. Pat! The coin stuck to Evil Eye's hand. His body began to sink, his feet lowering into the sand a little. What a powerful coin! It not only has the ability to suppress a foe, but it can seal. This could very well become a deified class Geno art. I cannot believe a Geno art like this has been around, unknown to me over the centuries of my existence. Evil Eye brought his hand closer to get a better look at the coin. He looked genuinely interested in the item. Evil Eye knew that coin suppression and sealing powers were strong, as did everyone else. But he had to let the coin land on him so that he could research it properly. If anyone else had done something like this, they would have seemed incredibly reckless. But to the people watching the bout, it seemed the most natural thing in the world for Evil Eye to do. What a weird Geno art. It is heavy. It forbids air. It suppresses, and some weird power. Evil Eye mumbled to himself. Then he placed another of his fingers on the coin. He tightened his grip, and the coin was crushed within his fist. The viewers looked on in shock. The coin that was believed to be indestructible, that had suppressed and defeated Dragon 8, had been shattered by Evil Eye. It appeared not to work on him at all. Evil Eye really is untouchable. Coin doesn't even work on him. This really is too frightening to watch. He has lived for so long, too. This man is a god. Coin is useless, after all. With that out of the way, it appears to me that Dollar has lost all chance of winning this fight. It looks like there is nothing more to see. That strongest skill known as coin was broken by Evil Eye's hands. How can anyone expect this supposed fight to continue? Evil Eye really is too scary. Amidst everyone's shock at Evil Eye's lackadaisical breaking of the coin, Evil Eye suddenly moved. He did not move to attack Han Sen, though. He threw the pieces of the coin into the air and made them hover before him. Evil Eye then wiggled his fingers. The pieces were covered in a purple light, then they began to break down into smaller and smaller chunks. Bathed in the glow of that purple light, the coin was ground into gold dust. The gold motes floated in front of Evil Eye. Your coin is not perfect. I was one of the dragon, at one point, and in my time with them, I was able to learn their dragon seal. I was one of the empty, as well. With them, I learned vacuum. And at another place in time, I belonged to the destroyed. It was with them that I learned how to perform taboo. That's not forgetting my time as a Buddha. Evil Eye appeared to be talking to himself, as he moved his fingers. The gold dust gathered around those fingers, though, recomposing the original shape. A new coin had been created, but this one was slightly different from the one Han Sen had produced. In addition to the coin and the number count, there were purple engravings on it. They were reminiscent of flowers. Evil Eye held up that new coin he had produced. It was like a work of art. He smiled at it. "Dollar. What do you think of this, eh?" Evil Eye said, right before flicking his finger. He propelled the modified coin straight towards Han Sen with the speed of a laser beam. All the audience was in shock. To dismantle an enemy's Geno art and then go on to modify it in the middle of a fight was something only a god could do. There was, of course, the possibility that Evil Eye wasn't even treating this fight as actual combat. He might have just been curious about coin. Sick. A guy like Evil Eye should be forbidden from even joining the Geno being scroll. Other races can't do anything remotely comparable to this. How could something like this even happen? There should be rules, and this should be against them. F***CK. Before Evil Eye, no Geno art can remain shrouded in secrecy. That guy has been reborn as so many races over the years, so there's no telling just how many Geno arts he has actually learned. He is a god. While everyone was reeling from the shock of this, Han Sen reacted much like Evil Eye had. He made no move to block or deflect the coin. All he did was use his right hand to grab it. Boom! When Han Sen grabbed the coin, the sand in a radius of 1 kilometer shook. That area sank half a meter. Evil Eye smiled at Han Sr. "This may very well be your coin, but you shouldn't think about grabbing it so merrily. It's mine now. Dollar is too emotional. He shouldn't have tried to take it back." "Oh, no. Dollar is being suppressed by coin. Does all the excitement we anticipated come to an end here? It looks like the suppression power of coin has been amplified to a sickening level, after Evil Eye's modifications. It is way too strong. There is no hope of victory against that." Everyone was in shock. Even Sky Path Garden's leader looked bitter, and he said, "We cannot see anything like this. Guys like Evil Eye shouldn't ever be seen in a Marquise battleground." Evil Eye continued smiling at Han Senator. The expression had grown a little rigid, but he kept it in place. Evil Eye wasn't the only one who was surprised, though. The audience watched as Dollar used his other hand to crush the coin that had been manufactured, modified, and fired by Evil Eye. Interesting modification, but it is too stiff to combine the powers you proposed. While it may indeed look stronger, it lacks the meaning and feel of the original, Han Sen said coolly, while he squeezed the coin. "Oh, so you don't think it is any good? Then show me how I can avoid making it stiff." Evil Eye's eyebrow was raised. Han Sen didn't respond, though. He threw his coin into the air while everyone was watching, and then he moved his finger to imbue it with a golden light. The finger was like a meteor, shooting across the space before the coin. Just as Evil Eye had done previously, Han Sen was dismantling the coin and reassembling it as something new. Evil Eye was surprised to see that Han Sen had managed to reduce his modified version of coin to dust, and the shock of the scene had frozen the spectators. No way. Dollar has that sort of power. Really? Evil Eye does something unbelievable, and now Dollar can match him. This bout just got interesting again. Things were happening too quickly for the audience to keep up with. They stared in disbelief as Han Sen dismantled the Geno art in moments, then began repurposing it to better fit his needs. All of Han Sen's fingers moved quickly, and the bits of shattered coin slowed smoothly back together. It became a new coin. But the coin Han Sen was putting together looked different from the one that Evil Eye had assembled. It looked like gold, and all traces of the purple engravings that decorated the coin before were gone. And furthermore, the number displayed atop the surface was 3 instead of 1. Dong! Han Sen finished the coin and fired it at Evil Eye with a fierce flick of his fingers. A gold light shot towards Evil Eye at an incredible speed. Evil Eye frowned and moved to grab the coin, but when he touched the coin this time, his body was pushed back. And then, every step he took left behind a deep, cratered footstep. The sand all around him was sinking. Evil Eye grabbed the coin, stumbling back 4 steps. 4 steps and he came to a stop. Holy sh*t. Dollar actually did it. The coin has gotten stronger. It's now clear that this is precisely how the two will fight. I have learned so much today already. Wow. Those two can play like this. This Geno being scroll fight might very well be the most famous in all of Marquis history. But what Geno art are they practicing? I am afraid this is something only a deified elite could do. And it would still depend on whether or not the deified elite had the natural talent to use this particular art. If they didn't, not even those sorts could play as those two are right now. Why is the way that they fight so different from the way we do? This is a fight between true elites. These don't dictate superiority through the simple swinging of fists. Evil Eye caught the coin in his hand. His gauntlet was dented heavily by the impact, and holding the coin was not as easy as it had been. Evil Eye did not speak flippantly anymore either. He made the coin hover over his fingers and imbued it with an abundance of purple light. Eventually, the coin broke. After the coin was dismantled and rebuilt, the number upon the surface of the coin had increased to the level of 4. Pang! Evil Eye threw the coin at Han Sen, and Han Sen immediately grabbed it when it came within range. He didn't fall back like his opponent had, though. He snatched the coin out of the air as if there was nothing damaging about it at all. Han Sen was using his ability to see sequence structures to dismantle the coin, but Evil Eye was using a very different method. Evil Eye relied on his ability to feel and control powers with extreme precision. Han Sen was able to see right into Evil Eye's nature, and he realized that the two of them were actually completely different from each other. Evil Eye was able to break down coin's power by dismantling the coin with amazing, albeit primal practicality. That was also how he was able to reconstruct the coin. Evil Eye had been reborn as many different races. In his times occupying the bodies of the different races, he had frequently become deified. The power he had learned, and what he now employed, was quite scary. That was why he was able to use his own knowledge to dismantle, recreate, and modify coin. His power was entirely dependent on a deified's knowledge, though. Marquises should not have been able to understand things on such a deep level. This was all due to Evil Eye's continual cycle of rebirth. His mind-blowing abilities all boiled down to that. While that cycle of reincarnation had given Evil Eye incredible power, Han Sen saw the downside that everyone was ignoring. After all, Evil Eye could not see into the sequence structure properly. He only used his knowledge and his feelings to rebuild coin. While Evil Eye could still blindly assemble sequence structures that were mostly functional, his creations lacked detail and finesse. If Han Sen's technique of rebuilding Geno arts was 100% accurate, then Evil Eye was only 99%. While the difference might have been small and difficult to recognize, it was definitely there. And that meant Evil Eye was not perfect. Evil Eye would soon find it impossible to beat Han Sen in this way, but Han Sen didn't mind engaging him in this sort of battle. As a matter of fact, it made him happy. Evil Eye was unable to beat Han Sen without a genuine ability to read sequence structures. So, to compensate, he found himself having to add his own power into the coin every time he rebuilt it. He used his deified power to increase the coin's potential. That meant there was a deified elite modifying coin for Han Senator. It made him even happier to go along with it. The two of them kept throwing the coin back and forth. With each throw, the number displayed by the coin increased. And every time the figure increased, the power of each throw visibly increased as well. Every time Evil Eye caught the coin, the ground beneath his feet would shake. Han Sen, on the other hand, could catch the coin with alarming ease. He was not being affected by the coin at all. That was why Han Sen said that Evil Eye had missed the purpose of coin. Although his opponent had managed to rebuild coin, it lacked a manifestation of coin's true heart. Evil Eye could use coin to throw attacks, yes, but he could not use the coins as well as he might have liked. Even though he had produced a coin that suppressed powers, it wasn't coin. It was not like the real coin that Han Sen wielded, in which power could be stacked. Boom! When Evil Eye caught the coin next, the number on its surface was 10. The purple color on his armor deepened, but it looked as if the color itself was struggling against the weight. It seemed as if it had been suppressed by coin too much, and it could no longer hold on. The audience was frozen. Right now, Evil Eye was at a disadvantage, and he was being suppressed by dollar. No matter how many times you attempt to replicate my work, you need to know that coin is still mine, Han Sen said, staring at his opponent with hard eyes. Evil Eye looked at Han Sen, and the purple bone flowers on his armor started to open like real flowers. A deeper, more disturbing power began to rise from his body. Interesting. Evil Eye suddenly smiled creepily. His hand released the coin, and within that purple light, the coin was reduced to dust. The gold dust drifted up from his fingers. It seems that I have underestimated you. Evil Eye looked right at Han Senator. The bone flowers across his armor continued to bloom. Each one of them made Evil Eye stronger. Chapter 2132 One skill breaks 10,000 skills. When the flowers on Evil Eye's armor opened and bloomed, the mass of his power reached a truly frightening level. He was much scarier than even Dragon 8's gold dragon body. Your knowledge and control are better than mine, it would appear. But so what? Before a sufficient amount of raw, physical power, you have no hope of triumphing. You will ultimately lose. Evil Eye looked at Han Sen coldly. What? You lack skill, so you want to start brawling? Han Sen laughed. Power and skill are never distinguishable as two separate things. Your knowledge and your ability to control the fluctuations of power is impressive, but can you apply that talent in actual combat? Mere talk is useless. Evil Eye said, his power continuing to burgeon. Then come and give it a try, Han Sen said. Ha, this is precisely how I wanted it. Evil Eye's body shot toward Han Sen like a purple shadow. His skills were no better than Dragon 8's, but his entire body had been transformed into a killing machine. Purple flowers began to appear across his limbs. They swayed as if they were alive, and their sole purpose was to pursue Han Senator. For Han Sen, Evil Eye was the rare sort of enemy that required his full effort and attention. He was not the type of foe Han Sen could afford to underestimate, so he focused his powers and prepared the Dongxian Sutra and Heavenly Go to engage Evil Eye properly. He also planned to make use of Super Spank. Evil Eye's use of skills was fluid, though. They kept on changing. He had a roster of techniques, after all. He had the skills of the dragon, the Buddha, the destroyed, and so on. But what's more, it felt as if every skill was mastered. While they might have all had different purposes and meanings, he was able to combine them all seamlessly. Every technique was stunningly employed, and every blow was followed by an unexpected change of style. The elites were all confused by what they saw. Many of their faces changed, especially when they realized that they were seeing glimpses of the legendary techniques of the race they belonged to. Han Sen, on the other hand, fought in a totally different manner. His skills were very clear. They appeared simple, but they still had a depth to them that the onlookers couldn't quite understand. After watching many of his moves, the audience was able to understand how he was using his kicks and punches. No matter how much Evil Eye was able to alter his attacks, wherever Han Sen touched, Evil Eye's power would be reduced to dust. Super Spank was able to break and disintegrate every sequence structure it came into contact with. Evil Eye's body split into two, and both bodies attacked Han's senator. There was no illusion, and the two forms really did comprise Evil Eye's actual body. And they were both equally powerful. Destroyed's doppelganger. Isn't that a technique that only one of the destroyed is able to learn? Everyone was shocked by this reveal. In the next second, that shock turned into awe. The two Evil Eyes split again, and now there were 4 Evil Eyes on the battleground. Destroyed's doppelganger technique was only able to split a person into 3 due to the origin race having 3 heads and 6 arms. Evil Eye was not one of the destroyed. He didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, so he was able to split into 4. That was rather scary. Han Sen made no move yet, though. Heavenly Go was still pumping in his heart. Fighting 4 people was an insane thing to attempt, but even when faced with that, he was able to keep his calm. The 4 Evil Eyes piled on the pressure by surrounding Han Sen on all sides with different techniques. The nobles that watched were all confused by what they saw, but they were able to understand that despite all that, Evil Eye hadn't exactly gained the upper hand. Powerful Evil Eye. Scary Dollar. Dollar is the one that is able to break down any skill he sees. The evil breaker powers of the dragon were weak to him, don't you remember? Arg, he is so strong. Where did these humans come from? Aren't they so scary? Are all humans like this? No way. If all humans were this strong, wouldn't they be famous? They surely wouldn't be nameless and shrouded in mystery as this fellow is. I think Dollar must be the first elite humans have had in millions of years. What ability is Dollar using? Fighters are always weak against particular elements, but no matter what Geno art is used against him, he is able to break it in a flash. This is terrifying me. In Sky Palace, Thousand Feather Crane and the others were all frozen. Yun Sui pulled Yun Changkong and asked, "Father, what is Dollar using? How can he break every skill and render all of Evil Eye's Geno arts useless?" Because Yun Changkong had business with the feather, he hadn't returned to Sky Palace with Han Senator. If he had been with Han Sen, then Han Sen wouldn't have vanished in the attack. I am afraid that I do not understand either. Yun Changkong shook his head. Hearing that, the Yun sisters and Thousand Feather Crane felt their eyes widen. Dollar was just a marquise, despite how strong he was. But he did things that not even a king-class person like Yun Changkong could understand. It was a very strange scenario, for sure. Evil Eye looked very glum, as all this transpired. He felt as if the breadth of his power was actually much stronger than Han Sen's, but every time he came against the human, his powers were shattered. All in all, it made him realize something. He can use that dismantling power in combat like this. Evil Eye was starting to think that Dollar was some sort of old monster from ages past, and that he had lived through time by being reborn in the same manner Evil Eye had. To him, there was no other explanation for Han Sen's performance. Although he was able to dismantle powers, it wasn't something he was fast enough to do in a real fight. He could only see the weaknesses if he had time to examine them. Pang! Han Sen punched an Evil Eye, and that body degraded swiftly into nothing. The Dongxian Sutra's judgment and the formation employed by Heavenly Go were starting to come together. Han Sen was now the one controlling the fight. Evil Eye suddenly stumbled back and left the immediate battlefield. The 2 doppelgangers still functioning returned to the primary host and melded back into him. Just as everyone was guessing what Evil Eye would do next, his forehead cracked open. The third eye that had 4 purple pupils appeared on his forehead. Yun Changkong and the sky screamed. Sky! Evil Eye became one of the sky. That explains why I was unable to see Evil Eye's 4 evil eyes. They resided inside his third sky eye. *T. He is one of the sky. That means Evil Eye has not been fighting with power. For the sky, opening their third eye means things are just getting started. Evil Eye looks pretty said. I wonder if Dollar will be able to compete against Evil Eye with his sky eye open. Han Sen looked at Evil Eye's third eye. The pupils looked familiar, for some reason. And now that he realized that Evil Eye was one of the sky, that sense of familiarity heightened. In front of this monstrous power, your skills will matter very little. Evil Eye opened his sky eye. His power had increased by a vast amount, and the purple light of his sky eye flared the purple flowers across his armor. A fire kicked up, and it enveloped Evil Eye's entire body. Chapter 2133 The Battle Under Pressure. Seeing Evil Eye covered in purple fire, Han Sen frowned. When a sky opened their sky eye, their general strength would leap by about one whole tier. Evil Eye's power was already above what could be expected of a marquise, but now with the sky eye had opened, his power was comparable to the strongest of dukes. It was quite difficult to fathom how a marquise could possess such grand strength. Bzzzt. The audience did not see Evil Eye move. All they heard was a sound, and Evil Eye's body started to appear faded. Before his body had completely vanished from that location, he appeared directly in front of Han Senator. He had moved far more quickly than should have been possible for any marquise. It was way too fast for anyone to properly track. Han Sen moved when Evil Eye did, though. He swung his fist, and when Evil Eye appeared in front of him, Han Sen's fist collided with the power his nemesis had prepared to unleash. Han Sen's fist hit the purple lotus flower, reducing it to nothing but dust. Han Sen's gauntlet shattered, and blood leaked from his skin. Evil Eye frowned, all the same. He was surprised that Han Sen had been able to shatter his power, even with the strength he now held. Evil Eye's power far exceeded what Han Sen was capable of right now, but Super Spank only had to collide with one small spot to set off a chain reaction that would wipe out a sequence structure. The collapse would build in strength as it went. Unless Han Sen's power was insufficient to exploit a specific structure's weaknesses, there was no proper reason for Super Spank to fail to break anything. For now, at least, Han Sen was able to break the sequence structures. And that meant Evil Eye wasn't quite an overwhelming threat just yet. What threatened Han Sen the most, though, was Evil Eye's speed after opening his sky eye. Not even he was able to follow Evil Eye's movement. He had to use his Dongxian Sutra to predict where Evil Eye would appear and Heavenly Ghost formation to counter his attacks. If he waited for Evil Eye to make a move before reacting, it'd be too late for Han Sen to block his strikes. Evil Eye appeared erratically, like a ghost that was coming at Han Sen from every which way. The purple flowers kept flashing near him. Every time Han Sen punched, a purple flower would vanish. But while many flowers were wilting, the elites that spectated the fight were having a difficult time grasping what exactly was going on. Many people had noticed that Evil Eye was moving more quickly than should have been possible, of course. But aside from that, they couldn't really tell what was special about the fight between Dollar and Evil Eye. "Father, is there a point in them fighting this fast?" Yun Sui, who was lost in confusion, felt compelled to ask Yun Chongkong. Yun Chongkong sighed and said, if Lone Bamboo had shown up for his fight, he might not have been able to beat Dollar either. The Yun sisters and the others were all shocked. Lone Bamboo was like a god to them. Not looking away from the fight, Yun Chongkong said, his speed and power are definitely not up to the standards set by Evil Eye, but he is still holding his own. It's not as if he's being crushed. This fact alone makes him most excellent. His speed and power are inferior to Evil Eye's. I couldn't tell. I assumed they were both even, Yun Sui said in confusion. That's what it looks like on the surface, but yes, Dollar is unable to match his opponent's speed. Even worse, he has less power than his rival, as well, Yun Chongkong said. Why does it look like they are even, then? Yun Sui asked. That is what makes Dollar so impressive. Yun Chongkong paused for a moment. Although you guys can't see this because of the speed of the fight, Dollar is moving before Evil Eye strikes. He's practically clairvoyant. It looks like he knows what Evil Eye will do before he even makes a move. He attacks where Evil Eye is going to be, rather than where he is. That is how this fight remains balanced. The Yun sisters and the others turned their attention back to the fight, trying to make sense of it. Thousand Feather Crane, as flabbergasted as the rest, had to ask, "Isn't that what you find in the textless book? Is Dollar one of the Sky that has practiced textless book?" "No, he is not using textless book. While I can see some similarities, they are not the same." Yun Changkong shook his head. Even though he is able to predict Evil Eye's movements, how is he able to keep things in balance if his power is still inferior? Yun Susheng did not understand this bit. "I'll admit, I don't understand that either. Dollar must have a very powerful skill to fight someone much stronger than him, though," Yun Changkong said. Every race was doing their best to analyze the fight taking place between Dollar and Evil Eye. They had all wanted to research Coin, but Dollar's entire performance was a far better subject for study than they had initially thought possible. And the deified members of the audience were most fascinated by the fight. A pure physical fight was nothing to such spectators, but using such refined techniques over an extended conflict. That was something that deified elites very much wanted to see. The four pupils in Evil Eye's Sky Eye were bright, and his speed and power continued to increase. Han Sen was having a hard time keeping up with the fight. Super Spank was strong, and so was the Dongxian Sutra and Heavenly Go. But when the opponent gained too much strength, their effectiveness was reduced. Han Sen maintained his calm, however, despite the wounds that his fists were collecting. The injuries were so profuse that his blood-soaked bones were becoming visible through his tom flesh. They were the damage he had to suffer to keep breaking the sequence structures of his enemy. It was like pulling fishing strings. It was impossible to keep something that fine and tough from hurting you. But Han Sen's will was unwavering. Without a moment of pause, his excitement remained steady. Han Sen cast the Dongxian Sutra and destroyed the next sequence structure. He was able to predict Evil Eye's attacks, and the whole world through Han Sen's eyes was turning into a series of threads he could follow. Under the increasing threat from Evil Eye, Han Sen running the Dongxian Sutra in overdrive. And this pressure was going to result in his Dongxian Sutra reaching Marquise. When the Dongxian aura changed, time itself became visible. For the first time in his life, Han Sen could see time, not just feel it. Earlier, Han Sen could see movement. Now, he was seeing actual timelines. In normal people's eyes, one person walking was just one person. In Han Sen's eyes, while that one person walked, the image of that person spread out like shadows all around them. Time. A second before. 2 seconds before. 3 seconds before. The timeline spread in 3 dimensions, allowing Han Sen to see options he had never previously considered. When the Dongxian powers changed, the feelings became stronger, too. And the timelines he could see extended in all directions. He gasped, seeing more than he ever thought possible. Chapter 2134 Dongxian Breakthrough. As his Sky Eye grew stronger, Evil Eye put Han Sen under even greater duress. While Han Sen was able to endure it for the moment, he wouldn't forever. It was only a matter of time before his hands snapped. They had now been shredded down to the bone, after all. Evil Eye looked excited. The purple light of his 4 evil eyes was shining, and his speed and power at greater and greater outputs. He was dying to bring an end to the man that had the audacity to fight him so successfully. The audience could tell Dollar was not faring too well. His power and speed were low. Even if his abilities could miraculously catch up to Evil Eye's, there was every chance that his body had already taken too much damage. It is time for a winner to be declared. One of the spectating elites sighed and looked disheartened. Dollar's performance had not been any inferior to Evil Eye's. He was just an ordinary marquise, while Evil Eye was an old monster that, by all rights, should not have been allowed to compete with the others. They shouldn't have bracketed him in with the other marquises. It wasn't fair. Dollar should have been extremely proud that he'd fought as well as he had. The nobles and the kings thought it was a great shame, and many people naturally sympathized with the underdog. In the match between Dollar and Evil Eye, they were rooting for Dollar. He was the weaker of the two, yet he fought with endearing courage. And so, the hearts of many kings and dukes went out in support of Dollar. But now, the situation was obvious. Although Dollar was a genius, his body was still far weaker than the monster he had been pitted against, Evil Eye. In this battle of bodies, he had lost. As everyone sighed glumly, Evil Eye felt a sudden pang of worry. There was something off about Han Senator that worry made him want to kill Han Sen even more. He wanted Han Sen dead, so he could get this fear over with. Han Sen was suppressed and his fists were bleeding. The bones of his hands looked ready to give up. But on the inside, Han Sen was feeling quite different. He was actually rather excited. The Dongxian aura was undergoing its final changes. The process of leveling up to Marquise would be complete any second now. Weird. In Sky Palace, the leader watched Han Sen fight with a strange expression. "What is weird?" asked the woman with a black mask. "Dollar is going to break through," the Sky Palace leader said. "Breakthrough? I don't think it's possible to level up inside the Geno Being Scroll. Even if he did become a duke, he would still be suppressed by the rules that bind him there. He would only complete an ascension after having departed the Geno Being Scroll. This has happened before, so why are you suddenly acting so surprised?" The black-masked woman frowned. The Sky Palace leader shook his head. "The strange thing is that I don't think he's leveling up to become a duke." The masked woman looked shocked. She said, "You mean Dollar has two talents? He has two Geno armaments. And you mean to suggest that the other one is becoming a marquise from the rank of Earl?" The Sky Palace leader nodded and said, "It certainly looks that way." The masked woman was dumbfounded. Double talents? And one of his skills can fight Evil Eye in this manner. Is he also a reborn monster? The Sky Palace leader did not say anything more. Silently, he watched the fight continue. Most nobles hadn't caught on to what was happening, only elites like the Sky Palace leader had a grasp of the situation. Interesting. He has two talents. Isha sat on her throne, drinking wine as she watched Dollar fight. She looked angry. Burning Lamp Alpha frowned and spoke to himself. Double talents. And one of his skills is so strong already. Who is this human? It cannot be a race that has just entered, can it? Everyone was focusing on this fight now. Most of the nobles thought the battle had already been settled, and only a few elites could see the simmering change going on beneath the surface. Evil Eye was starting to look ill. He could see what was happening to Han Sen, but there was nothing he could do to stop it. Boom! In the middle of that crazy fight, Han Sen's body beamed with sudden power. The audience couldn't see that power with their eyes, but they could see the changes happening in Han Sen's body. After that, Han Sen's face filled with relief, as though he had set aside some mountainous burden that he had been forced to shoulder. His entire body glowed, as if he had been reborn. Evil Eye's attacks suddenly seemed weaker. It felt as if the storm upon Han Sen had been reduced to a few water drops. He could no longer stop Han Sen, who stood absolutely still. Han Sen's presence had been suppressed, but now it was unleashed in full. It made Evil Eye squirm, and all of his instincts screamed that he was in danger. What is this? Dollar had a breakthrough. I thought you weren't able to level up in the Geno Being Scroll. It can't be a new level. The Geno Being Scroll denies the ability to level up. No, he is definitely leveling up. Is Dollar cheating? How can he level up in the Geno Being Scroll? D***MN. Does this guy have the Geno Being Scroll's favor? Has he been given the exclusive permission to level up here? Even if he wins, he'll win as a duke. He won't win the Marquis's crown. That's cheating. The whole world was shocked by what they saw. They weren't quite sure what to think about this, as it all looked too fake. He had leveled up inside the Geno being scroll. No, he's not a duke. It's a double talent. He has a double talent. And his other talent has become Marquis. *T. This can't happen, F***CK. Really? Dollar has two talents. And he's only been using one to fight Evil Eye all day. Crazy. Crazy. This world is crazy. F***CK. Another monster. And I was just feeling bad for him. The revelation that Dollar had two talents swept through the audience like a tidal wave. His other talent was only just leveling up now. Many of the nobles weren't quite sure what to say. Boom. The Dongxian aura suddenly grew small. The world looked weird through Han Sen's eyes. In the next second, he lifted his finger. Evil Eye roared and rushed forward. His purple flame was burning like mad, and he was gathering as much power as he possibly could to go against Han Senator, but as the two closed on each other, Han Sen suddenly disappeared. In that moment when Han Sen went past Evil Eye, he appeared behind him and without injury. Evil Eye was standing with his back to Han Sen, and he didn't have enough time to turn. His eyes widened. Catcha! The white and purple armor shattered. In the space of a second, it was all reduced to dust. And as Evil Eye's helmet vanished, the world saw his real face. Chapter 2135 Breaking out of the cocoon to become a butterfly, Lone Bamboo. The Sky Palace leader's face suddenly went ashen. And it wasn't only the Sky Palace leader feeling this way. Everyone watching the fight was in shock. Behind the veil of that white and purple armor, the combatant was revealed to be none other than Lone Bamboo of Sky Palace. One person was not allowed to enter the Geno being scroll under two different identities. Lone Bamboo had already been seen competing, so he could not have been Evil Eye in disguise. After a moment or two elapsed, the realization of what had actually occurred began to settle in. Sky Palace's leader had the quickest reaction of them all. He slammed the table in front of him, with a force that reduced it to dust. His voice filled with rage, he exclaimed, "Evil Eye! I do not care what you are, for this transgression, I will make you suffer." Very few things could make the Sky Palace leader behave like that, but Lone Bamboo was one of them. Han Sen now knew why looking at Evil Eye had filled him with a disconcerting sense of familiarity. It was because his opponent, in some capacity, was Lone Bamboo. No, it was just Lone Bamboo's body. No wonder Lone Bamboo did not show up to fight. Han Sen stared at Evil Eye, who was wearing the guise of someone so familiar. Evil Eye stared at Han Sen, his eyes radiating evil. A cruel purple flame began to blaze out of him. Good. Very good. You have pushed me this far. You are the only one to have done this in over 1,000,000 years. Evil Eye's voice hissed through a gap in his clenched jaw. The way he spoke made the audience shiver. It had been 1,000,000 years since Evil Eye had felt the possibility of death. If he hadn't used a forbidden power to evade that last strike, he would have been turned into dust along with his armor under the force of Super Spank. But he used the forbidden power, and that meant he had entered a mode that was rather passive. In Evil Eye's sky eye, the flower-looking pupils started to wilt. Something was seeping out, swimming around the eye as it came. Because of that change, his body began to leak purple smoke. Someone was bound to put you in your place eventually. It's going to happen a second and third time, too. Just settle down and get used to it, Han Sen said, his voice grim. Earlier, he felt ashamed that he hadn't managed to kill Evil Eye. Right now, he was very glad that he hadn't. If his strike had been successful, Lone Bamboo's body would have been destroyed. Han Sen didn't know exactly what was going on, but he had the feeling that the body really did belong to Lone Bamboo. You are right. It was bound to happen once, but you and I are different. You won't have a chance at a second or third time, because you can only die once, Evil Eye said. And then, all four of his purple eyes shattered. Four powers beamed out of his eyes, which then turned into purple crystals. They were like shiny purple gems. A number of purple markings scrawled their way across Evil Eye's body, and then flames shot out of them. The purple flowers across him also started to become real, turning from bone into real plants. The petals spread across his body, linking together to form a new set of armor. Evil Eye roared to the skies above. The purple lights then drew together to create two purple butterfly wings. The wings each had the symbol of an eye on them, and they glowed purple. When the flower armor and the butterfly wings appeared, Evil Eye's powers started to increase in volume. It was truly difficult to fathom just how strong he was becoming. Purple Eye Butterfly. Many of the old people that were watching this fight couldn't help but balk at the name. Evil Eye is actually Purple Eye Butterfly. He's that asterisk shoal. In the dark land of Sacred, Old Eagle looked at Evil Eye and clenched his jaws. He's not dead. Auntie May frowned profusely. In Sky Palace, the masked woman also found herself screaming. One of the 10 generals of Sacred. Purple Eye Butterfly. He is Evil Eye. Now it finally makes sense that he has been reborn countless times through the ages. The Sky Palace leader was still angry, and he snarled, even if he's Sacred's leader reborn, he laid his grubby mitts on my student. For that crime, I will kill him myself. On Buddha Planet, Burning Lamp Alpha found himself in a state of shock, too. Sacred's General Purple Eye Butterfly is not dead. This is interesting. Purple Eye Butterfly settled into a cocoon, only to become a butterfly. It is because of this he is practically immortal. But every time he is reborn, he can never finish the last step. Each and every time, he can go no further than becoming deified. In a black hole, Demon Alpha laughed coldly to himself. He looked at the person with disdain. All the elites of the universe looked at the Evil Eye's true form in a number of different ways. They all thought different things about him. Evil Eye's body kept changing. He looked at his enemy, Han Sen, and said angrily, I wanted to find a stronger body before becoming a butterfly. I wanted it to combine with the host, but because of you, I have to waste my butterfly form on this petty vessel. And what's more, I cannot find myself another host now. That's fine, though, I suppose. I guess this body is enough, once I combine and properly assimilate with it. With that combination of power, I should be able to kill you. As Evil Eye was talking, the purple symbols that decorated his butterfly wings became extremely bright. A strange, voluminous swirl started to appear. A light was dousing the entire area in a number of its beams. That light seemed impossible to avoid, but Han Sen gathered up a bunch of power to try to repel its assault anyway. But nothing he did worked, for he felt the light penetrate his body. Han Sen felt as if he had been chained up. He no longer had any control, and he could not even close his eyelids. Han Sen had always been surprised that his body was no weaker than an evil breaker dragon body, but seal powers did not work on him. Despite that, the light that came from those eye patterns were enough to shoot through his defenses and seal him. That light was too strong to appropriately describe. Han Sen wished to use his own power to escape the speed of that light, but doing so was useless. He could not break Evil Eye's eye lights either. Purple Eye Light isn't an ordinary sealing technique. Even if a deified elite was snared by it, nothing they could do would allow them to break free. Dollar is just a marquise, and now he cannot even hope to tear up his own paper to escape. Purple Eye Butterfly can do anything he wishes now. The Sky Palace leader looked grim. He stared at Purple Eye Butterfly, thinking of ways in which he might be able to kill Purple Eye Butterfly for good. Evil Eye coldly looked at Han Sen and flapped his purple wings. He flew over to Han Sen, gritted his teeth, and said, "I will make you regret ever having come into existence." Evil Eye flew directly before him, and Han Sen still couldn't break out of the force that bound him. He sighed and thought to himself, "It looks like my only option is to use Super God Spirit Body to get out of this, but even if I do that, I can't think of a way in which I might save Lone Bamboo. It's not like I can kill him." But right then, Han Sen had no choice. Just as he was about to use his Super God Spirit mode, he suddenly saw Evil Eye stop in front of him. The purple crystal eye on his forehead began to bleed. Chapter 2136 Try Failing in Desperation, D***MN. At a time like this? Evil Eye asked, his face twisting. His body came to a complete stop, and he hovered in the air above Han Senator. He brought his hand up to touch the third eye, but as hard as he pressed against it, the eye refused to stop bleeding. The red color spread across the eye, fighting the signature purple that tried to maintain control. Pang! Evil Eye fell from the sky. When he hit the ground, his knees thudded hard into the sand. The light that was shooting out of his wings released their grip on Han Sen, freeing him. That must be. That's Lone Bamboo. His will hasn't been destroyed by Purple Eye Butterfly, the masked woman hollered. Ha ha ha. Nice. That's my student, for you. The Sky Palace leader let out an out-of-character laugh. Lone Bamboo's fierce will is still there. Even an old monster like Purple Eye Butterfly can't suppress his own will to go on. Burning Lamp Alpha looked on, utterly flabbergasted. Oh, no. As other people of Sky Palace were beaming with joy, Yun Sushang let out a sudden cry of terror. What's up, sis? Brother Bamboo's will is still present. Isn't that a good thing? Yun Sui looked at Yun Sushang with a hefty dollop of confusion. Yun Sushang's eyebrows knitted with worry. Yes, it is good that Lone Bamboo's will is still there, but he is in the midst of a fight. And that means he has stopped doing combat with his opponent. And with Dollar now being free, there has been no greater chance for him to kill Evil Eye. But if he destroys Evil Eye, he will be destroying Lone Bamboo in the process. Before she finished speaking, everyone suddenly understood what she was getting at. That turned their excitement into fear. The two opposing forces had been using all the powers they could muster. Dollar had only just been pinned by Evil Eye, and if Lone Bamboo's will had not shown up when it did, Evil Eye would have surely annihilated him. Now that Dollar was free and Evil Eye had lost control, this was his best chance to eliminate Evil Eye, once and for all. Dollar had just narrowly escaped death himself, so why would he hesitate to bring this fight to a decisive end? Everyone in Sky Palace was worried. They were afraid that if Dollar killed Evil Eye, then Lone Bamboo would be lost with him. And the people of Sky Palace weren't the only onlookers feeling this way. The audience understood what was going on, and they acknowledged the stakes. If Dollar struck, the entire event would be brought to an end. Evil Eye had been disturbed by the thrashing of Lone Bamboo's will. He was too distracted to counter Dollar right now, so it was best for Dollar to kill him immediately while he had the chance. Dollar and Evil Eye were mere feet apart, but no one could guess what would happen next. They only knew that Dollar would make the decision, for the ball was well and truly in his court. Dollar did not move though. He just looked at Evil Eye, who was kneeling before him. It didn't look as if he had any intention of attacking. Struggling is useless. Give it up. Evil Eye barked, his sky eye shining with purple light. The next second, however, Evil Eye's sky eye turned red. Then, Lone Bamboo's voice sounded through his mouth. I have waited so long, and you have finally decided to combine fully with my body. There is nowhere to run now, even if you wish to. You think you can fight me? The sky eye turned purple, and when it did, Evil Eye's voice spoke. The sky eye kept flashing between the colors purple and red. Evil Eye and Lone Bamboo's wills kept fighting against each other. It looked like a pretty intense battle, as the controls for their shared vessel kept switching between the pair. The people in Sky Palace were happy that Dollar had not made a move to kill Evil Eye or Lone Bamboo. That Dollar is not a bad man, the Sky Palace leader said. Is Dollar crazy? Why doesn't he move to smite Evil Eye now while he can? Someone frowned. Maybe he is worried that Sky Palace would go after him if he did that. True. There is no need for him to offend Sky Palace for the sake of his reputation. While everyone was talking, Lone Bamboo and Evil Eye's fight continued. Of course I can fight you. I am fighting with you now. Lone Bamboo's voice sounded once more. I have lived for millions of years, and in each lifetime, I became deified. My will is strong, and you have only lived for a few meager decades. It is pointless trying to fight me. Evil Eye shouted. The red took over the Sky Eye again, and then, Lone Bamboo spoke calmly. He said, You are strong, and you keep becoming deified. But you always win, don't you? You have never experienced what it's like to be crushed. You don't know defeat, and you don't know what it is like to lose all hope. I don't need to know, and that's because I will keep winning, Evil Eye hissed. Why don't you try to submit to defeat? Feel the bitter pangs of disappointment. The Sky Eye had turned red again. When Lone Bamboo regained control of the body, his fingers turned into a sword. Then he brought it up to his forehead. Bzzzt. The sword mine touched his forehead and went into his own body. Spirit Sword. Han Sen, upon seeing Lone Bamboo's fingers, looked utterly shocked. He knew exactly what Lone Bamboo was doing. His will was not enough to triumph over Evil Eyes, but Lone Bamboo had suffered the sadness of a multitude of nightmare lifetimes. Now, Evil Eye and Lone Bamboo were together. When their combined emotions were unleashed, Evil Eye would have to suffer the plague of depression, as well. Lone Bamboo had suffered through a lot that Evil Eye never had. He was strong like a deified being, but with those emotional terrors, it was difficult for him to maintain control and stay conscious. This was what Lone Bamboo had been waiting for. He hadn't fought Evil Eye yet because the monster still hadn't fully combined with Lone Bamboo's body. If Lone Bamboo had used the bad emotions earlier, then Evil Eye could have escaped them. Lone Bamboo finally had the chance he had been waiting for. Now was his opportunity to exact revenge. The Spirit Sword unleashed the bottled emotions of sadness, and the flood drowned the opposing force of willpower. Evil Eye and Lone Bamboo sank under the overwhelming sadness. And right then, Lone Bamboo became the boss. Enjoy what it is like to experience failure and hopelessness. Lone Bamboo exclaimed. Impossible, how, arg. Evil Eye let out a scream. The grueling emotions were ravaging his willpower. They were washing away all he thought true into the oceans of misery. Han Sen had experienced the nightmares once before, and after his brief time, he already lost himself to them. But now, Evil Eye had taken over Lone Bamboo's body. That meant he was Lone Bamboo, and that also meant he had accepted all the emotions that burdened the man. All of a sudden, countless varieties of hopelessness were being forced onto his shoulders. Even a deified elite would be crippled by all that. Lone Bamboo's third eye continued to bleed blood. His expression held shock and sadness, but most of all, it was filled with despair. Chapter 2137. Sorry to keep you waiting, no wonder I haven't seen Evil Eye use Textless Book to try to free himself. Han Sen let out a sigh. When he saw Spirit Sword trigger all those ghastly emotions, he knew things were practically over. Lone Bamboo could keep himself calm and controlled beneath the pressure of all that sadness, but Evil Eye couldn't. That meant Evil Eye was trying to fight two forms of willpower at once. And just as Lone Bamboo had said earlier, Evil Eye had never once experienced the depression that accompanies failure and loss of hope. Now that Evil Eye had to fight against the emotions crushing him, he had little strength left to resist Lone Bamboo. He couldn't fight back, and he was done for. How could it all end like this? This is impossible. Evil Eye screamed. The purple light in his eyes began to thin and flicker. It was being consumed by blood. He would have already escaped if he could have, but his body was completely assimilated with Lone Bamboo, and there was nowhere he could run. If he left Lone Bamboo's body, his will would be the only thing he could take with him. All the Geno teachings he had gathered across the millennia would be left behind. No, Evil Eye sounded hopeless, and for the first time, he sounded downright scared. The purple lights of his life began to dim. The purple butterfly wings behind Lone Bamboo also began to fade away. The flower armor started to wilt, die, and fall. As the flowers and wings disappeared, Lone Bamboo's real form became more and more visible. Suddenly, Lone Bamboo's third eye flashed with purple. A light emerged in the form of a butterfly, and it flapped its wings and tried to fly away. Catcha! Han Sen threw a punch. His power couldn't touch the purple butterfly, as its form was like a non-physical shadow. You guys better not bump into me again. If you do, I'll torture you to death. The purple butterfly spoke with Evil Eye's voice, and it sounded horribly bitter and angry. It flapped its wings and headed for the paper. Pang! Seeing that the purple butterfly had almost reached the paper, Han Sen used Super Spank from his hand. The blow turned the butterfly into dust. Xenogenic deified being hunted, Purple Eye Butterfly. Obtained Purple Eye Butterfly Beast Soul. Han Sen hadn't expected to get a kill announcement when the butterfly was destroyed, since what he had killed was the final, fleeting bit of Purple Eye Butterfly's willpower. It made sense that he hadn't gotten a xenogenic gene, though, since Purple Eye Butterfly's decision to combine with Lone Bamboo's body had probably negated the gene's existence. But Han Sen was more than surprised that he had managed to obtain a deified beast soul. Purple Eye Butterfly had become deified many times, despite having only reached the level of a Marquise during this cycle. Han Sen thought he'd get a Marquise beast soul if he got one at all, and he never dreamed of snagging a deified item. But Han Sen had missed one crucial fact: whenever Purple Eye Butterfly took a new host, it brought a seed of power with it. Using his deified will and his seed of power, Evil Eye would strengthen his host as much as he could, eventually becoming deified. Once he became deified, power would feed back into his will and his seed, strengthening them even more to prepare for the next cycle. Evil Eye Butterfly was reborn again and again, and each time, he sought to make his seed stronger. He did this over and over to achieve the final step of ascension. But so far, he had not managed to reach the final step. He had only gone far enough to become deified. Lone Bamboo's flower armor was now all dead, and the color of his eye turned a permanent shade of red. And then, a white and purple armor began to clothe Lone Bamboo. Purple butterfly wings also began to spread from his back. This looked quite different from his old Geno armor, and it must have been the result of him combining with Purple Eye Butterfly. Sorry to keep you waiting, Lone Bamboo said calmly as he looked up at Dollar. The paper for Evil Eye disappeared, and in its stead, a new one manifested. It read, Sky, Lone Bamboo. *T. Sacred's General Purple Eye Butterfly has been killed. It is a shame a deified elite is now gone for good. No one told him to become deified. It was not difficult to kill him. Purple Eye Butterfly was murdered. Those two marquises killed him. Ha! He should have died a long time ago, anyway. Dollar behaved honorably, though. He didn't sneak in a quick victory. He could have Lone Bamboo and Evil Eye at the same time, but he didn't. It looks like this fight is set to continue. Dollar looks strong, but Lone Bamboo is certainly stronger. He broke Purple Eye Butterfly's will, so he must have a deified will himself. I wonder who will win now. Han Sen looked at the restored lone bamboo and felt a jolt of happiness run through him. But he kept his calm and said, "That's okay. I can wait a while longer, if that's what you need. You can start. I don't need to rest." Lone Bamboo shook his head. The fight hadn't even started yet. It was like everything had been reset. Lone Bamboo flapped his butterfly wings and said, "It seems I have combined with Purple Eye Butterfly, and in addition to the wings, I have his purple godlight. That's okay. Feel free to use it," Han Sen said. "Okay." Lone Bamboo nodded. Then, the symbols of eyes began to light up across the wings. The light spread until it burst out and flew toward Han Sr. Lone Bamboo is very strong, and now he has Purple Eye Butterfly's godlight. I am afraid Dollar won't stand a chance. He is too arrogant. He deserves what's coming to him. You don't know anything. That was a fine display of chivalry. Only winning can make someone an elite. Losers are pigs and nothing more. But Lone Bamboo's being an asterisk shoal. Dollar just let him go instead of killing him. It's not very nice that he now wants to fight him. Winning is all that matters. Dollar is stupid for not finishing him off, so you can't really fault Lone Bamboo for behaving this way. No matter what, if Dollar is unable to break the Purple Eye godlight, he will lose. Dollar is a really strong individual. I don't think he is stupid enough to make a mistake like this. Someone as strong as he is should not make such a stupid move. He must have a way in which to deal with the Purple Eye godlight. Otherwise, why would he not strike when he had the chance? If he could defend himself against it, why would he have stayed under Evil Eye's control for so long earlier? He's taken this bluff too far. I bet he thought that after their tussle, Lone Bamboo or Evil Eye would be extremely injured when they emerged. But nope. Lone Bamboo wasn't injured, and on top of that, he has walked away with the benefits of Purple Eye Butterfly. Chapter 2138 Endless Sky Path. Han Sen felt the purple eye light wrap around him. He was restricted, and just like before, he was unable to move a muscle. Since Lone Bamboo was using the godlight as a marquise, Han Sen doubted that he would be able to last very long. But if Lone Bamboo could keep it up for even just a second, that would be enough time for him to defeat Han Sen with a single attack. Han Sen tried to struggle out of the light's grasp or break it, but all his attempts failed. I need to research the Purple Eye Butterfly's sealing light. I can't depend on Super God Body to bail me out all the time. Han Sen thought about Purple Eye Butterfly, and then his mind raced back to the beast soul he had received. He decided to give it a look. Deified Beast Soul, Purple Eye Butterfly, Spectacles Type, Spectacles. Is this some kind of lenses? Like an ordinary pair of glasses that you can wear when you go out? Han Sen thought, as he prepared to summon the Beast Soul. It was the only deified Beast Soul that he had. If he used it as Dollar, and other people saw it, he'd be unable to use it as his real self. Han Senator, if he didn't absolutely have to use it, Han Sen did not want to expose it to the public now and risk identifying himself. Purple Eye Butterfly's godlight is rather strong. I can't maintain it very long as a marquise. Lone Bamboo looked at Han Sen, but he did not make a move. Then don't waste time, Han Sen responded suddenly. A gold light enveloped Han Sen and turned his gold armor translucent, and he stepped through the purple godlight like it wasn't even there. The Purple Eye godlight didn't work. The audience gaped. Purple Eye Butterfly was one of Sacred's 10 generals. His power placed him among the greatest elites, and that was especially true of his Purple Eye godlight. It might have been the best sealing power in the entire universe. If the deified elites did not have a way of blocking or avoiding that light, they'd be restricted from making a single move. Carrot rendered helpless. Lone Bamboo was only marquise, though, so the Purple Eye godlight wasn't very strong. But against someone of the same level, there shouldn't have been a problem at all. But Han Sen had easily broken the purple eye godlight. Witnessing something like that was incredibly scary. That is the power. That is dollar. Isha, seeing Han Sen make use of Super God Spirit, became infuriated. When Han Sen entered Super God Spirit mode, his body exuded a most terrifying presence. Beneath the purple eye godlight, Han Sen pointed at Lone Bamboo with his finger. A power gathered upon his fingertip. It looked as if they were both partners in a dance, as Lone Bamboo opened his sky eye at the same moment. Then, blood washed over his body like an ocean wave. It painted his entire form, drenching him. It also combined with his purple armor and wings. His entire body was purple and red now, as if he was standing in a bloodlight. Lone Bamboo lifted his finger as well, pointing it at Han Sen like a sword. His body was red and purple, but the sword air was devoid of color. It was invisible. If his sword air hadn't been under the red and purple light, the crystal-looking sword would have been completely invisible to people, as well. Endless Sky Path from Textless Book. The Sky Palace leader noticed the sword air amassing on Lone Bamboo's finger and gasped. With eyes wide open, he stared at his fingers. No way. How long has he been practicing? He has learned Endless Sky Path. Are you sure? The woman with a black mask looked at the leader with an expression of utter disbelief. The Sky Palace leader laughed. It sounded like nonsense, but he said, haha. Of course I'm sure. He is my student. He's been studying the core of Endless Sky Path from the textless book ever since becoming a marquise. He is a good student, and I'm telling you, there is no one stronger than him in this universe. He learned Endless Sky Path at this age. Sky Palace is that fortunate, mumbled Burning Lamp Alpha. He was not looking good at all. Sky Palace has a **T amount of luck. Many of the older people that watched, when seeing this, became seething mad with jealousy. Textless book was difficult to learn. By only learning 20% of its contents, a student could rule the world. But learning the core of Endless Sky Path was even more difficult. Not many of the Sky had learned the textless book, and even fewer knew much about Endless Sky Path. The handful of people who had learned it were king class. The Sky Palace leader learned Endless Sky Path when he was a duke, and people believed he was the most impressive genius in existence for having done so. But now that Lone Bamboo had Endless Sky Path as a marquise, it was a bit of an understatement to say that people were shocked. Han Sen and Lone Bamboo were both building power. The red and white powers were like two gods, burning with rage for one another. Even looking at them was terrifying. Both of their powers peaked, and then they moved. Han Sen looked like a god with his finger raised. It wasn't a beautiful technique to witness being performed, but it was incredibly fast. It was as simple as it was violent. Lone Bamboo thrust his finger forward, too. The sword air headed towards Han Sen with all the power of a runaway locomotive. Catcha! The powers both went right by each other, and when they did, the audience heard a sound like an egg cracking. Lone Bamboo's armor of red light shattered into dust, but Dollar was totally fine. I lost. Thanks. Lone Bamboo nodded to Han Sen seriously, then tore up his paper. He vanished from the stage of the Geno being scroll. Impossible. How could Endless Sky Path lose? That was the essence of Sky Path. You can time travel with it. How could anyone lose with it? The Sky Path leader stared at the Geno being scroll, at a complete loss. He could not believe what he had just witnessed. He knew precisely how powerful Endless Sky Path was, and that was why he was so shocked. Endless Sky Path lost. Many of the old elites were shocked by this, too. They looked upon the gold body inside the Geno being scroll with trepidation. Human. Dollar, Countless eyes stared at those two words, transfixed. The audience was a huge wash of emotion, including everything from jealousy to admiration to fear. Boom! The Geno being scroll's river broke. And then, dollar disappeared from sight. After that, a video played across the bronze scroll. The video replayed dollar's fights. Every elite stared at dollar's Geno being fights intently, as each one was being replayed consecutively, until the final one where he reached first place. No one had thought the final victor of the Marquise tier would be a human named Dollar. Every noble looked at the final result, unsure how they should respond. Chapter 2139 First place Marquise Dollar's fights were in full display across the breadth of the bronze scroll, and the sight of his gold body now elicited a very different reaction than it had before. He had reached the first place of the Marquise tier, proving himself to be the strongest in existence. The video stopped at the precise moment Dollar and Lone Bamboo moved to engage each other with their fingers. And then, before the eyes of all, the video shattered. The view zoomed closer on the gold body until his image was the only thing seen across the entire bronze scroll. It shone so brightly, anyone from any corner of the universe could see it clearly. 10 minutes later, the gold body was removed from sight, and Dollar's name appeared atop the Geno being scroll's scoreboard. First place Marquise, human, Dollar out of all the tiers, that had been the longest fight. Other tiers had already crowned their first places. The being to claim first place in the Viscount tier was Han Littleflower. This was the first time that Han Sen had gotten to lay eye carrot on Han Littleflower. Lone Bamboo sat beside a rolling stream. The little girl gazed at Lone Bamboo with a conflicted look in her evil eyes. "Who are you?" Lone Bamboo asked the little girl. "I am the flower," the little girl answered. "What flower?" Lone Bamboo asked. "Butterflies can't live without flowers. If they tried to, they'd die." "I am that flower," the little girl answered. Lone Bamboo nodded, and he seemed to understand her. He looked at the little girl briefly, before rising to take his leave. "Why don't you just kill me?" "Shouldn't you hate me?" the little girl asked Lone Bamboo's shrinking shadow. "Ever since a little girl left me, I have vowed to never take the blood of another young girl," Lone Bamboo said coldly. Without looking back, he kept walking away. "If you do not kill me, then I will surely be the one to kill you." The little girl's body flashed. Her hands turned red, and she came soaring over to Lone Bamboo's back. Pang! When her hands came into contact with Lone Bamboo's back, her fists left behind 2 red marks. But even so, Lone Bamboo seemed as if he had barely noticed her. The little girl's shock gave way to rage, and she screamed at Lone Bamboo's back. "You are stupid not to kill me, you know that. I will avenge Evil Eye's death one of these days. You will come to regret this. The only regrets I have are the times when I was stupidly not myself." Lone Bamboo waved his hand at her, as if he was saying goodbye. "If killing me in revenge is what you seek, then I earnestly advise you to get stronger. For as long as I live, the opportunity for you to claim the vengeance you desire will be available to you." The little girl stared at Lone Bamboo's back until he faded from view completely. The Geno being scroll fights came to an end, at long last. Han Sen took a detour and arrived at Sky Palace. The Sky Palace leader was happy to have Han Sen return in good health, and during their meeting, Han Sen took the opportunity to ask about Sacred. "Leader, I have heard that the purple-eyed butterfly hails from Sacred. Can you tell me a little about what Sacred is like?" Han Sen did his best to make it sound like he asked the question out of simple curiosity. He didn't want to risk the leader looking into his mind and reading his true thoughts. The Sky Palace leader retreated into thought for a moment, and then went on to say, "Sacred was once a grand, powerful faction. They held the very top spot in the Geno Hall, but they fell into disarray and collapse a long time ago. Many races don't know a thing about the ancient Sacred, and I must confess that not even I suspected one of their generals was still alive. Were the 10 generals of sacred deified? Han Sen pretended as if this surprised him. They were, indeed. And there were more than merely 10 of them. The 10 generals were simply the strongest of their ranks, the Sky Palace leader said. Han Sen was quite surprised by this, and so he said, to have such power, and yet they still fell. Who could have done that to them? Nobody knows. The answer to that question is something many of the elders have sought to learn. And scour the universe as they might, nothing has been explained. If they had learned the truth, perhaps there wouldn't be such a barren system. The Sky Palace leader let out a long sigh. Sacred is in the barrens. Han Sen was shocked. He forced himself to stop thinking. All of the barrens is territory that once belonged to sacred, the Sky Palace leader said with a nod. That Viscount in first place could be a genuine heir of sacred. If you ever encounter him, be careful. He may not yet be a marquise, but we do not know if they have any more such people in the ranks of sacred. We are all going to have to be careful. Han Sen took his leave and started mulling things over. The barrens used to belong to sacred. That means Little Flower must be there. The entrance to the sanctuaries is there, as well. Nine-Life Cat is associated with sacred, and on top of that, he can enter the sanctuaries. Does sacred have something to do with the existence of the sanctuaries? Han Sen spent a lot of time thinking those questions over, but he couldn't discern much. He couldn't confirm any of the guesses he managed to come up with. The only lead he had at the moment was the location. But getting through the barrens might very well be impossible if you weren't deified. The entrance to the sanctuaries was in the barrens someplace, and so Han Sen collected as much information about the region as he could. All the races said the same thing, though. If he wasn't a deified elite, then it was best not to even think about venturing there. Even king-class elites might meet a swift death by traversing such a place. If the place hadn't been so terrifying, then the crystallizers would have made it back into the gene universe ago. They wouldn't have died as soon as they made the journey. Han Sen gave up on thinking about forging a path to the sanctuaries, but he hadn't expected Sacred and Little Flower to be in such a dangerous area. F***CK. So what if it's in the barren systems? No one should be able to stop me from searching for my own son. Han Sen growled angrily as he went to the White Jade Jing. He needed to be king class before he could even think about going to the barrens. If he didn't at least reach that height, death would surely find him there. So, his priority for the time being was to get better. Coming into the White Jade Jing, he entered the second White Jade building. When he reached the 7th floor, he saw Lone Bamboo. He smiled and said, "It's a shame that you fell short of first place." Lone Bamboo responded resolutely, "It is. But what happened is simply driving me to become even stronger for the next time." "You are boring. Can you not make a more exciting promise, like saying you'll beat Dollar?" Han Sen smiled. "I think beating you first might be useful. After the White Jade Jing shuts down, how about you and I go spar?" Lone Bamboo looked at Han Sr., I have important things to do. Perhaps next time." Han Sen was not interested in fighting Lone Bamboo. This was especially true since the man now possessed the purple eye godlights. Without making use of Super God Spirit, it was unlikely Han Sen would actually be able to defeat Lone Bamboo. Published at 6th of April 2029 25 and 11 seconds AM Chapter 2140, 2140 Chapter 2140 Training Ground Sponsored Content. Han Sen finished absorbing the Jade Spirits, and the White Jade Jing closed. So, Han Sen quickly abandoned the White Jade building and went to Dream Island to pick up Bauer. Before Han Sen went to Holy Heaven, he sent Bauer to Dream Island. Under the ardent protection of the Dream Beast, no one would even think about bothering her. "Dad!" Upon seeing Han Sen, Bauer leaped into his arms. After thanking Dream Beast for keeping her safe, Han Sen took Bauer to Jade Island. Isha used to say Sky Palace would help me reach Marquise. But it is so difficult to get the story of genes to Marquise tier. After I do become Marquise, how am I supposed to find the necessary resources to reach Duke, and then King? The story of genes was really starting to give Han Sen a headache these days. It took far too much work and resources to keep upgrading the story of genes, and on top of that, he had yet to see what power it actually provided. Han Sen was in the midst of plotting out his future course when he heard someone shouting his name from just beyond the borders of his little island. The Yun sisters and Thousand Feather Crane had come to see him. Han Sen welcomed them over to a table that was sitting next to an old tree. There, he told them all to sit down. I was going to visit you guys, as a matter of fact. But look! You guys came to see me, instead, Han Sen said, as he started to serve each of them some tea. Yun Suyi smiled and said, we didn't come here of our own volition. We are here delivering word from my father. You do not have much time left. Not much time left with what? Han Sen was surprised to hear this. It is time that you have to teach in the training ground, Yun Susheng smiled. Sponsored content, I see. I would have forgotten if you did not come to tell me. I will go first thing in the morning. Han Sen now remembered that he had intended to teach a while ago, but events beyond his control had taken him away from Sky Palace. He had put this off for an entire year, and he still owed the 10 days of teaching. Brother Han, what are you going to teach? Thousand Feather Crane asked. I was thinking about Suppress Evil, Han Sen said. If he was able to teach Suppress Evil, that would probably be the best option. You are going to talk about Suppress Evil. Thousand Feather Crane and the others were shocked to hear this. Is that a bad idea? Am I not allowed to talk about it or something? Han Sen asked, with a visible look of confusion. Of course you are allowed to talk about it, but, Thousand Feather Crane did not continue. It seemed as if he wanted to avoid saying something hurtful. Instead, Yun Suyi continued on his behalf, saying, but Suppress Evil is very difficult to teach. And there is already a teacher that speaks about Suppress Evil. On top of that, he is very good with it, as well. Is he a king class elite? Han Sen asked. No. He is a duke from Rui Beast. His talent lies in Suppress Evil powers, so his Suppress Evil is, quite naturally, greater than that of others. There aren't many people that are as good as him when it comes to that skill. As a result, the elders generally allow him to lead discussions on Suppress Evil, Thousand Feather Crane said. In that case, I will talk about something else. Han Sen was troubled now. He did not have an alternative he could think of teaching. Sponsored content. Han Sen had many Geno arts, but they were all secret. He shouldn't really be teaching those to others, and without them, he hadn't a clue of what he should lecture on. Brother Han, we will attend your lessons tomorrow. Before Thousand Feather Crane and the others left, they made plans to meet up with Han Sen at the training grounds the next day. Han Sen still didn't know what he should teach, though. He was planning to ask the Sky Palace people what they wished to hear about. When the students of Sky Palace heard that Han Sen was finally going to fulfill his teaching requirement, many people who weren't planning on going changed their minds. Even the feathers such as Angia came to listen. They wanted to see what Han Sen could teach them. Han Sen brought Bauer onto the stage alongside him. He saw many students down in front. There was quite the audience, and there weren't enough seats to house them all. Many people were relegated to standing. Han Sen and Lone Bamboo were referred to as the Knife and Sword Masters, and the residents of Sky Palace were very interested in Han Sen's Geno arts. It wasn't just the lower-level sorts that had come to listen to Han Sen that day either, as many marquises attended as well. Thousand Feather Crane and the Yun sisters had managed to claim some front-row seats for themselves. Han Sen nodded at them, as if he was saying hello. since he was a teacher on stage, and it was a little inappropriate for him to greet others in such a fashion. "Brother Han, what are you teaching?" Yu Jing shouted boisterously from the front row. "What would you like to hear about?" "If there is anything in particular, I will consider your requests," Han Sen asked. He hoped someone in the audience would have a good idea. "Sword skills. We want to hear about sword skills." "Sponsored content, why sword skills?" "Knife skills for sure. Brother Han has been taught by 2 legends. Why don't you teach us both, since you are called the knife and sword master?" Many of the students started to fight amongst themselves. There were too many differing opinions, which wasn't helping Han Sen make a decision at all. "I have a suggestion. If it is possible, do you think you could teach us suppress evil?" Yu Jing's voice was so loud, his call managed to drown out all the others. "What is the point of listening to that? We have heard about it too many times, and it is simply way too hard to practice." Many more students fought to have their say once again. Many students wished to practice suppress evil, but the technique really was notoriously difficult to become proficient with. It was a Geno art that took a very long time to learn. Studying it was almost too difficult. Suppress evil is a nice suggestion. As everyone was in the middle of arguing with each other, a cold voice resonated through the air. It wasn't loud, but everyone heard it. And to top it off, it was familiar. Everyone looked toward the voice, and the speaker was revealed to be none other than Lone Bamboo. He was standing at the edge of the hall. Yu Jing had looked rather embarrassed when everyone shouted down his suggestion, but now he was very excited and he said, "Look. Even Brother Lone Bamboo wants to hear about suppress evil. I would like to let Brother Han teach us about suppress evil, too." "Yep. Suppress evil sounds good. I have heard many lectures concerning suppress evil. If it is coming from Brother Han, however, it must be unique. Let us all now listen to suppress evil. Even Brother Lone Bamboo wishes to hear about Han Sen's suppress evil. It must be very different. Let's do it." The students that were all arguing now suddenly agreed with each other. They wished to hear about Han Sen's suppress evil. After the nightmares, Lone Bamboo never came to the training grounds to listen to the lectures. Now that Lone Bamboo was there to listen to Han Sen's suppress evil, everyone thought that Han Sen's suppress evil had to be something special. They really wanted to hear about it now. Seeing everyone clamoring to hear about suppress evil, Han Sen found himself quietly saying, "Okay, I will teach suppress evil. But my proficiency with it is nothing special. Just listen and do not take it too seriously. What I'm about to say is just some advice. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Note: please download the sponsors game to support us. Published at 6th of April 2029, 25 and 11 seconds AM. Chapter 2141, 2141. Chapter 2141. Suppress Evil Punch. Sponsored content. Suppress Evil. This is both the best and worst Geno art to consider teaching. Sky Path Garden's leader squinted his eyes and looked over the training ground. "Leader, why do you say that?" White Real asked. The leader smiled and said, "Suppress evil is difficult. There are many meanings to glean from the 30 million words contained in its text. It could easily take an entire year to explain a single paragraph. Many people that have practiced it can teach it, but it's hard because of the sheer breadth of the technique. Talking about one paragraph hardly helps anyone, so the students aren't likely to learn much." After pausing, he went on to say, "The same is true with 4-seasoned Duke from Roy Beast. He teaches suppress evil, and he has been learning it for centuries. And even with all that talent, he has only managed to reach its 8th tier. The Sky Palace leader has managed to fulfill all 11 tiers, but he is the only one that has. Only he has been able to do that. There has never been another. White Real asked. Others have done it, but they are few. Aside from the leader, there is one other who occupied the first elder seat. He has been gone for a long time, though. No one knows whether or not he still lives, the leader said. Thousand Feather Crane and the Yun sisters, upon hearing that Han Sen had been forced to teach Suppress Evil, looked worried. They had just reminded Han Sen not to do this, since Four-Season Duke usually taught it. He lectured on Suppress Evil every month, and according to his timetable, he would be there teaching again the next day. Sponsored content. If Han Sen's speech on Suppress Evil was terrible, then the next day, when Four-Season Duke taught it, people were going to openly proclaim the Duke to be superior. It wouldn't do much damage to Han Sen's reputation in the long run, but it'd still look bad. But if Han Sen did well enough to embarrass Four-Season Duke, that wouldn't be great either. It was bad to offend a duke. So, it did not matter if he taught Suppress Evil with a high proficiency or a low proficiency. He was doomed either way. That was why they had explicitly told Han Sen to avoid teaching Suppress Evil. Now that Yu Jing and Lone Bamboo had come forward to request it in particular, Han Sen had no choice but to comply, though. Han Sen didn't bother worrying about it. He didn't know what else he could teach, and he had at least prepared a little with Suppress Evil. So, lackadaisically, he was just going to go forward with that. The Suppress Evil Han Sen had learned was different from the teachings the average student received with it, however. Ordinary students were required to reach King class before being given access to Hidden Path Cave and observing the 72 gene kill spells. Before that, their teachings were relegated to the pages of books. But Han Sen had already observed the 72 gene skill spells, and by following those, he learned it with a great deal of proficiency. So, Han Sen had already established the basics and continued on. Because his audience had studied the skill in such a radically different way, their opinions on the teachings could be wildly different. Han Sen wasn't planning on teaching in a conventional method, however. He had another way to go about this. Sponsored content. If everyone wishes to hear about Suppress Evil, I will discuss it and recount my own experiences. Today, I will talk to you all about the Gold Star Punch, one of the 72 Suppress Evil punches, Han Sen said. Brother Han, what is a Suppress Evil punch? We haven't encountered anything like that in our learnings of Suppress Evil, Yu Jing asked. Han Sen's first sentence made many people very curious. Suppress Evil was a very complex geno art, and its power was very unique. The power that fueled it came from within, but it did not correlate with the physical capabilities of your actual body. Basically, Suppress Evil was similar in some ways to the Purple Eye Godlights. It was a special power that was used independently, rather than being combined with some sort of physical strike. But because Han Sen had studied the original gene kill spells, he knew a lot about how the skill could actually be used. Rather than spending forever talking about the individual elements of the skill, Han Sen was going to start with the finished product, in this case, a punch. Then, the students could reverse engineer their understanding of the skill from the feelings that the finished product gave them. Other teachers could take the time to teach about the nitty-gritty details, Han Sen figured. He wasn't going to do that. He was going to talk about a basic punch that stemmed from the original gene kill spells. And through that punch, the students would learn about the technique at large. Normal people wouldn't understand this, but if they practiced the skill and could get to grips with the sensation of the punch, they would understand the meaning of the original gene kill spells. Practice makes perfect. Do something over and over, and you're bound to get better. Han Sen was well acquainted with this basic method. Sponsored content. But being basic didn't mean that it was a bad method. Ordinary students weren't like Four-Season Duke, who had all the time in the world to learn about Suppress Evil. If they wanted to learn it properly, Four-Season Duke's method might take their entire lifetime. So, Han Sen's basic method was for the students that did not have as much time to learn Suppress Evil. If the students wished to learn Suppress Evil, learning a Suppress Evil punch would be good. None of them had seen an original gene kill spell before, but if they practiced and researched it like this, then the entire process was sure to be faster. The only bad thing about a suppress evil punch was the limit that Han Sen himself imposed. Even if the students learned the skills as well as Han Sen, they could only be as good as Han Sen. They couldn't go any further. But for most ordinary people, that was enough. Han Sen's suppress evil was at tier 8. If they mastered the punch, they would be equal to the 8th tier of suppress evil, as well. Four-seasoned Duke had practiced suppress evil for centuries, and he hadn't gone any farther than 8 tiers either. A suppress evil punch is a fist technique that I learned from suppress evil. Suppress evil is too big to teach in its entirety, so I will teach you all about a specific technique. I hope this can help everyone further their practices with suppress evil, Han Sen said as an introduction. Everyone was interested. They had never heard suppress evil being spoken of in such a way. It was like they were having a chemistry lesson, and the topic of the day was punches. The two things didn't really make much sense when combined. There didn't seem to be a relation between the two, but it still sparked much curiosity. If there are no questions, I will teach you all the first technique. It is named Gold Star Punch, and it stems from the 72 suppress evil punches. Han Sen taught them his fist skill. This skill was not particularly difficult. It was just like any fist skill. It took the shape of the original gene kill spells, and that was that. However, it had a great deal of depth. In order to master it, a student would have to understand the original gene kill spells inside and out. Han Sen wanted to teach sword skills, but so many Sky Palace students used swords that there was already a flood of sword skills. He settled on punches instead. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Note: please download the sponsors game to support us. Chapter 2142 Four-Season Duke Four-Season Duke went to the training ground as he usually did. And there, he prepared to start teaching suppress evil. But after waiting a while to begin, he noticed there were only a few people in attendance. This made him frown. Although the training ground wasn't usually packed, the seats in his lectures were usually around 90% filled. After all, quite a few students had learned suppress evil in Sky Palace. And when they had trouble improving their proficiency with it, many would come to hear what Four-Season Duke had to say. This was the first time the place had ever been so empty. Luan, why have only a few of you come? Where is Chu Hao? Four-Season Duke asked, as he looked over the handful of students. Luan and Chu Hao focused on suppress evil more than any others. They always appeared in the lessons given by Four-Season Duke. There, attending another teacher's lesson, Luan spoke with nervousness and guilty reluctance. Please visit on our list novel. I see. And which teacher are they studying under? Four-Season Duke focused on suppress evil. He didn't care about anything else, so he didn't pay much attention to the other instructors. They have gone to listen to Han Sen, one answered. Han Sen. What does he teach? Four-Season Duke asked with much curiosity. Even he had heard Han Sen's name before. He teaches, one was struggling to spit out the words. What's wrong with your mouth? Why do you keep stumbling? What does he teach? Four-Season Duke frowned. He is teaching suppress evil, one finally stated. Suppress evil. Four-Season Duke's frown was a deep one. But after a moment, his expression relaxed again. Han Sen hadn't been in Sky Palace for very long. Even if he had started learning suppress evil the day he arrived, there was no way he could have achieved much with it. If the students were listening to Han Sen, Four-Season Duke concluded that it was just because of Han Sen's celebrity status. He was the freshest kid on the block. After the students heard a lecture or two from Han Sen, they would quickly recognize which of the two teachers were better at suppress evil, and they'd be eager to return. Alright, let's start. Today, we are going to talk about the theory of suppress evil. For-Season Duke started his lesson. For-Season Duke thought that, after a couple of days, that freshness would wear off and his old students would start flocking back to him. But a few more days after that, the students hadn't come back. Even more had chosen to abandon him, as a matter of fact. Aside from a few students that he had personally trained, all the others were gone. Now For-Season Duke started to feel upset. There were only a few students in front of the stage now, and so he couldn't help but frown and say, "I am not teaching today. Let's go listen to Han Sen and see what is attracting everyone to his lectures." For-Season Duke left the stage and headed toward Han Sen's lecture. Wan and the others followed. Not long after, For-Season Duke arrived at Han Sen's training ground. When he walked inside, For-Season Duke turned to ask Wan, "Is he really talking about suppress evil?" It was not surprising that For-Season Duke had to ask this. In the training grounds, everyone had their sleeves rolled up. They appeared to be practicing punches. To For-Season Duke, it looked like Han Sen was teaching a simple punching skill. He found it hard to believe what was being taught was actually suppress evil. He is teaching suppress evil. Han Sen said that this is a suppress evil punch. You will learn the skill if you learn the punch, Wan explained. What a load of nonsense. What does a firm punch have to do with suppress evil? For-Season Duke frowned. He wasn't a rash person, though, so he didn't do anything. He planned to listen to Han Sen and figure out a smarter way in which he could fight back. For-Season Duke had researched and studied suppress evil for a number of centuries. He was a very patient man, so he wouldn't do anything impulsive or stupid. He found a place to sit down, and he waited there to listen to Han Senator. The students that practiced suppress evil all knew who For-Season Duke was. Seeing him there, sitting and listening quietly, they all knew things were about to get interesting. For-Season Duke is here. Oh, Han Sen is in trouble now. Will something happen? Perhaps not. They might bicker, but that's about it. To be honest, For-Season Duke is a very high-level person. But if I am going to learn, following Han Sen would be the easier route. Yeah. Han Sen's method of teaching is such a breath of fresh air. It is easy to learn and use. You are right. After learning suppress evil punch from him, I can see things clearly that I used to have no hope of understanding. The students spoke quietly amongst themselves, but with the power For-Season Duke possessed, he could hear them as clear as a bell. He frowned even harder than he had been, and he wondered to himself, can the practice of a punch really connect with suppress evil? A few minutes later, Han Sen arrived and started his lesson. Han Sen was not aware that For-Season Duke was there. He had grown comfortable with the lessons and with the crowds that attended, so he didn't keep an eye on each and every person who came to listen. He did allow them to ask questions once the lesson was over, however. Today, we talk about the Xiong Star Punch from the 72 Suppress Evil Punches. Han Sen started the lesson by talking rather than demonstrating. That wasn't because it was a secret, though. It was just pointless to demonstrate this early. The students had to work out the execution for themselves. Han Sen would show them only if they ran into trouble. That was how it worked. Showing people a fist skill, when they had never learned it before, was pointless. It would be like they were watching a show. For-Season Duke wanted to argue with Han Sen as soon as he began lecturing, but after the Duke listened for a while, his jaw went slack. Han Sen's fist skill was simple, but it had the meaning of suppress evil within it. It all sounded as if it made perfect sense. For-Season Duke was not reckless. Before he figured out anything more, he decided to just listen. Over the next few days, For-Season Duke attended each of Han Sen's lessons. When the lecture ended, For-Season Duke left without saying anything. That was, until the last day of Han Sen's lessons. All Han Sen did was walk on stage, and before he could do anything, four-seasoned Duke stood up. All the students were surprised, knowing something was finally about to go down. Chapter 2143 Teacher Han. Over the course of the past few days, in which four-seasoned Duke attended the lectures given by Han Sen, he had selected a seat closer and closer to the stage each time. And on this day, he had snagged himself a front-row seat. When he stood up, everyone turned to look at him. Thousand Feather Crane and the Yun sisters were profusely worried, hoping nothing awful was going to happen. Han Sen had noticed four-seasoned Duke's presence 2 days prior to this confrontation, but he hadn't paid the man a second's heed. Now that four-seasoned Duke was standing up, though, Han Sen gave the man his full attention. Teacher Han, I have listened to your lessons on suppress evil punches over the past few days. And I must confess, I have learned a lot. That being said, I have questions concerning your techniques. Perhaps you can perform a punch for me, and then answer a few questions I have. Four-seasoned Duke spoke with a guise of complete sincerity. After that, many students seemed to freeze in place. Thousand Feather Crane and the Yun sisters stared at four-seasoned Duke as if they had just seen a ghost. Four-seasoned Duke wasn't mocking him, though. Based on the way he referred to Han Sen as Teacher Han, he wasn't pretending to be in awe of Han Senator. He was speaking as a teacher to a peer. Because of four-seasoned Duke's rank, the fact that he referred to Han Sen as a teacher was a seal of his approval. It was to show that he actually had some respect for Han Senator. Since he was a duke while Han Sen was still a marquise, he could have just referred to Han Sen by his full name and not by the title. Many of the Sky Palace students, seeing four-seasoned Duke ask so sincerely, thought they were dreaming. With four-seasoned Duke's rank and fame, it was impressive for him to make a request of Han Senator. After four-seasoned Duke left Han Sen's lectures every day, he had started practicing when he went home. He was a professional with suppress evil, and he knew more about the skill than ordinary people. Because of that, he could see deeper into the essence of the suppress evil punches. After a few days of avid research, four-seasoned Duke learned many things he had not noticed before. And that had brought him to actually admire Han Senator. Since this was the final day of Han Sen's lessons, he couldn't stop himself from requesting that Han Sen perform the punch himself. He wanted to know the feelings that could be elicited from Han Sen's performance of a suppress evil punch. People couldn't blame him for wanting to know this, of course. He was a duke. He could not go to the Hidden Path cave himself to look at the 72 original gene kill spells. If he was able to understand the feelings of the kill spells from a suppress evil punch, it'd be great for his own practice and further advancement. Ah, you are too polite. If you are interested in my lame talents, then I will perform them for you. If I can improve, please advise me on what I could do to better myself. Han Sen had planned to show off the punch on the last day, anyway. This way, he could do four-seasoned Duke a favor as well. Four-seasoned Duke was happy to hear this, and so he said, "No. I only want to learn from you. I have no ulterior motive." Han Sen said no more. He simply nodded. He went on stage and said, "In 10 days, I have taught 6 punches. Today, I will demonstrate them for you. Please observe. Perhaps they can be of assistance to you." After that, Han Sen began casting Ghost Star Punch. Then, he performed the skills one after another. Han Sen had learned 72 suppress evil punches following the 72 original gene kill spells. Every punch carried the meaning of a kill spell. As Han Sen performed the 6 that he had promised, it felt as if the kill spell had come alive. The kill air gave people a frightful chill. That feeling disturbed their minds, even. Whenever Han Sen launched a punch, he was like a beast breaking a river. One skill had one meaning. Han Sen showed 6 punching skills to them. It was like 6 scary beasts trying to suppress the earth itself. In people's eyes, Han Sen was no longer a human. He was 6 wild beasts. The Sky Palace students were jittery with excitement by the time he finished. Four-season Duke looked as if he was drunk, for when Han Sen finished his performance, the Duke was totally frozen in place. It was like he had been drowned in the feelings of the fist techniques. So that was Teacher Han's 6-fist technique. That must have saved me 60 years of practice. I am lucky. Four-season Duke bowed before Han Sr. Four-season Duke, you are too kind. Han Sen bowed back. After that, the Suppress Evil Punch became famous across all of Sky Palace. It was taken to the Sky Path Garden, and it was modified. It swiftly became one of the must-have skills of Sky Palace. Han Sen's reputation was glowing even brighter than before. And because he had created the Suppress Evil Punch, he was handsomely rewarded. After that, Four-season Duke regularly visited Jade Island to practice Suppress Evil alongside Han. Senator Han Sen taught him the 72 Suppress Evil punches, and Han Sen was able to learn much about Suppress Evil from Four-season Duke, as well. Han Sen's Suppress Evil punch was a very efficient method. It allowed students to learn Suppress Evil fast, but if someone wanted to master the skill, they would need the experience someone like Four-season Duke had. Han Sen learned a great deal from Four-season Duke, and he grew to really admire the man. This was a teacher that did true research the hard way. He was genuinely worthy of all that respect. Four-season Duke admired Han Sen's Suppress Evil punch, too. Whenever he taught Suppress Evil, he began using Suppress Evil punches to allow his students to understand things easier. Does Han Sen ever do things that are boring or mundane? He is a wonder with everything he does. When the Sky Palace leader said this, he smiled. Only kings can go into Hidden Path Cave. When visiting the 72 original gene kill spells, they can become half deified. No one is interested in it after this, and if they fail, they cannot perform the 72 punching skills as well as Han Sen either. Only Han Sen can do what he does. He made Suppress Evil easier to learn, though. The students don't need to spend as much time studying it. While it may be considered as corner-cutting, it's undeniably a good method. The black-masked woman went on to say, and I heard that when Lone Bamboo saw Han Sen's Suppress Evil punch, he requested his own visit to Hidden Path Cave. That is surprising. Sky Palace leader nodded, and he said, Lone Bamboo has been there for half a month. He won't be back for another year, I suspect. But there is trouble on Metal World. The masked woman had a wry smile. If we knew that we were on the cusp of discovering Metal World, we wouldn't have allowed Lone Bamboo to enter just yet. Now that he is focusing on the cave, it is not suitable to disrupt him and send him to Metal World. I can't think of a marquise aside from Lone Bamboo that can do this task for us, Sky Palace leader said. The masked woman laughed and said, if Han Sen is the reason Lone Bamboo went into the Hidden Path Cave, then Han Sen should be the one to do what Lone Bamboo was supposed to. We should have him go to Metal World. That's not a good idea. He isn't a marquise yet, the Sky Palace leader said with a shake of his head. And yet he even killed Dragon 9. You can use him as a marquise. And he needs the resources. This is a perfectly viable opportunity. The masked woman laughed again. Chapter 2144 Metal World. Han Sen thought he would have a few days free to himself, but soon after he finished his lectures, he was summoned by the elders. There, he was tasked with leading a team to a newly discovered xenogenic space. He was instructed to explore the space, and if possible, return with resources and materials. Because the xenogenic space only allowed marquises to enter, Lone Bamboo had been intended to lead the task force there. But right now, he was training inside Hidden Path Cave. As a result, the elders saw fit to pass the job on to Han. Senator Han Sen was given a basic description of the xenogenic space, which was called Metal World. This was, however, only a temporary name for the location. He did learn that more than one faction had already discovered it, though. Other teams were already there, researching the place. Sky Palace was a step behind. Based on what he was told, there were groups from the Dragon, Demon, Destroyed, and even the Buddha there. They were all in the metal world, and now that Sky Palace had joined the exploration, the situation was sure to become quite complex. Han Sen did not have much time to prepare before being shipped off, as he was led by a Sky Palace elder. He was accompanied by 100 Sky Palace Marquis students, as well. The trip to Metal World had been organized by the elders. The Marquises had been instructed to follow Han Sen's commands after they entered Metal World, so their lives were pretty much in his hands. Although Han Sen was just an earl, Sky Palace's authority was well respected among its members. And Han Sen's own reputation was mighty. No one objected to Han Sen's position as their leader. Before entering Metal World, the elder provided Han Sen with a bounty of information about the Marquis students he was set to lead. A few of them had been marked, as they had unique powers that would be crucial for the trip ahead. Han Sen led the 100 Sky Palace Marquises to Metal World. That xenogenic space was a planet, and a strange power radiated from it. That power forbade the entry of any creature or being that was above the Marquis' level. The scariest thing about all this was that the planet had a very special magnetic property. Metal objects would be sucked into the planet, so tools made of metal were unusable in the planet's vicinity. Due to this, airships could not come close to the planet. When the planet was viewed from the exterior, it seemed to be entirely shrouded in wild magnetic storms. The whole planet was cloaked in a swirl of thunderclouds. When Han Sen and the others pierced through the clouds, a most colorful planet came into sight. When they got close enough to see it all, however, they swiftly understood why the place had been given the title of Metal World. The mountains and plains there were all metal. Seeing topographical features made of metal was a little odd, but the really strange thing was the metallic nature of all the animals and plants. Everything on the planet's surface was metal, and it was a very surreal thing to lay eyes on. "Brother Yuya, where are we to begin our search?" Han Sen asked politely, looking at the Marquis student. Yuya was a highly regarded Marquis of Sky Palace. Second only to Lone Bamboo, he was certainly the strongest of Han Sen's companions. He was always at the forefront of exploring new xenogenic spaces for Sky Palace, as well. He had a lot of experience with these sorts of endeavors. Yuya looked over the planet's surface, then spoke to Han Sr. "We don't know where the other races have set up operations, but they are sure to have seen us as we came in. So, exploring the planet is not our primary objective. Finding those other races or finding a safe zone to establish a place of respite should be our first priority." "Brother Yuya, you are correct. I was being reckless. Where should we camp? What do you think would be the safest place for us?" Han Sen asked. Seeing that Han Sen was really interested in the opinions of others, Yuya pointed out a Marquis to Han Sr. "You might want to ask Brother Uni. He is good at this sort of thing. Brother Uni, please." Han Sen knew these matters should be handled by the professionals. Sky Palace might have sent him there to lead, but leading meant using his forces effectively, not doing everything himself like some kind of hero. It was his job to learn his team's strengths and put them to good use. There were so many unknown factors about Metal World. He'd be able to escape if he ran into trouble, but he couldn't go back with 100 Marquises dead. And the other factions would be dangerous. They could have certainly established traps and ambushes. The enemy had been there for a while, and they had been given the opportunity to learn about the xenogenic space. They might use their head start to trick Han Sen's party. As Han Sen's team set to work, he quickly learned that there were many geniuses in Sky Palace. They were so good at everything, and they were quick to establish a camp on Metal World and start exploring the surrounding area. They also built an alarm system and emergency contingencies for all sorts of situations. But what surprised Han Sen the most was his team's dedication. They researched and catalogued everything within 100 miles. Aside from a few metal animals and plants, however, there was no sign of xenogeneics. They didn't see any of the marquises sent by the other races either. There was no day and night cycle on the planet, and the environment wasn't very friendly to life. But the Sky Palace team were all marquises, so a poor environment would not bring them down. The magnetic storms in the sky continued to rage. Blue lightning flashed through the sky continuously, lighting up the planet's surface better than a normal sun. Han Sen, Yuya, and the other marquises were talking about expanding their exploration when the magnetic storm suddenly changed color. The blue magnetic storm turned a beautiful shade of pink. Dong! 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 Suddenly, a loud noise began to ring in their ears. The metal forest nearby began to shake like it was suffering an earthquake. Not long after, a 10-meter-tall metal rhino appeared out of the metal forest, and it was not alone. Many more followed after, and before long, 1,000 of them had come storming out of the trees. They were headed to a nearby river that looked like Mercury. Han Sen was happy he had listened to Uni and avoided setting up camp near the river. If they had, the rhinos could have stampeded right over them. Those metal rhinos looked powerful. The team couldn't determine how strong the creatures were, but in that unknown land, fighting them did not seem like a bright idea. Uni was looking at the metal rhinos when he said, "They are like living hunks of metal. Judging by their life force, I can estimate that they are at least marquis in strength. I don't know if they are xenogeneics, but they don't seem to be too smart. Weird. We didn't catch sight of them in any of our explorations. Where did they come from?" White Reel, who had also come on the trip, frowned in confusion. Chapter 21:45 Strange Plane. The host of metal rhinos moved down to the riverbank. They eventually walked into the stream and began playing in the water that looked a lot like Mercury. They had great, hulking metal bodies. They looked like they were made from rough, dull steel, and their bodies were a stark contrast to the glimmering silver river. Han Sen didn't know what the silver liquid in the river was, but it was most certainly not water. The metal rhinos drank the silver liquid freely, though, so there was a small chance that the liquid was harmless. While the rhinos drank and played, a rumbling noise began to come from the forest. Many more metal creatures came down from the mountains and emerged from the forests. They all went straight for the river, and when they reached it, they began to drink from it. There were metal snakes that had to have been at least 100 meters long. There were silver-colored lions and centipedes with a seemingly infinite number of legs. There was a great variety of metallic creatures, all headed for the river with an insatiable thirst. The metal creatures looked very scary. At first glance, they appeared to be Duke or even King-class monsters. For some reason, though, there didn't seem to be any hostility between the various creatures. Many low-level metal creatures came forward to drink the silver liquid alongside the more powerful ones. "The metal creatures sure seem very friendly," White Reel said with curiosity. "Perhaps not." Yuya summoned a pigeon-like xenogeneic. It came out of his sleeve and flew towards the river. The bird xenogeneic obviously wasn't a creature that was native to Metal World. Please visit our list novel. Coma Bronze body suddenly soared through the sky. The creature was shaped something like a dragonfly, but it was made completely of bronze. Its body was at least 5 meters long, and its bulging eyes and mandibles made it look monstrous. The bronze body flew past the river, and it snapped up the bird xenogeneic that Yuya had released. It gobbled up the bird with just a few seconds of chewing, feathers and all. Everyone was frozen, and Yuya felt compelled to say, "It looks like they are only friendly to other creatures that are native to Metal World. Outsiders don't receive the same treatment." Han Sen nodded. Now, he really admired Uni. The creatures had crossed over mountains and traversed forests to get there from all around, but the minor place Uni had selected for camp was absent of creatures. Even if creatures did come close to their safe zone, they could fall back into their cave and remain hidden. No one would be able to find them there. It was a solid spot to establish camp. Because there were too many powerful metal creatures nearby, Han Sen set up a rota of shifts for the men to keep an eye on those creatures. For now, no one was to travel. 10 hours later, some of the metal creatures were still occupying the river. The beasts kept coming and going. It seemed as if it might have been the only river on the planet, and as a result, everyone would eventually swing by to drink from it. "Captain Han, come and take a look at this." Han Sen was resting when Yuya suddenly called him. Han Sen got up and followed Yuya to the mouth of the cave and peered cautiously outside. The metal creatures that were near the river were starting to look nervous. They began staying out of the liquid, visibly fearful of something. Han Sen waited and watched a while, until eventually, a white metal beast approached the river. Whenever the other creatures saw it draw near, they avoided it. None were keen to step in its way. Han Sen observed the white metal beast. It did not look very big, probably about 2 meters long. But it was white and looked like a mammoth. That metal mammoth went right into the river and began sucking up the silvery liquid with its snout. The other metal creatures made sure to stay far away from the mammoth, all of them keeping a vigilant eye on the beast. It looked as if they didn't dare drink the liquid while the mammoth did. They waited until the mammoth was satisfied and left the area. When it was gone, the average metal creatures returned to the river and resumed drinking. Seeing that mammoth walk back into the metal forest, Han Sen and Yuya looked at each other and sighed. When the mammoth appeared, they did not dare to even breathe. The last thing they wanted was for that thing to find them. The mammoth was very powerful. A marquise wouldn't be able to deal with such a fiend. "It looks like our situation is not very favorable. Only marquises can enter this place, and yet some of the creatures here are king class. One mistake could leave all of us dead," Yuya said. Yuni nodded and said, "Those of the other races might be in hiding, as well. We can wait for now, but it does seem as if the metal creatures only emerge when the sky turns pink. Perhaps when the magnetic storm returns to blue, the creatures will all disappear again." Han Sen and the others thought that made perfect sense. There was no need to rush their operation either. They had to take their time and figure things out, first and foremost. They set up a series of shifts for watching the river. Over the course of time, many different types of metal creatures came to drink from the river. There were other scary things like the mammoth, as well, which was quite worrying for Han Sen's team. After 80 hours, the stream of metal creatures visiting the river began to slow. And before long, the pink magnetic storm began to change. An hour later, the lightning flashing across the sky returned to blue. Things looked normal again. Finally, the marquises concluded that there were no more metal creatures coming to the river. Han Sen sent out a few trackers to explore the area. The results were as expected, but it surprised them all the same. The metal creatures that had appeared near the river were now all gone. It was as if they had just vanished. Oh no! Have they turned invisible? Or are they just hiding away someplace underground? White Real asked with a strange look. Yuya did not speak. They were all deep in thought. The metal world was strange, and they couldn't come to much of a conclusion until they learned a lot more. While Han Sen and the others were thinking, someone approached them from the direction of the mountain. When he reached the perimeter they had established, he called out to them. "I am Khan of the Demon. Is your group from Sky Palace?" Han Sen looked around carefully, but the only person he could see was Khan. He went forward to speak to the felon, taking Yuya with him. "Khan, what are you doing here?" "You are the leader of this team, Han Sen." "Great. Since we're already friends, we can cooperate." Khan laughed. "I don't recall us ever having much in the way of cooperation," Han Sen responded coldly. "To be honest, I don't recall being chummy with you either. But right now, the dragon, Buddha, and Destroyed are all working together. If we don't form some sort of alliance, they might come after us in this dangerous place. As he spoke, Khan's shoulders slumped. Why should I believe you? Han Sen did not move. We arrived here long before you did. I think you'll be interested in the information I possess. Khan smiled. Chapter 2146 Trapped. Han Sen let Khan into the camp so they could continue their discussion. Khan spoke without preamble. You might not believe me when I tell you this, but we are all trapped on this world. What do you mean? Han Sen asked with a frown. Well, since you've entered Metal World, have you tried contacting anyone outside it? Khan said. Han Sen and Yuya looked at each other. Then, they looked back at Khan without responding. Khan sighed and said, It is good that you haven't. I advise that you don't try it. 2 demon marquises tried to leave, but they died doing so. The same thing happened to some of the Buddha, dragon, and Destroyed. No one can leave this planet. If you do not believe me, you can go ahead and try to leave. But don't blame me for not warning you. How are those that leave killed? Yuni asked. They fell to their deaths, Khan said, his voice clipped. Fell to their deaths. Han Sen and the others frowned. Have you ever played with a rubber band? The further you pull, the harder it hits when released. When you enter this planet, your body becomes bound by the rules of it. If you fly above the surface, you will feel a power trying to drag you back down. The higher you fly, though, the stronger it gets. Eventually, even the strongest are thrown back to their doom, Khan said. Isn't what you're describing just gravity? Why must you make it sound so complicated? White Real said. Khan shook his head. It is not gravity. Gravity gets weaker the farther you get from a planet, but this force grows stronger with distance. And when the planet finally overcomes your resistance and drags you back, you end up hitting the ground at mind-blowing velocities. No Marquis body can withstand it. How high can you fly before this power appears? Han Sen asked. 10,000 meters, Khan answered quickly. Ade. Yuya looked over to a strong beast Marquis. That lion-like Marquis answered by leaping with its powerful legs and taking off into the sky. He reached a height of 10,000 meters in a short amount of time. When it passed 10,000 meters, the lion Marquis slowed to a crawl. It continued flying higher, but its pace was excruciatingly slow. It struggled for some time, and when it reached a height of 13,000 meters, it stopped completely. Ade, come back. Yuya shouted. Ade started to follow the command, but before he could turn around, a scary power launched him back down to the ground. Pang! Ade's body was like a meteor descending. He struck the metal surface at a frightening speed, and a massive crater was formed upon the crash. Han Sen and the others immediately ran over to him. Ade's body was completely broken, like a mashed cake. Ade roared. A holy light covered his body, and then he was back to normal. Now we can talk about this properly, right? Khan smiled. They returned to camp and began discussing the terms of cooperation. They struck a deal. In the meantime, Khan explained more of how the planet had been found. The demon and the Buddha were the first ones to discover Metal World. A battle had drawn them into that rarely traveled region of space, and as they fought, they stumbled across the hidden planet. The two races sent people to explore Metal World, but somehow, news of the planet was leaked to the airwaves. The Dragon, the Destroyed, and Sky Palace received word of their discovery. It was only after the Marquises landed on the planet that they realized how dangerous the place was. And it was also then that they discovered they were unable to leave. The Dragon, the Destroyed, and the Buddha quickly formed an alliance. They killed almost all of the demons that Khan had brought to the planet, So when Khan caught sight of the Sky Palace people arriving, he came to them in the hope of receiving their help. Yuya looked at Khan and coldly said, "The news about this place was released because you found out something was wrong, right? You lured other races here. That is why the dragon and the destroyed grouped up with the Buddha to fight you, wasn't it?" Khan sighed and said, "I have been here this entire time, haven't I? I haven't been able to contact the outside world. I don't know if it was a demon that leaked the news." After that, Khan laughed and said, "Even if we were the ones who leaked the news, it shouldn't have any impact on our cooperation. Why would we join you, anyway?" "The dragon would be a much better choice," Han Sen asked calmly. Khan seemed ready for Han Sen to say this, and so he smiled. When they formed their alliance, it gave them an advantage. But they won't share anything with you. They'll want to keep the benefits for themselves. "What benefits?" Han Sen asked, zeroing in on the key point of what Khan had said. If the other races were trapped, their best choice should have been to coordinate their efforts to search for an exit. But instead, they had attacked the demon. It seems as if there was something more going on that Khan wasn't quite willing to reveal. The first two teams to arrive found some old ruins on the planet. The ruins might have been left by a deified elite. Now, those three races are guarding it. If we work together, we might be able to beat them and nab the loot for ourselves. Sky Palace is strong, but you cannot fight all three by yourselves, Khan said with certainty. Khan provided them with more intel on the location and disposition of the ruins, and Han Sen sent someone to verify Khan's story. Khan wasn't willing to give out too much information, though. He smiled and said, "We demon and the Buddha discovered the ruin at the same time. We know as much as they do. There is no harm in us forming an alliance with you, is there?" Han Sen and Yuya held a brief discussion. They both agreed that an alliance was a good idea, so Han Sen left the details of the operation to Uni and Yuya. They were better than Han Sen at that sort of thing. "We have to move while the blue storm is raging and the metal creatures are hidden. Once we are in the ruins, we will be safe. We won't get attacked by the creatures," Khan explained, clearly wanting them to move quickly. And on the way, they'd meet up with the rest of the demon. Khan had many secrets he could not reveal, but most of his information was legit and it saved Han Sen a whole bunch of time. And if the dragon attacked them while they were in the ruins, teaming up with the demon could save their lives. They confirmed the blue storm's duration and the ruins' location, and then they set out. They met up with the other demons and continued on. The demons were in terrible shape. They were wearier than Han Sen had imagined. Aside from Khan, there were only 20 marquises remaining, and all of them were injured. Chapter 2147 Metal Giant God City. A giant city was nestled into the slopes of a metal mountain. The city was made of the same black metal as the mountain, and it looked like it had been carved from the mountain rather than built. When viewed from afar, the city and mountain blended together until it was impossible to tell where one ended and the other began. Two metal peaks that were 1,000 meters tall formed the gateposts of that massive city. The two enormous doors made those that passed between them feel like ants. From far away, Han Sen could see that the title on the gate read, Metal Giant God City. It was written in a language Han Sen had seen in the Geno universe before, but the words themselves looked so powerful that it was easy to imagine them leaping to life and sundering the skies of the world. Seeing that giant city, crouching on the mountain like a beast, Han Sen frowned and said, "This city is so big. Not even the largest races I have seen would require the sort of space this place provides." Read more new novels on List Novel. Khan spoke in a hushed tone. Long ago, the giants were one of the 10 higher races. They were part of a group called the Break Skies. The Break Skies had difficulty breeding, and their population gradually decreased until they became extinct, aside from a few who interbred with other races. We believe that this city is a deified location that once belonged to the Break Skies. After a pause, Khan resumed his dialogue. After entering the city, we unearthed some text that made mention of the break skies. The carvings revealed that this place was a break sky city, but at some point, there was a battle that brought the city to ruin. Oddly, while we were in the city, we discovered no remains or corpses. Since the main gate was shut and no one had been able to open it, Khan led them to the left side of the city where there was a broken wall. Without that broken wall, it seemed unlikely that anyone would have made it inside. Entering from above would doubtlessly have its own challenges. The creatures that had built this city would have safeguarded against that. When they crossed over the wall, Han Sen noticed a few camps on the other side. The camps looked as if they belonged to other races, and indeed they did. Quite obviously, they belonged to the Buddha, dragon, and destroyed. It was odd that the other races hadn't placed any guards at the city's broken wall. There was no sign of anyone being around, actually. That's weird. It looks like they're not here anymore. Or is this some kind of trap? White Real looked at the camp with concern. Odds and ends were strewn about the camp. It didn't seem like there had been a fight, but it looked as if people had made a quick getaway. This is not a trap. There really is no one here, Yuya said. Han Sen took his team into the camp to have a look around. When they determined that the other teams really were gone, they began gathering up the numerous supplies and resources that the others had left behind. The unhappy campers had left quite the store of Geno fluid in their camp. It looks like they really did leave in a rush. They did not take the Geno fluid with them. Han Sen looked at Khan. Khan understood Han Sen, and he quietly said, "When the demon first came here under the blue storm, we saw the dragon. They had vanished by the time the red storm ended, though. Perhaps they found something big, and they were too excited to pack up and head for the deeper recesses of the ruins. I wonder what could have made them break camp so quickly. Perhaps it wasn't that they discovered something. Perhaps something went awry, and whatever happened forced them to flee," Yuya said. "It is possible. But we haven't seen signs of fighting," Khan mumbled, deep in thought. Then, he suddenly stopped. It wasn't just Khan either. Everyone in the group grew pale as they looked back outside the city. A multitude of red eyes hovered in the skies outside the city. The eyes grew closer as they watched, revealing the bronze, dragonfly-like bodies of the creatures soaring through the air. They were 5 meters long, and a buzzing sound accompanied their flight that set Han Sen's teeth on edge. There were so many of them that the swarm seemed endless. And they were now headed for the broken wall. What is going on? This is the time of the blue storms. Why would metal xenogeneic creatures appear at a time like this? Yuya looked at Khan. I don't know. We have never seen metal xenogeneics under a blue storm before. And even during a red storm, they never approached the city. This isn't good. Let's run. Khan cried. Then, he led the demon further into the ruins. Han Sen and Yuya looked at each other. They took the Sky Palace people into the ruins, as well. Those dragonflies were as strong as marquises, and their numbers were legion. They could be fought off, possibly, but not without a price being paid. It'd get dirty. Sky Palace and the demon marquises headed for the shelter of the ruins together. Khan was leading, and he shouted as he ran, "There is a palace up ahead. We can hide there." Han Sen had already seen the building he was referring to. The palace was like a mountain itself. It was so large that Han Sen figured even the blind could probably see it. But the palace's gates were shut, and he didn't know if they could open them. "I have been here before. There is a gap in the palace wall. We can slide through, get inside, and barricade the entrance. A bottleneck like that will be much easier to defend," Khan said, and then ran for the other side of the palace. Han Sen was emotionless throughout all this, but he led the Sky Palace students after Khan. Up ahead, he saw a giant cave. It was shaped like a fist, and it seemed that it had been punched into the metal wall. The metal xenogeniacs were coming fast, though. The teams had no time to hesitate as they slid through the wall. Han Sen and Yuya jerked the last of their people into the palace just as the dragonfly metal xenogeniacs buzzed toward them. The marquises that guarded the cave entrance released their godlights, killing the two nearest metal xenogeniacs. Then a demon marquise summoned a giant shield to barricade the entrance. The metal xenogeniacs slammed into the shield repeatedly, but try as they might, it wasn't going to let them through. Han Sen quickly looked around the palace they had stumbled into. It appeared to be some sort of side room, but before he could examine it further, his attention was drawn to the bodies lying on the floor. The corpses were both dragons and Buddhas, and it looked as if they had died gruesome deaths. Their scales and skin had been stripped from their bodies, but strangely, their flesh was left whole. There was blood everywhere, though. The sight washed over the teams in a horrible chill. Even Han Sen, who saw blood often, felt sick. Chapter 2148 Guardian Spider, do you recognize these people of the Buddha and dragon? Han Sen asked Khan. The two had instructed their teams to stay away from the bodies. Khan examined the corpses, and after a while, he said, I think this Buddha is Marquis Grass. He's always had a pronounced limp, because his left leg is a little shorter than his right leg. Look, that has to be him. As for this dragon fellow, I believe he must be Dragon 123. His wings aren't as broad as the wings of the average dragon. These two were fine the last time I saw them, so whatever happened to them must have been rather recent. Han Sen looked at Yuya. Yuya was also looking at the bodies, and he said, aside from their skin and their scales being stripped, there doesn't appear to be any other forms of injuries. Their muscles and skeletons are all intact, so it doesn't appear as if they were hit. At the same time, Yuya tapped his chin in thought. These guys were too strong to have been killed by being skinned. They must have taken internal injuries or something. Are you saying this was caused by some sort of power that can bypass the body's protection and deal damage within? I know Yin Yang Punch and Pierce Body can do what you have described, but from the way these bodies look, I don't think they were slain by either of those powers. Their bones would have incurred much damage and their muscles would have torn and bled, if they were victims of those techniques, White Reel said, stepping carefully around the bodies. Yuya considered that. If it was not a geno art such as Pierce Body, it had to be something else that is just as invasive. Perhaps a small bug of some kind. That could very well be it, yes. White Reel nodded. In that case, we'll have to take a look inside their bodies and see. Khan signaled for one of his demon marquises to approach. His subordinate drew a knife and approached a Buddha corpse. Yuya stopped the demon marquise firmly, though. I think it would be unwise for us to meddle with their bodies. What if there is something in there? We might fall into the same predicament that these two did. Khan said. If something is inside them, then it doesn't seem to be dangerous as long as it remains inside the corpses. If we cut a body open and let it loose, things could go badly for us. I think we should just seal the bodies and ignore them, Yuya said. That's a bad idea. Khan shook his head. What do you think, Han Sen? Do as Yuya has instructed, Han Sen said. Fine. If that is your decision, then we will do things your way. But my people are not good at using sealing powers, Khan said, while opening his arms. Han Sen nodded. Yuya found a marquise that was good with sealing powers and had him create a bisema to encircle it. They very carefully avoided moving the body as the sphere of protection went up around it. Han Sen kept eyeing the plain room that they had entered. There was a door on one wall that opened into a hallway, but no one knew where it led. Yuni, can you determine anything about the layout of the palace? Han Sen looked at Yuni. I can try, but all I have is a hall to go on. It isn't very much. I need to get a better look at the place before I map it out, Uni said. Yuya, you and some of the others should guard this place. I will go have a look around with Uni, Han Sen told Yuya. That is far too dangerous. I should be the one to go, with a few others, Yuya said. Han Sen refused to let Yuya come, but he did allow a few marquises that were decent at scouting to accompany them and map the trail. Han Sen was confident in his demon bug by Sima. Even if they encountered a king-class foe, they'd be fine. I will come along with you guys, Khan said. Sure. Han Sen gave him a nod. But before they could enter the hallway, the demon marquises that were barricading the room's entrance started to shout. There are xenogeniacs higher than marquises attacking our shields. I cannot hold them off. Head for the hallway and block off the door of this room instead, Khan ordered quickly. They now had no choice but to move forward. Han Sen, Uni, and Yuya were up front. They moved towards the hallway alongside the rest of their Sky Palace teammates. Once everyone had entered the hallway, they slammed the door shut. It wasn't very well fortified, so they used sealing powers to reinforce the door and bolster its strength. As they did, a strange hissing sound came from within the room. It was fortunate that they had reinforced the door in time. The hallway led outside, where several paths wandered deeper into the city. Each path led to a palace. They took the right path, which seemed to head to the closest palace. The giant palace was very clean, and there was a giant metal statue standing in front of it. It seemed to depict an actual giant, but it somehow looked a bit different. When they reached the interior of the construct, they found the corpses of a vast number of dragons and Buddhas. This is weird. I thought there was an alliance between the three races here. Why have we only seen the corpses of the dragon and the Buddha? Where might the bodies of the destroyed be? Surely, they could not have all escaped successfully, Uni said with visible confusion. It is strange. Khan nodded in agreement. He walked around the building before coming to a stop near a statue. Han Sen looked at the statue and felt a sense of foreboding. Catcha! As Han Sen observed the statue, he heard a crunching noise. The mouth of the statue suddenly opened, and when it did, red lantern eyes shone from deep within it. Formation! Han Sen commanded. Yuya released his powers, and light swords flew out of his body. Each blade flew to hover over a Sky Palace member's head. Everyone stood motionlessly, allowing the light swords to touch their heads. Markings appeared on their foreheads, allowing Yuya's thoughts to be channeled into everyone through the sword marks. When they had just established their formation at Yuya's direction, the thing inside the statue decided to emerge. It was a metal spider. Its colors were black and white, and its eyes were like chunks of copper. The metal spider did not wait around, it immediately charged at the assembly. Behind it, an endless stream of spiders continued to skitter out of the statue. The whole hall was thrown into disarray. Khan commanded his demons to fight, but without Yuya's flawless coordination, they had no hope of being as effective as the Sky Palace team. Both sides were intently focused on protecting their own, as well. Han Sen and the others listened to Yuya's commands. They maintained a tight formation as they fought the spiders, and before long, they were killing the spiders in droves. Read more new novels on List Novel. When Han Sen saw Yuya's power in action, he thought about Ningyu. Ningyu was an exceptional commander, and his will had always been strong. With someone like that among Han Sen's forces, the entire team would be far more powerful. Xenogeniac Marquis Guardian Spider hunted. Xenogeniac gene found. After Han Sen killed one of the metal spiders, a scream erupted from inside the statue. A red spider began scrambling out of the statue's mouth.